And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Welbeck for the second game in Nottinghamshire's group in the Metro Bank Cup 50 over competition. Very good morning, wherever you're joining us on Trent Live. It's another blustery morning here. We seem to think the breeze is coming in the opposite direction, and the forecast, although does have that nasty little phrase, perhaps the odd rogue shower, just offering a little bit of a warning there. Those of you that came along or watched the game on Tuesday will be well aware this part of the world is likely to cop an intermittent shower now and again. But it's dry at the moment. We've had the toss on time. I can tell you that Notts have won the toss. Seabermead, the captain, winning the toss, and he has asked the Worcestershire side to bat first. So it's Nottinghamshire today. A lot of changes. So the Worcestershire side in a moment, but Notts, as I say, who make their way out in the middle behind umpires Russell Warren and Neil Pratt, are as we were 48 hours ago. A Seabermead, Ben Slater, Jack Haynes, young Sammy Seachuran, Lyndon James, Tom Moores, who played the innings of his life really, in every sense. His highest score in senior cricket, made 148, the Notts wicketkeeper. Daniel Sams playing the second of 3 matches here for Notts before he heads off to the Caribbean Premier League. Young Joe Pockington, who got a 3 on his debut with slow left arm spinner. Brett Hutton, Rob Lord, who I thought bowled particularly well the other day, and James Hayes, I beg your pardon. Looks as if Hutton's going to open the bowling from our end of the ground, the Charlie French end. The Worcestershire side, Isaac Mohammed, Brett D'Oliveira, Cash Ali, Rob Jones, Jake Libby, Henry Cullen, Matt Waite, Ethan Brooks, Fatih Singh, Adam Finch and Kuram Shahzad. So they've made something like 6 changes from the youthful side that played against Herefordshire on Tuesday and brought in lots of experience. You'd look down that side and you'd say, well, it's not too far away from Worcestershire's county championship side. No Tom Taylor, no Gareth Roderick with the gloves, but they are all players that have been in and around the Worcestershire first team this year, including Isaac Mohammed, who's on strike, young 17-year-old, about to face the first ball from Brett Hutton, and it's down the leg side, and we're underway with a leg side wide, so 1 run on the board to begin with. 2 left-handers out there, D'Oliveira and Isaac Mohammed. Match referee is James Whittaker, and our scorers Roger Marshall and Sue Drinkwater. So Hutton to start the match for a second time, and again it's drifted down the leg side, so Worcestershire with a couple of runs already on the board, gifted to them by the home attack. Brett Hutton running into quite a stiff breeze here, the wind, so just alluded to coming in a completely different direction to that we had on Tuesday that brought the rain showers. Took us off, I think, 3 times during the Notts innings. Hutton in again to Isaac Mohammed, strikes him on the pad, leg side wide, and then a fullish delivery on or around leg stump, and a very big shout from Hutton and those behind the wicket. But the umpire says not out. Hutton in once more, and Mohammed will work this up to mid-on. Rob Lord is doing the fielding. Isaac Mohammed, Solihull born, 17 years of age, played against Notts in the recent blast fixture at New Road that the Rapids ended the day victorious. Hutton in again, he's got 2 slips. Ball's now one that goes across Mohammed and through into the gloves of Tom Moores. People still coming into the ground. Don't think there's quite as many here as we had at the height of the day on Tuesday, but of course still time for folks to come along. The whiff of burgers and bacon strong as it blows across the ground. A lot of people getting here early for a good breakfast. Next ball is lifted uppishly down towards us, and very, very close to the rope here. We'll just get confirmation as to whether it was a 4 or a 6. The umpires aren't sure. Signalled as a 4 by Neil Pratt. Is at our end of the ground. Lovely clean pickup. Must have been very, very close. Just to the left of our media tent, and it seems as if we've lost the ball already as Captain Hamid and Bowler Hutton come and help in the search for the ball. This one of 4 matches taking place today, or should take place. Glamorgan are again down in South Wales, hosting Derbyshire today. That's another fixture at Neath. Glamorgan were beaten there by Hampshire on Tuesday, but rain has delayed the start there. Glamorgan versus Derbyshire. Derbyshire were beaten at Cheltenham by Gloucestershire. So 2 sides meeting down in South Wales, yet to get a point. And at the Utility Bowl in Southampton, Hampshire host Essex. Essex, of course, defeated here, and Hampshire were the winners at Neath. And I can tell you in that one, Essex are batting. Hampshire won the toss and decided to field. Essex batting, they've got Das and Critchley out there in the middle, and just scanning down their side, it looks the same 11 as played here at Welbeck. We've been joined by our captain, Hasiba Mead, who's popped into the Bijou Media marquee. Where's it gone, As? Where's the ball?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Got 5 people on it.
What happened with the toss, Skip? You can help yourself to those. Wandered out to the mid. Oh, Brett's joined in now. Help yourself to a jelly baby, boys. I guess it's the short straw, Brett, running uphill into the wind.
His fault.
Captain's fault. Lovely to see you, as the boys popped in to say hello. Daniel Sams and Rob Lord and producer Aaron have somehow managed to find the ball, so a lengthy delay early on, but it did mean that I was relieved of a handful of jelly babies by the Notts captain and Brett Hutton. 11, and I think we've had a couple of legal balls, or 3 legal balls here at Welbeck. The John Fretwell Centre, Worcestershire becoming the 14th of the 18 counties to visit this part of the world. Notts have been playing here since 2015. Everybody gets a turn. It's Worcestershire's turn today, and they've got Isaac Mohammed on strike, and he's pulled this next one away, and that might be another ball that needs searching for. One bounce over the rope at D mid-wicket, and Isaac Mohammed looking in fine fettle here. I was tipped off about him before the Blast game recently at New Road, and told he will get the most flashy, eye-catching 30 you could ever wish to see, Dave, and then get out. And he got a very flashy, eye-catching 30 and then got out. Nobody's sort of predicted what he's going to do today, but he's off to a flyer here. This is pushed into the offside. He got a half century at Ledbury, I think it was, where they played Herefordshire on Tuesday. And that is the end of the over. 10 from it. Taken about 7 minutes to get through that first over, with about 4 or 5 minutes of them searching for the ball. Of course, it was an 8-ball over as well, with 2 wides. So decent enough start for Worcestershire, put into bat here at Welbeck. Thanks for popping along and joining in. Dave Grayscadle with you in our Bijou Media marquee, with the wind blowing in our faces. And will be perhaps heard on the public address system. James Hayes to bowl the second over. Of course, I did say Brett Dolliver is left-handed. Of course he's not. right-hander. 33 years of age. Gets a low full toss which he bumps up to Hamid at mid-off, and Brett D'Oliveira will, I'm sure, feel he's missed out there. He's experienced in this competition. This is his 77th one-day game. Has one century in this format. But been a terrific servant to Worcestershire. Following on in the D'Oliveira name. Third generation. Hayes bowls, and Brett D'Oliveira, wearing 15, just defends it back to the bowler. So a couple of old Nottinghamshire favourites in the Worcestershire lineup. Jacob Libby is skipper in the Rapids, and Fatih Singh. Libby in good touch, but when is he never not in good touch? And a fine year in the Championship. Got 100 on Tuesday. Next ball is driven by Brett D'Oliveira, and that's going to get him off the mark. Shot played up to mid-on, and they take a single. Worcestershire could have a bit of a switcheroo in nearly any order, the 3, 4 and 5. Expecting it to be Cash Ali, Jake Libby and Rob Jones. And we'll keep half an eye on that. So a single to D'Oliveira, 11 with Outlaws Worcestershire. Just joining us, they were putting to bat, so let's set the pace, batting first on Tuesday. They've got to chase today. Some wide of Mohammed's off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Of note to Nottinghamshire supporters, they may have seen that Brendan Taylor, remember him, left Notts in 2017, was very popular when he was at Nottingham, part of the silverware winning side in 2017, the Notts side that won in the Lord's final and also won the Blast. Brendan Taylor, who's had to serve a ban away from the game, is back playing again, as this is defended by Isaac Mohammed, and has made his test return today. Is at the crease at the moment for Zimbabwe. They're playing New Zealand at Bulawayo. Brendan Taylor opened the batting. He's 33 not out at the moment. Zimbabwe 67 for 4. There's quite a lot of familiar names to both Notts and Worcestershire, featuring, apart from Brendan Taylor, Will Young and Jacob Duffy have played for Notts, of course, in the recent past. Of course, Jacob Duffy's played for Worcestershire this season. There's Hayes down the leg side, and they're claiming a tickle here, and Mohammed, I think, is going to walk, and James Hayes gets his first wicket of this season's Metro Bank Cup. Just a thin tickle down the leg side. It was difficult to detect, but not on the field it wasn't, and thankfully, I was going to say the umpire was all across it, but Isaac Mohammed, fair play to him, set off walking straight away, and Notts have got a wicket in the second over, just 11 on the board, and Isaac Mohammed has been caught down the leg side by Tom Moores from the bowling of James Hayes, and Worcestershire 11 for 1. Perhaps heard it as Rob Jones coming in at 3. Pleased for James Hayes. He went for a few at the start of the Essex innings. Thinking he got 3 or 4 overs at the start of the Essex innings on Tuesday, and he's managed to pick up a wicket here. Last ball actually of the second over, and he went for a single as well, so 10 from the first, and it's 11 for 2 after 2 overs. Rob Jones, former Lancashire player. Out in the middle, he'll be at the non-striker's end. Isaac Mohammed out for 8 runs, those 2 boundaries off Hutton, who's now going to come in and bowl to D'Oliveira, who plays his first ball from Hutton up to a mid-on. So good start for Notts. This is a strong-looking Worcestershire side. They've got all bases covered, it would seem, with their starting 11. Henry Cullen, young keeper, in for Gareth Roderick. Tom Taylor not playing, but some high-quality all-rounders there. Bat all the way down. As Hutton in again to D'Oliveira, hits him on the pad, and again a confident shout from the bowler, but nothing doing, and it will be a leg by. It'll take Rob Jones on to strike. So Jake Libby, Kashif, Henry Cullen, Ethan Brooks, Matt Waite, Fateh Singh, Adam Finch and Khurram Shahzad to complete the Worcestershire lineup. A lot of people have popped by to say hello this morning, and any number getting in touch. Social media as first ball from Rob Jones is defended. T says, sorry to let you know, Dave, you're sounding like a Dalek today. Charlie, can you sort your microphone out, Dave?
I'm on it.
Producer Kirsty's all over it. There's Brett Hutton into bowl.
Did it.
And this is pushed back to Brett Hutton. Producer Kirsty has just tinkered with the whatchamacallits on her desk. And hopefully I'm less Dalek-like. More Doctor Who-like, maybe. Stiff breeze. I'd be lying if I said I couldn't be certain there was a spit or a spot of rain in the air, but it's so gusty, hopefully it'll blow away. As Hutton in again to Jones, drops it on the leg side. That's a slightly chancy single taken to Ben Slater, who hustled in quickly from mid-wicket, underarmed it towards the stumps, and they get home for a single. Steve Battlemuch has also been in touch. Can't make the trip up today for various reasons. We'll tune in for the live stream to listen to you and the wind chimes in your tent. It's not a tent, it's a Bijou marquee, so we're assured. That's what it said on the box. Next ball is played again out to Slater at mid-wicket. This time they don't get a run. End of the over. Steve ended his communication by saying, I think this will be a tougher game, and I have to agree with you, Steve. 13 though after 3 overs. The Rapids 10 from an elongated first over. Since then, Notts have not only dried up the runs a little bit, they've picked up the wicket of Isaac Mohammed. James Hayes made his first-class debut on loan for Sussex earlier this season. Still waiting for that same opportunity with Notts, but I've seen him feature in this competition before. He's injured last summer, had a good run in this competition 2 years ago. Oh, this has drifted away from him down the leg side. It's good from Tom Moores, tumbling away to his left, tumbling Tom, and there's a wide called. Essex have lost a wicket at Southampton. They are 10 for 1 there in the early stages. Matt Critchley has been dismissed by Kyle Abbott. It's actually caught by the India A player. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. You may remember in the recent county championship game down there, Tilak Varma got a big 100. Well, Critchley was caught. Tilak Varma bowled Kyle Abbott, so a little show of strength about the Hampshire side, who of course host Notts in a week or two's time. Somebody wandering at the far end, fairly wide of the sight screen, but just slightly holding play up as Hayes comes in to Rob Jones. Gets solidly behind it and defends. There's one match in Group B, the other match, the other group today, and it's down at Arundel, where Sussex don't play often enough, but they're hosting Kent today, and it's Kent who are batting. They are 27 for 1. Two former Notts players at the crease at the moment in Ben Compton and Joey Everson, but Jaden Denley has been dismissed by Finn Hudson-Prentice. 27 for 1 down there in the other group. Short-ish delivery, just short of a length from Hayes, worked into the offside, and there's no run. Periodically we'll keep you up to speed with what's happening elsewhere. Andrew Parker said is here today with his thermals on. Mark Muggerseth enjoying the coverage from your tent, Dave. It's not a tent, it's a Bijou marquee. Keep up the commentary and come on, Notts. Steve says the sound quality is much better now. Thank you, producer Kirsty, who's now got her own fan club, I understand. This has pushed a backward point. Wandering around the ground this morning with producer Kirsty. Lots of people queuing to have a little word with our leader, who hopefully has got the pizza orders sorted out. Most popular place on the ground, the wood-fired pizzas for the interval, which should be around about 2:30. Till then, it's me and whichever guests we can rope in to have a little bit of a chat. Hayes bowls and Rob Jones defends. We've already had a surprise encounter with Asiba Mead and Brett Hutton since the game started. That doesn't happen very often at Trent Bridge. They don't pop in during the first over of the game very often. T says the Dalek's gone. Sounds more human-like. Thank you, T. Morning to everybody joining us as we work through the week to build towards the weekend. This is defended by Rob Jones. It's been a good over this from James Hayes, who was wide to begin with, but just built on his fine first over, and it's 14 for 1 after 4 overs. A reminder, this 50 overs aside, the bowlers can bowl a maximum of 10 overs. Very often you see most sides have 6 or 7 overs at their 6 or 7 bowlers at their disposal. There's maybe only 1 or 2 will generally bowl the full allocation. Scheduled to take 3.5 hours. The interval is earmarked to be 2:30 till 3, and then we go from 3 till 6:30. Here's Brett Hutton, and again to Dolly Vera. Still got the 2 slips in there as he pushes this into the offside, and there's no run. Always nice to catch up with our friends from New Road. This has been a keenly fought contest since the dawn of time. The very first meeting in one-day cricket was back in 1966 as Hutton bowls. Again, it just gets a little big on Brett D'Oliveira, who runs it to point. 67 previous meetings, the first at New Road back in 1966 in the old Gillette Cup. Worcestershire winning a low-scoring epic by 19 runs. Man of the match was Ron Headley. Remember him, the son of George, the West Indies opening bat. He made 64. And D'Oliveira can't get this away, and oh crikey, and there's a misfield there. To you, to me, to you, to me. That really was a another run that Notts have gifted, and Daniel Sams ran in from extra cover, and he knew Joe Pocklington was somewhere behind him. Pocklington was at point, and I think he thought that Pocklington was covering him, and he wasn't, so they got a single, and the 2 touch hands literally a touching moment between the two of them as they sort it all out. Single to D'Oliveira, and now a little push and run by Jones. In comes a Mead, underarms towards the stumps, actually hits the pads of the scuttling Jones, and another single is taken. Been tough going thus far for the normally free scoring Worcestershire top order. These sides haven't actually met in one-day cricket, such as the vagaries of the competition and the nature of it at the moment, since 2019, meeting at New Road as Hutton bowls again. D'Oliveira trying to dance down the track, can only play it back to the bowler. That meeting at New Road in 2019 was Lyndon James' List A debut. Of course, he's featuring today for Notts, got 3 wickets late on in the win over Essex. Jake Libby was playing for Notts then and actually got a first ball. Charlie Morris got him out first ball. That was a match done and dusted fairly quickly as Hutton bowls again. LBW shout, asking umpire Warren, and not getting anything, but another good attacking over by Brett Hutton, who's overcome his dislike of running uphill into the wind and has delivered 3 pretty decent overs so far. 16 for 1, the Rapids, after 5 overs put in by Asiba Mead. The last meeting was done very quickly. Notts bowled out for 121 in 32 overs, and Worcestershire raced to their target in 25 overs. Overall, Worcestershire 32 wins, Notts 28 wins. 6 matches rained off. Here's James Hayes bowling, just drifting onto the pads of Rob Jones. Tucks it down to long leg. There's a single. There's actually a tie between the two sides in 1983 at Hereford, where both sides scored 195, and not out for Worcestershire at the end was one certain Peter Moore's 10 not out. Don't know whose call it was. Love more details on that one. But Paul Pridgeon run out last ball of the match to ensure it was a tie. This one's turned away by D'Oliveira for a single from the bowling of James Hayes. Peter Moore's 10 not out. Paul Pridgeon run out from the last ball of the match. 195 apiece. It was a fairly recent tie at New Road between these sides in the Blast. 2021 was it, when competition started. Notts were defending champions. It would have been 2021. Hayes, again, it's drifted down the leg side. He got his wicket with a bit of a leg side strangle, but Rob Jones didn't get anything on this. Worcestershire have never been here before, but the first time I saw them play Notts in a one-day game was at a Nottinghamshire outground at Elm Avenue, Newark, way back in 1971. Garfield Sobers, 100 not out, his only one-day 100. This ball pushed back past the bowler by Jones, and again they've pinched a single that maybe shouldn't have been there. They've seemingly decided just to try and scamper a few singles here, try and rotate the strike, try and just break the shackles a little bit in this over. Yeah, splendid century from Gary Sobers at Newark back in 1971. Hayes past the umpire with a sharp bouncer that goes through to Moores. Like that from James Hayes. Very good indeed. The Rapids 20 for 1, but there'll be at least a couple. In fact, Hamid has given Up the chase on that one straight away. That was a lovely clean shot through the offside by D'Oliveira. Just a little short and wide from James Hayes and tucked away for 4. Here comes Hayes again. More importantly, here comes producer Aaron with the tees. So this is eased into the offside, fielded by the not skipper. They'll only get a single this time. So better over for the Rapids. 9 from it in all. They are 25 for 1 after 6. Thank you, producer Aaron, for the brew. We're sorted out. We've got cups of tea. We've been and handed over several banknotes into the cake tent this morning, so we're all lined up for later in the day, and we've got the pizza order in as well, so life couldn't be any more splendid in our home away from home, our field in the middle of Nottinghamshire. At 6 overs, Hutton to bowl the 7th into Dolly, who defends. Doing obviously a little bit of a look at past matches between these two sides. 1968, how nonsensical is this? But that's how things were back in those days. 1968, second round draw in the Gillette Cup. New Road, Worcestershire will host Nottinghamshire. I'll come back to that in a second. Next ball on its way, and it's a little push up to Mead at mid-on. So 1968 at New Road, the teams convened for a Gillette Cup match on the Wednesday. It rained all day. They convened, this is in the middle of May, they convened on the Thursday. It rained all day. They turned up on the Friday, the 3rd day, and it still rained all day. So obviously you'll be well aware, we're just I think waiting for a helmet to come on, because Tom Moores has sensed and clearly can see that Brett D'Oliveira is batting outside his crease, so he's going to try and put a little bit of pressure on D'Oliveira by standing up. So 3 consecutive days of rain in that Gillette Cup tie in 1968. Hutton to bowl in 2025 to D'Oliveira, who turns it on the leg side. Now both sides had county championship matches on the Saturday, so they had to knock it on the head after 3 days of watching it rain at New Road. And this was in the middle of the May, and they reconvened at New Road a month later, the 18th of June, and Notts won by 48 runs. Garfield Sobers again having time of his life against Worcestershire, made 95 not out and took 4 for 15 to win the Man of the Match award. But extraordinary stuff, almost timeless cricket as D'Oliveira pushes this into the offside. Of course, over the years that's all changed. There's been initially I think one spare day and then either a bowl out or a toss of a coin, and then of course Duckworth Lewis later came to the fore. But in those days it was, we'll make it up as we go along, and we'll see if we can get a game in before Friday, and if we can't we'll rearrange it. Hutton bowls whipped away to leg by D'Oliveira for a single. Just joining us and wondering about the Notts over rate. We had a lengthy stoppage in the first over when the ball was lost. Didn't ever find out actually where it was found, but Rob Lord and Daniel Sams were looking under all the tarpaulins and the covers behind us, and Brett Hutton, the bowler, and Nasiba Mead, the captain, popped in the tent to say hello. Hutton bowls, good delivery, really good ball to Rob Jones, beats him on the outside as it goes through to Moores, and Brett Hutton comes back in style for Notts, just 1 from that over. 26 for 1 after 7. Breton's 4 overs, none for 14 after an opening over that went for 10. James Hayes 3 overs, 1 for 11. He got the wicket of Isaac Mohammed in his opening over. It's still blustery. There's no getting away from the fact, and as I say, it's blowing towards our Bijou commentary marquee today, whereas the other day it was whipping round us, so we were relatively warm. Here's Hayes in, nice and full and clipped away through the leg side by D'Oliveira, and that will run away to the boundary boards at square leg for 4 runs. And the Rapids are up to 30, and D'Oliveira has his second boundary. Nice looking shot. Those of you on social media will have seen that I popped a photo of a ladder which has appeared this morning in our Bijou commentary marquee. Got a ladder up to the ceiling. I wonder if they were putting air conditioning in as Hayes bowls. Oh, now then, this one's whipped away. Again, just shy of the ropes, I think, at square leg. Last one was hit away with conviction. This one even more emphatically. So back-to-back boundaries through square leg. A lovely shot. But the ladder is clearly doing a good job because it's offering a, whatever the right word is, a little bit of ballast. It's supporting the structure inside the marquee, the framework, and stopping it blowing about a little bit, so it's not quite as noisy in here today. It doesn't sound like a rickety old steam engine on the track. Just a 53-year-old says, "Is that a stairway to heaven you've got in there, Dave?" Very good indeed. Again, we've had to wait for the ball to be relocated. Down at Arundel in the other group, Kent have lost the wicket of Ben Compton. They're 43 for 2, playing against Sussex. Hayes bowls, and another one down the leg side, tickled away, and that will go for 3 in a row. Wagon wheel for this particular over isn't going to reflect too kindly on young James, bowling with plenty of pace, plenty of life in this wicket for the quick bowlers, plenty of bounce. It's rock hard. But 2 boundaries through square leg and then 1 tickle down to fine leg. Just not quite got his line right in this over. There's any number of suggestions coming in from some of the Notts fielders, and this one's pushed again on the onside, but just up to mid-on, fielded by Hamid. So 13 from the last 4 balls. First time I went to New Road was for a Gillette Cup match between these two sides that was also rain affected. Went on a coach from Trent Bridge, supporters coach. So we went around Birmingham. We could see the rain against the windscreen. This is run down to Rob Lord at third man. So started late, and in those days he didn't reduce the overs. He didn't look at, say, a 6:30 or a 7 o'clock finish. So right, we'll lop off a number of overs and make it 40 or 35 overs a side or whatever it was. They still tried to get the 60 over a side game in. Of course they couldn't, and we all went back with Notts in a little bit of trouble at the end of the day. Knocker White and Sobers again were at the crease. So this is chip back to Hayes, caught and bowled. And James Hayes has had a pounding from D'Oliveira in this over, but gets the ultimate revenge by getting rid of Dolly, caught and bowled. Just chipping it straight back, and a good low catch, and crikey, there'll be a sigh of relief there in the Notts camp, because D'Oliveira was striking it nicely. He took 3 boundaries in this over, and Notts get their second wicket, and the Rapids are 40 for 2. D'Oliveira out for 22, caught and bowled by James Hayes. There is Jake Libby. On his way out to the middle. Can't believe young Jake, as I still think of him, he's now 32 years of age. What a servant he's been, both for Nottinghamshire cricket and indeed Worcestershire, where he's now actually played more matches. Skipper today. Somebody parking where they shouldn't. Don't think it was me on this occasion. We're through 8 overs. That's really important strike by Hayes. Rob Jones drives this down the ground. Good work by Rob Lord, and Brett Hutton's down on the ground here. Can only presume he lost his footing. He's still down there. Big man, a bear of a man, Brett Hutton. Just hope he's okay. Just being helped back to his feet. Thankfully, I can see 1 or 2 smiles out there. So let's hope he's okay. Just lost his footing and sharing a bit of a joke with Asiba Mead as he makes his way back to the end of his mark. 41 for 2. So Libby on strike. Right-hander, of course, Jake Libby. Hails from Plymouth. First ball angling down the leg side. Did it strike the pad? Let's have a little look at our umpire. No, some bat involved, so Jake Libby's underway with his first single. Isaac Mohammed out for 8. Brett D'Oliveira out for 22. Hutton to bowl to Rob Jones. Little drop and run up to Mead again, and not skipper unable to pick the ball up cleanly. Hutton to Libby, played with an open face. Libby runs it down to third for a single. Worcestershire's highest score across all those one-day games against Notts was in 2009 at Trent Bridge, when they rattled up 286 for 3 to win the game. It was a game that has certainly taken on a life of its own over the years, because it was televised, and really it was the introduction of Alex Hales to a lot of people's TV screens, and indeed the members at Trent Bridge. LBW shout here asking, big shout given, and Rob Jones goes and Brett Hutton gets 1. Hutton a fine record at Welbeck, and that continues with the wicket of Rob Jones just caught on the crease. LBW to Brett Hutton, and Notts have picked up 3 wickets in the power play, and the Rapids are 44 for 3. Was very, very confident shout from Brett Hutton. Warren had a good look at it, and then when it seemed as if the moment had passed, raised his finger. .44 for 3. Notts have had a very good few minutes here. Rob Jones only made 7, faced 17 deliveries as well. Looked like he was just trying to play himself in for a long day out there in the middle. And Notts have picked up 2 wickets in the space of 6 deliveries here. There's 1 ball left in the over. New man is Cash Ali, product of the South Asian Cricket Academy. Highly thought of player. Does have a century in this format. This is just his 14th game. Best of 114. Notts chipping away. Some very fine players still to come. That way, Ethan Brooks, Henry Cullen, the wicketkeeper, Fatty Singh, Adam Finch and Khurram Shahzad. But Notts would have taken this in the 9th over, I'm sure. 44 for 3. Hutton to bowl to Kashif Ali, who keeps out his first ball successfully. And that's the end of the 9th over. Just 4 runs from it. The Notts attack is heavily seam-led with Rob Lord, the Australian left-arm quick, Daniel Sams and Lyndon James, and also the slow left-arm spinner Joe Pocklington, who had such a fine debut on Tuesday, getting 3 wickets. Notts just being encouraged, I think, out there to get on with things. There's a lot of chat going on about the way forward. Going to continue with Hayes, and worked away through the leg side. And that'll go away for 4 runs. It's a bit of a gift for Jake Libby, really. Batsman of his standing isn't going to miss out on those. Certainly later in the day, Notts will be looking for top order runs. 1 to 5 were blown away quite effectively and cheaply by Essex on Tuesday. 41 for 4, with Jamie Porter getting all of the first 4 wickets, and a wicket for Matt Critchley, removing Lyndon James, and from 74 for 5. I think Notts were huge underdogs, but Tom Moores was dropped on 21 and then on 100. Played magnificently, scoring 148, putting 137 on with Daniel Sams. Here's Hayes in once more, and again whipped away down the leg side. Fielder away to our left. A single. I know there's a fielder down to my left, but I can't see him. The flap of the tent precludes me from looking down to long leg. See Lyndon James at mid-wicket, just doing a little bit of a warm-up. Wonder if he's got the nod to take over the Hutton role. Running into the breeze. There's Hayes in again. This one's helped into the offside. And there is Daniel Sams, who's got as strong a throw as a cricket ball as anybody I think I've just about ever seen. Doesn't necessarily need it in there saving 1, but you see him fire it in from the boundary edges. You understand what I mean. A great throw on him. Mohammed made 8, Oliveira 22, Jones 7 as Hayes comes in and bowls to Kashif Ali. Will cut this through point and get off the mark with his first run. So 50 up, We're in the 10th over. Notts will certainly feel that the morning thus far has gone in their favour. Won the toss, opted to bowl first, and have knocked over 1, 2 and 3. This ball is run by Libby down to third to Rob Lord. And that's the end of the over. 51 for 3 after 10 overs, so very good power play for Notts. Brett Hutton 5 overs, 1 for 18. James Hayes 5 overs, 2 for 32. And it's not going to be a change just yet. Brett Hutton is going to continue. Morning to Mark the Mod, and Nigel King and PJ. Lots of others getting in touch this morning. Watching on from afar. Essex going well at Southampton. They are 71 for 2. Robin Dass is 33 not out. Tom Wesley 38. They both got good starts against Notts and then fell in quick succession. Here's Hutton here to bowl to Libby. Again, wristily whips this to leg, and a simple jog down to the leg side. Libby will have played here for Notts in plenty of second 11 matches, but didn't feature in any of the first team games that were played here during his time at the club. Notts have been playing here since 2015. I think we established the other day that was the 16th fixture played here. Ought to be on the same wavelength, Hutton and Hamid about their field, and Brett Hutton bowling, and this is edged between first and second slip. Is it going to run down to the ropes? Not quite. Sammy Citron's there, literally, well, almost literally, not quite, but almost literally in the next field to where I am. It's a long, long way away from me at third, and they come back for 2. Those of you following from the West Country, this ground's in North Nottinghamshire, not too far from Mansfield. This is wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. Its initial shoots were with one of the local villages, Welbeck, and the Welbeck Colliery Cricket Club. Of course, it was like a lot of collieries back in the day. The sports ground was effectively part of the mining empire and funded as such, but once the mines closed, once the collieries closed, so too did a lot of the other facilities. This one past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Welbeck Colliery, one of the stronger lights in Nottinghamshire club cricket for many years, needed a new home when they had the bad news that the club ground they used would need to be sold and redeveloped. They needed to look elsewhere. Benefactor John Fretwell, pretty much I understand, said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll sort out some land," and the rest, as they say, is history, as this is pushed back to the bowler. John Fretwell sourced this area of land and became a huge benefactor for the club, which also has football pitches and bowling greens. I think there's facilities for hockey and one or two other sports. I think there's tennis. Are there tennis courts here, Kirst? Producer Kirst?
I've not seen them.
Yes, says producer Kirsty. Next ball is chipped onto the leg side and fielded by Hamid, running to his right. She actually said she's not seen them. I think there's tennis courts here somewhere, but they have a sprawling area that just does the job. It's magnificent, and of course there's all the indoor facilities you could wish for as well. End of that over. And it's 55 for 3 after 11. The function room's massive. When Notts were here in 2019 for a county championship game, which ultimately was pretty much washed out every day. They've got Phil Tufnell as a guest speaker. A lot of people coming up from Southampton in and around the local area, a lot of the local club volunteers and the stewards that were here, and a lot of people involved in that cricket match. It was great entertainment. Phil Tufnell as a guest speaker, comedian on as well, and a bit of a disco afterwards. But they regularly have established names. The after dinner circuit are always here as a means of helping to swell and to fund the Welbeck Cricket Club as it is now. Was very early on earmarked by Notts as a potential outground that they could use when they saw there was a new development here. Here's Lyndon James into the attack from the far end. LBW shout against Cash Alley is stunted almost at its inception. Lyndon bowling with the wind from the far end, the spy and cop end as it's known. Come back to that in a wee while. The first ball is a dot ball ultimately. So there's a function room here, bar area, changing rooms and facilities as you'd expect, and Notts very much in from the start, suggesting that the facilities could be this is played into the offside, could also be suited to match their needs. Second 11 cricket started in the first decade of this century, soon after the ground was opened, following, as I say, the closure of the old Welbeck Colliery, of which the French family were leading lights. Charlie French, great club bowler. Charlie French, cricket bats you may have heard of, went into that business. This is pushed into the off end and no run. And I'm commentating from the Charlie French end here. Charlie, brother of Bruce French, and to bring it more up to speed, of course the Frenches were uncles of Jake Ball, now of Somerset, but of course a lengthy and successful career with Nottinghamshire in England for Jake Ball. So again, obviously preaching to the converted, the Nottinghamshire supporters listening, but for you Worcestershire fans, that's how we've pretty much ended up here. As James bowls to Cash Alley and turns it on the leg side. Now I mentioned that the far end is called the spy and cop end. That's one of the villages. You'll have people tell you, well, spy and cops in that neck of the woods, as they say around here. Another little village, Suckhome. There's Church Warsop and Market Warsop. Mansfield Woodhouse not too far away, and also the town of Mansfield. So we are almost literally in a field in the middle of nowhere. It was a field 20 years or so ago as this was pushed into the offside. Producer Kirsty's, don't get me wrong folks when I say this, snuggling up next to me. I don't know if she's trying to keep me warm or I'm trying to keep her warm, but have you come with a view to picking up the headphones, Producer Kirsty? 5 to 12 here on a Thursday. Generally when you pop in alongside me, it's because I've done something wrong. Am I in trouble again?
Not just yet, Dave.
Here's Lyndon James in to bowl, and this is cut away to backward point, and there'll be a single. Worcestershire put into bat and move on to 56 for 3. I would imagine today has been an absolute doozy for Producer Kirsty and Producer Aaron, because you set everything up on Tuesday. You got one game out of the way, so it's just simple. Just, have a nice full English breakfast, make your way in at 9 o'clock today, and everything works.
This is where I wish we had commentator Cam, because you would see how much I'm shaking my head right now. No, we were on site for 7:30 this morning, unloading, setting up again.
Because You're in a field in the middle of nowhere.
Because we're in a field in the middle of nowhere.
And you didn't want to leave all your quite expensive equipment.
Exactly. In the interests of my insurance policy, I decided to take everything home.
Fill that claim in. Was it safeguarded overnight? Hutton continuing, bowls a good delivery past the outside edge through to the keeper. Knott's just taking a leaf out of the Essex book here. Essex had success with Jamie Porter bowling his 10 straight through. He got 4 wickets, and Knott's looking to keep Brett Hutton going for as long as his engine will allow him to. So what technical difficulties have you had this morning?
Technical difficulties? Do you know what? Today wasn't too bad. I'll just
there you go.
I'll let Brett run in, and then I'll give you the goss.
So there's Brett running away from us. Number 16 kicks the legs up. This one kept a whisker low, didn't it? It's played to Mead at mid-on.
So our biggest technical difficulty today was obviously we are in the middle of nowhere in a field. We've got winches either end of the ground behind the side screens which are providing the wicket camera view, and they are very, very sensitive. We wind them up like we're on a hand bike at the gym, but you can get them just a tad off, which means that the wicket's either very left or very right on the screen. So I'll tell you what Aaron was doing in a second.
That's Hutton. Balls again to Cash Ali, pushes it out onto the offside. Libby nearly committed too far then. He was backing up a long way down, was sent back. But we're playing on the same strip as the other day. Surely you've got to do just the same as you did the other day.
We did, but that means taking, because we're in a field in the middle of nowhere, we had to take the cameras down, so the position changes. So poor producer Aaron this morning was winding them up, winding them down with directions as to go a bit left, go a bit right. But we think we've sort of sorted it now, and hopefully everybody's happy. And I've come on comms deliberately just because at some point during the cricket commentating, I want to say it's gone down the leg side.
That's Hutton. Oh, and charged down the track from Cash Ali. Didn't get anything on. Well, you by all means dip in and say that whenever you want, if that's on your bucket list.
It will undoubtedly be wrong though, Dave.
Do you know the difference between the leg side and the offside?
I do, mainly because every now and then
that sounded patronising, didn't it? And I only said that because I know you and you know me. And,
exactly, don't worry Dave, I didn't take it personally.
Midday as Brett Hutton comes in outside the line, and it's pushed back to him. And do you know the difference between the offside and the offside?
That's an in-joke though, Dave, and a lot of our viewers will not understand the humour behind that one, but just because you and producer Aaron have beef on X these days... Two Fs
in off. He switches the light off before he goes to bed at night. It's Hutton. You jump in if it goes down the leg side. It didn't. Cut away, nice looking shot. Out to the point boundary, fielded by Joe Pockington. I think we mentioned him today. What a debut he had. God, young and all his life ahead of him, and made his Nottinghamshire debut on Tuesday and had a great time.
He was amazing to watch. Absolutely amazing.
It was.
And I know there were a few people here to see his, as in close people to him, to see his debut. And
there were, or you hope there were?
No, I think there were, from what I've been told. And he just looked so assured, actually.
He did. He did. I'm sure today we'll have one or two people mentioning that they're missing the background sounds here.
Let's not say this out loud, Dave.
You've done very well to stop our Bijou Marquis swaying around in the breeze and making all those creaky noises as Lyndon James bowls to Cash Ali, who turns it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. This is magnificent. The steps that the ground authorities have gone to prevent our marquee swaying around in the breeze have no limits, do they? That's tremendous.
Things have been tied and wedged within an inch of their life, to be honest, Dave. But it did sound like we were on a rickety train or a seafarer the other day, so we've tried to make it a little bit more friendly on the ears.
Well, we've got a ladder. That's Lyndon James bowls, and again Ali nudges this to mid-off. And there's no run. Let's just have a little look, producer Kirsty. Cash Ali is now 6 from 21 deliveries. Doesn't matter if he catches up later on, but the fatal thing, as you will very well know, is if you soak up too many deliveries and then don't go on, get yourself out, and somebody else has got to start again and do the work. There's Lyndon James from the spine cop end, bowls, and this is chopped into the offside, so 6 from 22. So on your bucket list is, you'd like to say the phrase, it's gone down the leg side. I don't know why that's on the bucket list, but what else is on producer Kirsty's bucket list?
Oh, are we just talking cricket?
No. As you will know, if I've got to talk from now until 7 o'clock, we may well veer away from cricket from time to time.
Cheese and beetroot sandwiches?
No, we don't do beetroot. We don't do beetroot. Anything else on the bucket list?
There's lots, Dave, but I'm always in a cricket field.
In your young life, have you achieved everything that you already want to achieve? That's the thing. It's producer Kirsty. No, it's not. It's Lyndon James coming into bowl. Nudged up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Trust me, I do not bowl like that.
No, nor does your brother. I've seen him trying to bowl his daughter out unsuccessfully as well. 57 for 3. Weather-wise, it's starting to look a little threatening.
For me, it's the light. It's a lot darker today than it was on Tuesday. I think, obviously, we've got rid of a lot of the sounds off the tent, but the wind is still really strong and it's coming towards us today.
Lyndon James bowls, and this is eased into the offside. Yes, they've got most things here, but no floodlights.
No, and it's the simple things like looking left and seeing the scoreboard illumination, actually. It's popped a little bit more, if that makes sense.
It's a pizza order in.
It's in. 2:30 pick up, don't worry. I've got you covered.
Life is good. Lyndon James joining the dots up here in this over. Kashif Ali almost with a hint of desperation. Well, that's great work from Hamid. He's obviously got home and judged it nicely, but it almost looked like, well, we're running this time, whatever, and he dropped it on the leg side almost straight to Hamid, who underarmed it and took out the middle stump. Kashif Ali got down the other end. It's good for him that he's got a single. He's prevented Maiden being bowled there, but he's back on strike again. He's too good a player to just be nudging and nurdling around and not getting the ball off the square. But he'll be on strike. 58 for 3 at the end of the over. The umpires are on their walkie-talkies. Are you on that system? You've got a walkie-talkie. Are you on the same walkie-talkie as the umpires?
Unfortunately not.
Well, that's
but I
careless.
do know a man who is.
I was going to say that's careless. He could have eavesdropped. Do you think they were saying, can we put the floodlights on, please?
Floodlights on, please, yeah.
It's getting a little gloomy.
It's just quite heavy cloud cover, isn't it?
Certainly 100 times better than it was the other day, as Hutton comes in once more to bowl. And Cash Ali will cut this down to Sammy Seacherin, who's in the next field. And he throws it back, just a single. Playing for more than an hour. I think we'd had 2 rain delays by this time on Tuesday. But as you pointed out, straight away, no flies on you. You spotted straight away. The wind's blowing in the other direction, Dave, you said. It's not coming into our tent today.
I'm not going to take the credit for that, Dave, because I think you actually told me. You were hot off of it there. It isn't. I do not envy Brett at all running in against that wind.
No, they're keeping him going. I think they're going to get him bowling his allocation in one go. Ken Cash Ali drops it on the leg side. No, I beg your pardon. It's Jake Libby dropping him on the leg side. They did me this morning. They did me. Hamid and Libby stood down there in the middle. Camera phone poised, ready to take the photograph of the coin going up and coming down, and one saying tails and the other one saying we'll have a batter, have a bowl, and thinking where are they? And the toss had actually taken place by then in front of the pavilion. They did me. Brett Hutton, 1 wicket to his name so far this morning, and this is whipped through the leg side by Libby. And slight misfield out there. Is that... that's James Hayes. Just a slight fumble, and it was fatal, and he picked it up cleanly. Only been a single, but they got back for 2. Again, the umpire's just in.
Just a little chat again, wasn't
yeah.
there?
Ben Slater's going to reinforce that leg side.
My fear is if the light does dip, I think it's dipped for the day almost. It's that consistent cloud. Yeah. That's my Michael Fish for you.
Houghton in, and Libby turns it.
I work off the theory that if I say something like that, then the opposite happens. So if I say it's going to be dark and gloomy for the next 4 hours, then hopefully within half an hour, the clouds will break and the sky will be blue.
I don't know if it extends to the weather, but if you were to say Jake Libby's batting nicely and then he gets out, that's the curse of the commentator. That's the one that does flip on its head. Houghton and Hamid in close proximity of each other. Heaven knows why the not skipper has got his sunnies on his cap again, because they always go flying every time he runs.
It's a signature move.
They've had a little chat there. Nobody's moved a muscle. 62 for 3, Worcestershire. Houghton bowls hit uppishly, but hit accurately through the offside by Ali, and he's away with his first boundary. It was only a matter of time before he was able to locate the middle of that bat. That sounded good, didn't it? Lovely shot.
It did.
All that came after a lengthy bit of dialogue between Seba Mead and Brett Houghton. I'm sure it didn't include this bowling one just outside the off stump. Oh, they're going to have another chat. Mead with the fingers taped up as always.
So it's Lyndon and Samsey. There was a bit of contemplation about whether one of them was going to move, but neither did.
Neither did, no. Ali stands with the bat held menacingly aloft and then tucks it down to long leg. Tumble stop by Pockington this time on the boundary in front of the I was going to say the written press, but are there any written press in there? And a couple of runs, end of the over. 2 more to the tally, and that was a decent last couple of deliveries. It takes Worcestershire up to 68 for 3 after 15. Somebody's car's where it shouldn't be.
So I've just worked out that Pockington and Hayes are stitching us up a little bit here.
Oh, that was Hayes, yeah, beg your pardon.
Because they've both got the same sunglasses on their head.
Yeah. It's not going to be Lyndon James. It's either a buy one get one free deal, or that's the accessory to be seen in. It's Lyndon James from the spine cop end bowls, and this is again just dropped at the feet of Seba Mead and a single scampered. It's hard work, doesn't it, for the batting side at the moment, but they're recovering nicely. They were 11 for 1, 40 for 2 and 44 for 3. Have I got you for an extended period, or have you got to head off and rotate your camera troops? One more over?
I can do however long you want, Dave.
Lyndon James bowls now, and edged wide of slip. Just got a fingernail on it there. Did Jack Haynes at slip. Couldn't rail it in. It's one of those where he might just have jarred his finger. It's along the ground. I don't think it was catchable, and they only got a single. Who's on cameras today?
So we have Lewis and Jono and Lee today.
So they're out and about. They are actual human beings, and you've got
you've got double
3 more cameras.
Double Wilson today, haven't we?
Next ball on its way, and we've got one on the sight screen at the far end, one on the sight screen at this end, and one in front of our
So yeah,
Commentary, Bijou Marquee.
6 cameras today.
6 cameras.
3 manned, 3 static. So no, I can do as long as you like. I'm just not the greatest cricket chat for you, am I?
We've not done
I'll go and find
a
you
great deal of cricket chat, have we?
I'll go and find you a cricket celebrity in a minute.
Do you think there might be a cricket celebrity in a field in North Nottinghamshire this Thursday morning? Afternoon, as it is now?
We did spot McNewell earlier.
Lyndon changed bowls. This is turned to mid-wicket. And there's no run. There's producer Aaron on replays.
Bringing you one every hour.
Well, you've cunningly kept me at bay today because I haven't got a monitor, so I don't know if we're
That's
getting
my
replays
fault.
after every single ball here, or we are getting one an hour.
There you go. Apparently he's just done a replay.
I hope the viewers appreciate your work, Aaron. Lyndon James to Jake Libby. Helps this into the offside, and there's no run.
So I joke about always wanting to say down the leg side.
Yeah. Why do you want to say that?
I don't know. It's just something I've attached myself to. What's your favourite cricketing phrase?
Got him!
Obviously. You do that one with quite a lot of enthusiasm, Dave.
T says, can you just say excellent work by Kirsty and the team? We appreciate them. Go
you, T.
them. Thank you, T. Next ball is worked up to mid-off and there's no run. And Kevin Marriott, nice to see Cornwall's Jake Libby back in Notts, Dave. Wish he was still playing for us. Thank you, Kev. End of the over. End of the 16th. 70 for 3. Of course, the other phrase is... and that's all from Trent Bridge, folks. Good night.
And there we go for a post-match debrief. It'd be interesting to see how many, whether actually I do listen to you, Dave. Obviously, every single word that comes out of your mouth, I listen to.
You'll be as mad as me if you do that.
It'd be interesting to see if there's anything that you do. It does sound like you say repeatedly, actually. I don't think there is.
Don't.
Maybe the viewers can help us with that one.
No, you're all right.
Does Dave have a catchphrase?
He does.
He have
There's plenty. No, we don't.
An
need to
unknown
get...
catchphrase?
No.
Can we give you one today?
No, don't. Rachel Harrison used to play Dave Bingo. And,
That's an idea.
All the ones. Very often Jake Libby... Cornwall's Jake Libby, the pride of Devon and all that sort of stuff when I was teasing him. That would feature. But, generally the Nottinghamshire versus Worcestershire anecdotes will rear their head every time we face our friends from New Road. Here's Hutton. Keeping him going, and he's worked away. Hamid's got his work cut out to close that down and won't, and it's away for 4 runs.
I was set and ready to say, and this time his sunglasses and hat haven't come off, and then...
Oh, they always come off.
3 steps before the boundary rope. Off they come.
This is Brett's 9th over. So, I think it'd be hugely surprising if he doesn't get the full 10 in here. 8 overs, 1 for 33 of... Now with that boundary become 1 for 37. Did estimate the other day, and I'm hopeless at these things, that there'll be about 1,500 here, but I understand it was only about half of that.
On Tuesday,
the attendance estimated to be in the 700s, which is a bit of a shame. That's Houghton Bowles cut to backward point, no run.
I think the threat of showers early doors didn't do us too good, and then I think after we'd had kind of shower number 3, there were a few people that seemed to go home and watch the stream, which is obviously good that the stream's there, but it's nice to have everybody here with us as well.
Got a tractor going down the lane past the ground. Lorry stuck behind it. He'll be frustrated. I had them all this morning.
Did you?
Followed a tractor and followed a man on a bicycle and a pedestrian, and just pushed gently into the covers, and there's no run.
I did wonder why you were late this morning, Dave.
Wasn't late. Just signing a few autographs in the car park. And,
there you go. We can't all be as famous as
actually,
you, Dave.
No. I actually followed a car into the car park and deliberately parked next to that car in the car park because I knew who it was, and had a good old 5 or 10 minutes nattering to our scorer, Roger Marshall. Not seen him for a few days, and we had a good natter in the car park, and then I walked in with Roger. Working today with Sue Drinkwater as Hutton bowls to Kashi Fally, eases this square of the wicket on the offside out to Joe Pockington, who I'm sure will eventually become either Pock or Pocky, or maybe even both, because that's all you hear, isn't it? There's not been too many Joes.
No.
Pock or Pocky.
It's very confusing this year because we've got 3 Lords. Rob, myself and Aaron, and you hear Lordy and you can't help but hear Meerkat, and your ears prick up. We've adopted Rob, though. Rob's now an honorary.
Is he part of the family?
Our Lords, yeah.
Have you done the family tree and found how many steps distant he is away from you as this is pushed back to Hutton? This part of the world you could actually find Lord Luke, and it's that remote. As I say, we're in a field in the middle of several villages.
Brace, I'm going to get you to just look ahead of you and look at what's happening to the sky. I feel like it's brightening up. No, we're not going there yet, are we? I can tell that.
I think you've been lured in by something. Not lured in, lured in. Not sure. Clouds aren't as black as they were the other day, but very grey. Nice looking shot here from Jake Libby. This is a chase for the junior member of the Lord family, and they will get a single. Good work by Rob Lord.
Rob does very cheekily call Aaron Senior Lord. So if Aaron's Senior Lord, I think I must be Grandma Lord.
Well, glad we're not at Neath, where it's still raining. Glamorgan and Derbyshire, no play in that one. Both sides in Nottinghamshire's group, Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire's group. Let's go to Derby on Sunday, and then in a week or two they go down to Cardiff to play Glamorgan, and at Southampton Essex a 119 for 3 in the 20th over. They're both in this group. So that is the end of the 17th over. 77 for 3. Ali turns this onto the leg side. I think he should have been here for the first over. The first 2 balls of the match both went down the leg side.
I feel like I need to learn some new phrases, don't I? Given I've worked in cricket since 2017, I should be a bit more confident when I come and sit next to you, Dave.
Well, you might get ousted any second now with a bit of luck. I'm just wondering.
I feel like I probably need to stand to attention.
Well, there's a man who knows some cricket phrases. He invented most of them as Lyndon James bowls to Kashi Fally. Drops this on the leg side, and decent work from James Hayes underarming it towards the stumps. And there's no run. 78 for 3.
This is the man with the best sock tan in Nottinghamshire.
He's also a man who knows pretty much where we are, a man who hails from this part of the world. Hails from a field in North Nottinghamshire. The Notts head coach. I'm going to say don't miss the opportunity, producer Kirsty, to have a brief break.
That's the politest way you've ever put that.
Lyndon James bowls, and Jake Libby cuts it to backward point.
I will make way for Mr. Socktan himself.
Thanks for popping by, producer Kirsty.
I'm going to move 2 metres to your right now.
Producer Kirsty with us on Trent Bridge Live. We've not actually asked the wandering minstrel who's just fallen by our bijou commentary marquee if he'd like to have a word on air, but we've literally taken the headphones off Kirsty, pushed her out of the way, and shoved Paul Franks into her seat as Lyndon James comes into bowl. Give him a proper introduction in a moment. As this is it back, we've had a caught and bowled already, and that one just brushed the fingers of Lyndon James, and it'll be 2 runs to Cash Alley, and that'll take Worcestershire up to 81 for 3. It's the Notts head coach for this competition. We're here for the the Franks Richardson family derby. Paul Franks has dropped by. I know you're the head coach and you've got lots and lots of things to look after today, but nice of you to pop by and share a word. How do you think it's
problem,
going?
Dave. Good to see you. Okay, I thought we bowled patchily well in that first 10. I thought James striking the way he did set us off really nicely. Probably 10 or 15 more than we would have liked ideally at the minute. That can soon change.
Slight hold up at the far end. I don't know how much. Well, you would know lots more about Isaac Mohammed than I would, but sort of warned he's exciting to watch. He'll crash boundaries here, there, and everywhere, and then get out. And so it's played by Kashif Ali down towards deep third and out of the reach of Rob Lord and away for 4. That's what I was told before the Blast game, and he did get a flashy 20-30 and got out. Today 2 boundaries in the first over and then nicked one down the leg side.
Yeah, talented boy, obviously clean ball striker. We've seen most of the footage we've got of him so far is second 11 and bits of Blast, so he obviously came more to the fore during the Blast. I wouldn't say a nick down the leg side, Dave. I'd give credit to the bowler a little bit, bounced a little bit, caught the glove, and the rest was history.
This one's pushed back to
but that's the bowler. That's the bowler in me, Dave.
Well, it went down the leg side and he nicked it.
Okay, all right then. That's the batter in you. That's the batter in you, then, is it?
He walked. Anyway,
yes, he did.
There was no
fair play to him.
There was no debating the issue. We're going to get a bowling change. That's immediately after Brace Girdle said, pretty sure Brett Hutton will bowl through now and do a Jamie Porter. So Brett's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 40. He actually popped into the tent during his first over, actually, while you were looking for the ball, and said he at that stage he'd drawn the short straw, bowling from this end into the wind. But that's a pretty good return from him. 9 overs, 1 for 40. Yeah,
pretty good. I thought he looked a little bit slow to start by his normal high standards. A couple of boundaries in that first over, and then after that he settled in really nicely and looked threatening. That's his sort of role and responsibility within this bowling attack as the senior man, just to try and create as much pressure as he can.
Rob Lord, I thought, was very much part of the duo that bowled in tandem just to wrestle the initiative back for Notts on Tuesday after Essex had put 100 on for 1 wicket. Rob Lord from this end, Joe Pockington from the other, just put the brakes on and got 5 wickets between them. He's 6 in the end, but 5 in that little spell where they bowled in tandem. This is first ball defended, and Rob Lord will do his own fielding. Been frustrating season, I guess, for Rob Lord, in that he just dipped his toe into 1 county championship match and has had to wait for further opportunities in the first team. Tall man, hits the deck hard, gets it down the other end. Plenty of pace. This one's worked away behind square. Down to Hayes, and there's a single. Identified that Hayes and Pocklington have got the same sunglasses on. They've obviously had a buy one get one free.
Right. Are you going with the ID of all the players, Dave? You're pretty familiar with all them, other than Hazy and Pockers? Everybody else looks.
Oh, I'm all right with Notts.
Yeah, good. The Oppo, not so much.
No, don't worry. It's football at this stage of the season, Paul, that gets you. All right with me, cricket. Sammy King's on the field as well as a sub. No doubt Brett's gone for a comfort break. Next one's pushed into the offside. And there's no run. I've given for our Worcestershire viewers a little bit of a backstory about the John Fretwell Centre and how it all came from Welbeck Colliery Cricket Club and the mines closing in this part of the world, and the very successful local club having to lose their ground to developers, and the benefactor John Fretwell finding this area of land. And it's been, pretty much a good thing for Nottinghamshire in that they were in at the start of it and helped, I'm sure, with the plans and the development here and told them what they wanted. And you'll have been very much with the club and part of the coaching setup as second 11 cricket came here before the first 11 came in 2015.
Absolutely, and it's always been a place where we've been made to feel really welcome. That's been no different this week.
Lord to Kashif works this to mid-wicket. Jack Haynes, who took 3 catches on Tuesday, just shepherds the ball all the way out to Slater, and they get a single.
And it's certainly going from strength to strength. Craig, the groundsman, has worked really hard to get us the pitches we've asked for. He's worked hard with Steve. Obviously, Steve Burks, our head groundsman, has been in contact with him over an extended period. Guy, one of our assistant groundsmen, and the rest of his staff have been up here for a little while now, trying to help get the ground in as good a condition as possible, and I think they've done a really good job.
Here to that as Lord digs one in just short of a length, pulled out to Slater, deep square, he's almost sat on the benches in front of the changing room facilities, a long way out there, Ben Slater. End of the first over from Rob Lord, easing into his work with 3 from that over. 88 for 3, Worcestershire losing Isaac Mohammed for 8, Brett D'Oliveira 22 and Rob Jones for 7. Were you... Come on, it's me, Paul. You can tell me the truth. Were you lured in a little bit by the Worcestershire 11 that played on Tuesday at Hereford? I was. I've done all my homework on all the names. Henry Hawes and Harry Darley and Yadvinder Singh and Dan Latigan. Know everything there is to know about those guys. Yeah, good. Well done, you. That's as I expect, Dave. Well read on everything. Linda James bowls and Libby cuts it to backward point. But this is a strong-looking Worcestershire side. It is. It's a very good team. Obviously, you mentioned before, head coached by my brother-in-law and a team we respect for what they're about and how they go about their business. They look good in this format, and it's certainly it's not lost on us the sort of height of the challenge for the day, if you like. It feels like a strong game to back up against after having played well against Essex the other day. And James, first 4 overs went for 12. He's in his 5th now. Libby squared up a little bit, shot along the ground, fielded by Haynes. There's no run. I should have started actually by saying congratulations on starting off the campaign with a win. Personally, that must have felt great. It did. Not about 25 past 12, Dave. No, I'll be honest. Well, they were. I'll be straight up with you. 25 past 12. I was thinking this might not last much longer. I think. I agree with you. I think there were moments in each innings where it changed dramatically as this is whipped away on the leg side. Tom Moore's getting dropped on 21. As I say, he came to the crease at 41 for 4, and then it was 74 for 5. Had Tom gone then, Essex might have been chasing less than 150, but it was a magnificent partnership between Moores and Sams. And then in the other innings, they were 120 for 1, was it 101 for 1? I thought whilst Wesley's there and going like this, they're going to make a fairly swift job of chasing down 280. But I think that Lord and Pockington, it's almost like a latter day or like a modern day Mulaney and Patel drying it up. Yeah, I agree. I think it felt like it was always going to be quite hard work in the first half of the first team batting's innings the other day, if that makes sense. And that played out how we expected it. I mean, to lose 4 wickets as cheaply as we did to Jamie Porter bowled a good spell. Let's not shy away from that. And there were a couple of really, really good balls in there. So, we sort of had to take our medicine. I was really impressed with how the dressing room handled that. Actually, it would have been easy to get a bit twitchy and then start to second guess ourselves and try and do things we're not good at. But obviously the key innings in all of that was Tom's. Then the Jays bowls. This is worked away on the leg side, fielded by the not skipper. It's been incredible, and it's been a joy to watch Tom batting this year in the blast. He got you over the line 2 or 3 times, but even when he didn't, he's played nicely. He had a cracking average. We knew he was always going to get a high strike rate in the blast, but to come out and take command of the situation like he did on Tuesday and deliver, I mean, it was a magnificent performance, highest score on this ground in List A cricket and his highest score in senior cricket. It's a fabulous knock. Yeah, I agree, Dave. I think his batting seems to have gone up another gear this year. I think he's
he's without doubt worked as hard as anybody. Obviously, only playing white ball cricket now allows him the freedom to concentrate on certain things that are different to playing red ball cricket. We know that. He seems really happy. You know, he seems really happy with where he's at, what he's all about. One of my responsibilities is definitely to give him the freedom to play at his best in this competition. He gives us a point of difference batting in the position he bats. And I thought we saw the best of him the other day, and if we start to see more of that in this competition, we could go a long way.
90 for 3 after the first 20 overs. Even I can just about do the old Rachel Riley's on that one. This one's gone straight up in the air. Now then, a catching opportunity. Sam Seacharan comes in from the fence, and it falls somewhere between Tom Moores and the fielder. And they're going to run 3. No, they're not. They're going to settle for 2. Just needed that little bit of luck there. Where was the Welbeck breeze to blow that down towards third man?
Yeah, I think it was into the breeze a little bit, and it stalled. You sort of see it goes up to the top of its flight, and it sort of hits that wall of wind that you're talking about, and it just dropped out the sky. And I think Sam initially thought that ball was probably landing 10 or 15 yards closer to him, and he ends up in a bit of a pickle with it stuck underneath it, with it bouncing over him. So, but probably, you know, it takes a serious opportunity there to take that catch.
Rob Lord nearly manufacturing the breakthrough. Kashif defends. Just whilst I mentioned Sam down there, what sort of fella is he? I know he's a young man. He's obviously been on a little bit of a roller coaster, and he's had Matt Wood going down to monitor him over the years, and he still plays his club cricket down there in, is it Tunbridge?
Yeah.
But he got his blast debut, made a single, got his List A debut, made a single, and if you're a young batter wanting to impress, this has punched away into the offside and can't quite see. I'll take my link from the crowd's applause and from no signal from the umpire, so a good bit of work away to our left out of
Joe Pocklington.
Out of sight.
Joe Pocklington working hard there from square point. Modern day piece of fielding, Dave. Slid round in front of the hoardings, flicked it back, tidied it up, and saved 2 runs definitely.
Yeah, is Sam okay? He's not fretting over the fact that he's had 2 innings and scored
certainly not
a total of 2 runs.
He's not giving me a sign that he's fretting about anything. He seems, and what we know about him is that he's got the
bouncer dug in short there by Rob Lord.
He's got the mentality of someone who's a little bit older than him. He's mature beyond his years, if that's the right terminology. Popular within the dressing room. I think that's always good. He works hard at his game, and he's a very amiable chap. He just goes about his work. He's obviously a first-year rookie pro, so he's working his way through that. Scored a lot of runs and is deserving of his opportunity.
Was called as a wide, and this one's just slammed away by Kashif Ali over deep extra cover, 1 bounce away for 4 runs. We got to know each other a little bit the other day. I walked from Trent Bridge down to Lady Bay to the cars with him the other night after his blast debut, and had a little natter all the way down there, and telling me about he was going down to jump in the car and then drive down south, get the miles out of the way in the quiet hours, and we had a little bit of a chat about his blast debut and his hopes and whatever, and enjoyed talking to him. He's clearly somebody that's full of ambition and relishing the opportunity that Notts are giving him. Another bouncer from Rob Lord, and again it's hit up in the air. It's going to swirl around and fall between Haynes inside the circle at mid-wicket, and Ben Slater coming in from the fence in front of his family, who we'll be here in numbers again, and that's the 100 on the board for Worcestershire. 101 for 3. Just seem to have seen a little bit of a spurt. Either it's a deliberate ploy by Kashif Ali, who played out a lot of dot balls at the start of his innings, and Jake Libby, or Paul will tell me without being critical, and Notts just slightly getting it a little bit wrong, because the runs are coming free and easy at the moment, and there's another fine shot into the offside for just a single.
Yeah, I think in all honesty, Dave, one thing we do know about this surface is if you keep it tight to stump line and you can hold a really good length, it can be hard to score, and you can create some pressure that way. It feels a little bit like we've gone away from that the last 2 or 3 overs. And Kashif's a dangerous batter in that aspect. I think one of the things we do know is he likes to take on the short ball. You want him attacking that short ball towards the pavilion there. That's a long boundary with wind blowing into. It's a hell of a hit to get it out there. Looks like Rob Lord's trying to enforce that if he can. He's had a couple fall into gaps, so on another day they go to hand and it's a different story, but he's a very dangerous player and you certainly don't want to be giving him any width.
Going to get some spin from the Spion Cop end, the Bowling Green end. Lots of other names I've heard it called, but Joe Pocklington's going to have a little bowl. A number of people the other day are asking me what might happen after the third match when Daniel Sams jumps on his plane and goes off to play in the Caribbean Premier League.
Oh, right. Okay.
Have you got plans afoot? Or will this current squad of 14 be reduced to a squad of 13, or is there the likelihood that maybe 1 or 2 players, if they don't get some cricket over the next week or so, might be allowed to play for their sides? Is that your understanding? Or is there some dramatic news about? I mean, there may well have been some dramatic news, because I know Notts were trying to sign somebody, but for visa issues, you might have had another international cricketer.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of hoops you have to jump through at different times to try and get people into different spaces and create opportunities, particularly for overseas players. It's not as straightforward as it once was. I don't think this will be reduced to a 13. I think as much as we can, we'll keep 14 in the squad every game.
Pocklington then starts 3 for, I think was it 53 the other day, something of that order. Begins with a dot ball. It's just nudged to Asib Hamid. And again and bowls. First time I've seen his eyes. Bowled in sunglasses the other day, which is nice to see. It'll be a different feel for him, won't it? He said obviously he was a little nervous, even though he played with a lot of the guys for the seconds and had been training with the firsts. Said he was still a little bit nervous to begin with the other day, as Kashif Ali will cut this out to deep point for a single, but today he's bowling off the back of a successful debut and 3 wickets. Yeah,
look, another lad who's settled really well into our dressing room. He's played quite a lot of cricket this year already for us, across the twos. I was really impressed with him when we went up to Cleethorpes, when he played for Lincolnshire against us. From that point onwards, I was keen to get him involved in the group.
This next one's turned away by Libby for a single. It's a little bit like how Calvin Harrison got his Trent Bridge gig. He pitched up for Oxford University and got 100, didn't he?
So, a lot of it's about a time and a place, isn't the right place?
Yeah. Team in a moment, and who may or may not make a guest appearance as this is pushed into the offside. Is Josh Tong out of cricket now for the rest of the season, or do we know what his plans are?
Well, my understanding is that he'll join up with his 100 team in the coming days. I think anybody who's been involved in that last Test match has probably got a few days' grace before they're expected to join their teams.
I didn't know he'd got a gig. I mean, it figures that he should have. Pocklington bowls again, and Libby turns this on the leg side, and they get a single.
But in further to your other point, Dave, I'm hopeful that as we we've got 8-9 guys now in the 100, and they're all playing for multiple different teams. If they're not getting any cricket, they'll certainly be getting phone calls from me about whether their opportunities are best with us for games here and there. Now, there are certain rules and regulations you have to meet before you can bring players in, and I'm understanding of that. So trying to fit the right jigsaw pieces in the right holes, whilst also being respectful of the guys that are doing the job here, because that's important too, Dave. That's really important to me and something I feel very strongly about. But the schedule for this is, you play 8 games in 21 days. Is back to back is full on. There's a bit of travel to be done as well. So if we can get some fresh legs in at any given time, when the likes of Ollie and maybe even Dylan potentially as well, we'd welcome them with open arms.
Meanwhile, Rob Lord has the bowling responsibilities from this end for the next over. First ball turned away on the leg side, and I guess whilst you like to see players get selected on performance, you wouldn't necessarily want somebody to come and say, Paul, Tom Moores has just been picked up by the the so-and-so Sunrisers or whoever they are.
Yeah, no, well, that's out of my control, Dave. Those little things that I can't control, well, I'll try not to.
20-1 locally. We've been playing since 11 o'clock. I think we'd had about 3 stoppages by this time on Tuesday, and had a little word with Ian Smith this morning, who works out all the Duckworth Lewis and how they have to factor in these little 5-minute stoppages and what have you. It can't be easy, but
No.
I think most of it is just punching a number into a machine and pressing a button.
Yeah, I think that's right. I was a little bit disappointed that it wasn't a little bit more generous for us the other day. I expected another 10 or 15.
Yeah.
From the position we were in, but
Lord bowls again, cut away nicely down to Seacherin. They'll come back for 2. Good running by Kashifali. Remember saying Kashifali is 6 not out from 22 balls faced. Well, he's now up to 43 from 55, so he's still behind a run a ball, but the worry, I guess, for Worcestershire was that he was going to soak up all those balls at the start of his innings and then get out, and that really is a self-defeating start to an innings. You're then back to square one if somebody else has to go out there and get your runs for you if you've soaked up that many deliveries. This is nicely played onto the leg side. Expecting maybe a little bit of crash bang wallop when the likes of Waite and Ethan Brooks come to the crease. Brooks had a very good blast game against Notts, didn't he? The former MCC young cricketer, former Warwickshire player.
he's had a good season, Dave.
Yeah.
I've been impressed by his progress. I think he's come on no end. Credit to him. It looks like he's put a lot of work in on his game. He looks a good young player now.
Rob Lord bowls again, and this is worked up to mid-on. No ball. Ooh dear. So it'll have to be re-bowled. 2 to the total, and there's the signal made by the umpire to signify that it's a free hit. Does he generally push that front line?
No, I would say no, he's one of the better ones, actually. Big lad, big feet, and you know, I think every now and then you don't get it quite right in your run up. He's pushing up against a stiff breeze, and he's probably just stretching for a little bit more gas to try and make the impact to take a wicket, and it's created the free hit.
So it's Jake Libby on strike for a free hit, and well, he's got a top edge over the top of Tom Moores, who just about got a glove to it. Let's have a look. What's the signal going to be here? Oh, it's a bye, so he didn't get a top edge on it over Tom Moores. So he might have got away with one there a little bit. That was, do you think, dug in, went over his head if it was called as a bye?
No, it looked a good height. Umpires are pretty strict on particularly the bouncer nowadays. In white ball cricket, they're very tight on what the bowlers can have and can't have.
Rob Lord's too young to remember his head coach overstepping, isn't he?
Thankfully, yes, he is.
I'm not.
No, you're
Next
not.
ball worked away on the leg side for a single. Out to Ben Slater.
Yeah, serial offender I was, Dave, unfortunately. It was never one of the better things about my bowling.
Talking the other day, it must have been, I can only think that the reason that it came up, I was talking the other day, it must have been the 25th anniversary of your England appearance, because it was 2000, and you know, there's things I can remember of the day, Chris Gale getting the Man of the Match award. He bowled a tidy last over was Stewart at the non-strikers end on 100.
Yeah,
couldn't get on strike.
No, my fault. My fault.
Why was it your fault?
Because I was on strike at the start of the last over, if you remember.
Were you run out?
I was. So I was.
So it wasn't your fault.
Well,
it was your fault you didn't get the runs.
It was my fault I didn't hit it.
Libby turns it down the ground for a single.
That was my fault. I couldn't get Alec back on strike, and then we went on to lose 3 wickets in the last over, and Alec was left on his bat handle, and we lost a game we should have won.
The thing I always remember, you feature in it, because I I was doing commentary, I think, for Crick Info. I think they did commentaries at the time as this is drilled into the offside. And slight misfield over there by James Hayes, and they're going to turn 1 into 3 here. Just a little sloppy sigh from the head coach. I'll let you discuss that first if you want to discuss that. Okay, you're not going to discuss that. So after the game, obviously I wanted to go and interview you, which I did with your dad actually.
Okay.
But as I walked into the pavilion, I'd got family and friends in the ground at the time, and hey, Dave and and they walked with me into the pavilion. And as I was walking into the pavilion, Brian Lara, who was in the squad but didn't play that day, was coming out as Pockington bowls, and this is cut into the offside. And true as I'm sat here, he obviously thought I was somebody else and went, "Hello, mate," and held his hand out and shook my hand. Now, I've never interviewed Brian Lara, I've never met Brian Lara, but when you've got family and friends there, that doesn't half look cool. That
would have been right up your street, that wouldn't it?
It would. This is pushed to mid-on and they'll get a single. I'd like to have reacted at the time to say, and ought to drop it in the anecdote, to say, "Can't talk now, Brian, I'm on my way to interview Paul Franks," but that bit didn't happen. But no. I don't know who he thought I was, obviously. But
no, maybe he just knew that he'd do a bit on Sky Sports on a Saturday afternoon, and he watches a bit of Soccer Saturday.
Then as now, I was a nobody back in 2000. Whereas you were an England cricketer, and nobody can ever take that away from you. This is going to just run away over the ropes off the outside edge for 4, and through the course of 50 overs you're going to get moments of good fortune, you're going to get moments of not so good fortune, but there's a half century to Kashif Ali that comes up from 58 deliveries with 5 fours. Coming in at number 5, generally would come in at 3 or 4. Most of the matches he's played for Worcestershire, I guess, but he's just provided a little bit of stability here with Jake Libby. Gets a low full toss from Pockington, which he drives up to wideish mid-off, and there's no run. I understand the crowd the other day was around about between 700 and 750, and it's just a shame, isn't it? There's a bit of weather around, as they say, and people have obviously got to work during the working week. But I think those that came along enjoyed it the other day, and similar sized crowd, I'd say, in today.
Yeah, agreed, Dave. I'm always grateful for home support wherever we get it. And I was impressed to see that many people here on what was a breezy and quite chilly day for this time of year. But it's certainly not lost on me or the rest of the players and staff that people do turn up in the working week and support us as well as they do.
Maybe Lord once more. To bowl, and this is worked away on the leg side. Lots have just used 5 bowlers so far. Not seen Daniel Sams as yet. Is he okay? Is he good to go?
Yeah, well, he certainly was when we started, unless he's done himself a mischief that I don't know about. But he's been flying around in the field, so obviously the captain's keeping him up his sleeve for the second half of the innings.
So that's a captain's ploy. That's not a Daniel Sams, Paul Franks, Asiba Mead conversation at 9 o'clock this morning.
Absolutely not. No, I'm catch that.
Hit very, very high, and Asiba Mead has to catch it. Has got a lot of work to do. Just gets a fingernail to it. Can't hang on. And in this swirling wind, that was a very, very difficult one. We saw Wesley drop Tom Moores the other day, another one that was down this end of the ground, always swirling. He's disappointed. He's always disappointed. The skipper wears his heart on his sleeve, and you're disappointed as well.
I think he'd expect to catch that, Dave. He did the hard bit. Obviously that holds into that breeze we've been talking about. He's put a big shift in to get there as it's stalling. I think once he gets there, the expectation for any pro is that you hang on more often than not. I think he'll be disappointed with that.
Voice of Paul Franks, who's head coach for Notts in this competition. This is eased into the offside. There's no run. Peter Moore's already had a mention in commentary. 1983, at Hereford. These two sides in a Sunday League match played out a tie. Paul Pridgeon run out last ball of the match, leaving Peter Moore's 10 not out at the other end, playing for Worcestershire, of course.
Wow. I was still in short trousers then.
Yeah, I'd like to know the details about it. I'd like to think I was, but I wasn't. Next delivery again, cry of catch out on the leg side, and he's bisected Hay. In comparison, runs to balls faced. And having passed his 50, Notts could deal with getting him out. He's under 57, 131 for 3. And that means they've added 87 for this 4th wicket. Lord to continue. Rob Lord into his 4th over. This one past the outside edge and through to Tom Moores. What would you be comfortable in chasing? Obviously as few as possible, but it's a good deck. I know you played on it the other day, but it certainly looks as if it's coming on nicely for the batters.
Yeah, it does. I think that look, I think in one day cricket you can chase anything up to 280, 300, you know, and teams aren't scared of that anymore like they probably once were. This type of game with our type of attack, I'd like to feel like we can strike and then take a couple of wickets in quick succession. That's something we really try to target. So taking 1 wicket then hopefully leads us to the succession of 2 or 3. That's one of the things we're really going after. And you can really arrest the initiative there. So 130 for 3, you've got to almost be thinking, right, this could easily be 150 for 6. That's the type of mentality you've got to try and have. Certainly one I'm trying to get through to the wider group and to the bowling group. You know, we can always think of ways to take wickets, and there's multiple different ways, obviously. But you build pressure, you take your opportunities when they come your way, and you've really got to try and sort of arrest the initiative when you feel like it's going away from you.
131 for 3. They're having a drinks break after 25. They always say double the tally after 30 overs. I don't necessarily know if that still applies anymore. I would look at the clock, Paul, and just wonder if Notts have been a bit tardy as well. I know there's been 3 wickets. There was a 2 or 3 minute search for a ball, but you're getting on for 2 hours to bowl those 25. You certainly can't afford another 2 hours to bowl the next 25. No,
exactly, and that's where we've got to be sharp. And the lads know their responsibilities with regards to over rates and bits and bobs, and it's not something that we avoid. It's something that we remind of regularly. So they've got their own responsibilities with regards to over rate, and that goes for all the cricket we play. So yeah, those expectations don't change.
The other matches, just quickly, not too many of them today. Rain at Neath. So they've not started between Glamorgan and Derbyshire, 2 sides that both lost their first match. They'll be eager to get on there. Hampshire playing Essex. Essex 168 for 4 after 29. Hampshire won. They won at Neath on Tuesday. Essex, of course, were defeated here. And this one is the other match in Group A. In Group B, just 1 game today. Arundel, Sussex on Sunday. It's Thursday today. Do you get them together before Sunday? You let them have 2 days to themselves? What happens? Do 1 or 2 say, can I have a little bit of club cricket at the weekend? Do 1 or 2 say...
Yeah, the wider squad might. So we'll try and facilitate that as much as we can to make sure that, you know, they get back into club cricket and keep up and running at this time of year. That's important.
So who does that involve? I mean, Martindale won't have had a game this week.
Yeah, Sam King won't have had a game this week. Tom Giles won't have had a game this week. So as much as we can, we'll get them back into cricket. The guys that are unlucky not to be in the 14 as well. Dane Shadendorf, he'll be playing cricket this weekend. Francis Moore. You know, we've got quite a big group to try and pick a match day 14 from. And I think the importance at this time of year is you don't just want to be bowling in nets or batting in nets. You know, you want to be out there playing. And it is a tough, you know, it was a tough responsibility to pick the 14 for these first 2 games, but it felt like we got a good balance. It felt like we got good replacements if we needed them across multiple positions. And like I say, as we move forward, I'm sure that might change a little bit. And next week will look very different again. But that's sort of part and parcel of what I expected when I got into this role.
Go to Derby on Sunday. It was the last 1-day match at Derby, the Green Sawdust Day. Did you go to that?
No, I wasn't there for that, but I did watch it on live stream, the Green Sawdust Day.
Crikey.
I do remember that.
I've never seen anything like it in my life. They hadn't covered the square, had they? And on a lovely day, it had rained all night, but
Yeah.
it just wouldn't dry, and they produced green sawdust. Anyway, we're into the second half of this match. Start of the 26th over. Pockington bowling to Jake Libby, who's on 27 with that single.
Nice selection of sweets on offer, Dave. That's a lovely touch as well. Is Kirsty responsible for that, or
No,
Aaron,
no,
or is
no,
that your
no,
choice?
No, but these here, don't know what the sell-by date is.
Oh
on
no,
them,
don't tell me that. Sell by date. No, 26. You're okay. You're not going to kill me. 2026.
Pockington bowls, hit back and past the bowler and down the ground. Firmly struck by Kashif. Nice bit of fielding there in the deep, and they'll get 2 runs. Corton bowl's been very much in play today. Did have one earlier on. James Hayes getting on the end of Brett D'Oliveira, but there's been another couple hit back towards the bowlers.
Been a while since I've had a fruit jelly. Thanks for that.
I enjoyed those, I did. Next ball from Pockington, and defended by Kashif. Brett Hutton clapping away there, just giving a little bit of encouragement to the young bowler. Bowled all his 10 overs in one stint on Tuesday in tandem with Rob Lord, who he's bowling with today. This is pushed into the offside, as we were just saying. We've not seen Daniel Sams as yet, who's heading off to warmer climes after the weekend. Good work if you can get it.
Nice part of the world he's going to, Dave, as well.
4 for 3, which, well, where's it being staged this time? Because they generally play that on just 2 islands.
Yeah, I think there's a few more stations. I think he's representing the Barbados Royals,
Very
so
nice,
yeah,
yes.
I think he's going to get to spend a little bit of time on that wonderful island.
I should be seeing a gentleman from that part of the world tomorrow. This is down the leg side, speared in by Pockington. And to see Mr. Stevenson tomorrow, end of the over. 134 for 3.
Please send in my best. How long's the over for?
Yeah, Franklin's in the country, playing in the par 3 at Nailcoat Hall again. So
Okay.
I shall go down and watch him, and then he tells me. The message was, I'm playing at Nailcoat again, because I've been to see him sort of every year since Notts were there. I've gone down for one day and done it, and then I'm staying with Peter Wright for 3 days before I go back. So. He's going to be round and about, but I'm going to pop down tomorrow. I'm going to get Daniel Sams into the attack to just bide his time before an involvement today. This will be the 27th over. Wonder if he might have preferred the far end, but somebody's got a bowl from this end.
True. You expect your senior men to take the responsibility as well, as much as you can. That's part and parcel of the job. You don't always get to send the youngster down the far end and push him into the breeze, so yeah.
Battered beautifully the other day for 45. Pretty much just knew that Tom was going so well, and although he played some big bombs himself, he was more than content just to keep getting Tom back on strike at crucial moments. Been a great experience for Tom Moores. I know he's vastly experienced now. What is he, 28 now or something, Tom Moores, but it'll have been a great experience for him sharing that partnership with Daniel Sams, I would imagine.
Yeah, they handled it well, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like Samsey was very comfortable playing second fiddle, if you like, but also then took his opportunity to score when it came.
Left arm round the wicket, bowls, and this one played pushing away from his body by Kashif, and he'll again come back for 2. It's been a number of moments today. I know what that size is all about. Been a number of moments today where 2s have been turned into 3s and 1s into 2s.
There was one things, we really prided. I can't wait to feel sorry for yourself for that split second. You've got to get it back in your hand and make sure that ball stays live.
Sam's in again. Worcestershire have been good though at seizing the opportunity, and I guess your side, the flip of that is your side will be aware that it's not always going to be easy to pick it up in the deep, and it is quite a, there are some quite big boundaries here. You should be able to get back for 2 if it's not a shot that's gone straight to the fielder and he's picked it up cleanly.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
Sam's in once more. Kashifali, I don't necessarily think that was out the middle of the bat. It wasn't, but he'll get another single. Do you look as far as trying to work out the permutations? I know you're trying to get into the top 3, but who you feel might be the strongest 3 sides?
No, not really. I think because there's always an inconsistency between what teams might select, and the various moving parts. You can wrap yourself up in names, really, Dave, and that's dangerous.
We've seen in this competition, haven't we, that maybe Glamorgan and Durham and Leicestershire have done well, not having lost too many players to the other competition. And there's 1 or 2 here. I like the look of Leicestershire. They're fairly strong, aren't they? Got off to a win yesterday.
Is that where your money is, Dave?
No. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be putting any money on anybody, but they look quite strong. There's 1 or 2 sides, as you say. This is worked through mid-wicket. That's a nice looking shot for 4. You look down that Worcestershire 11 and think, well, that's a strong looking side. This will be a real coup if he can knock these over today, I would say. Yeah,
I agree. I don't disagree. I think they are a strong looking side. They've only had, I think, 1 player taken off to the 100, so the majority of their group is pretty stable across the various competitions.
The blast, you can very often have a contest just determined by 1 player. 1 player can, dine out, get 90 off 35 or 40 balls and can virtually win a game on their own. 50 over cricket, even though Tom did something similar the other day, you still need people to contribute. I won't say I was always absolutely certain that even with 280 knots we're going to win the other day when Wesley and Robin Das had them 100 for 1 in 15.
Yeah, no, and that's why you have to keep going. That's
Pockington bowls hit over extra cover and away for runs.
Fielded.
The other day I think they were picking out Jack Haynes with great regularity there. It's Hayes again in the deep.
Yeah, fielding. It's a little bit more like what we're after.
145 for 3 Worcestershire. That is the Century Partnership, by the way. So they've done very well indeed, this pair. Kashifali on 65. There's Libby cutting this to backward point for a single. Really pleased that Jake Libby's had the career that he has had. It looked for a while, he's going to be one of those that sort of waiting for regular cricket at Trent Bridge. I know he had a little spell as the opener, but certainly he's shown his prowess in all formats, and the move to Worcestershire has shown his leadership credentials being established. Been a very, very fine player for them. It looks a good match, actually, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Jake Libby to Worcestershire, and I think probably they've been good for him, and he's been good for them.
I agree with that, Dave. I think he's
pulled away behind squares. A little loose from is he Pock or Pocky or both?
Pockers.
Yeah, there's another one.
Yeah,
little loose from Pockers, and just a single from a leg side full toss.
Coming back to Jake, very popular guy within the Notts dressing room during his time with us, but I'm delighted to watch him, having worked with him over his time with us as well. To see him go on and do well elsewhere is great to see.
There is Libby turning this to leg, and never nice to lose somebody that's popular in the dressing room, and I guess the same wishes would have gone with Matthew Montgomery.
Absolutely. We've always tried to, guys who've gone on and moved on. I don't think we were not the type of people to bear a grudge. That's not the way we try and work. You certainly hope that they go on and and do things within the game. You want them to have careers. You want them to go out there, and a change can often be good for people. It gives them more opportunity. It gives them a chance to really freshen up and go and see what they're all about. And there's been some good examples of that.
149 for 3 at the end of that over. Where's Samet going then?
Where's Samet going?
Where's Samet going? He's had his 2 years with Derbyshire, says he wants to carry on playing.
That's a great question, Dave. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know. He obviously loved his last game at Trent Bridge in the Blast this year. He was still the same old Samet, running around and doing his thing.
It's Daniel Sams. Ball to Kashif Ali. Oh, this one's gone many a mile up in the air. Coming towards us. It's going to be out of reach of both Hutton and Hamid. Big blow. And again, just the sense that at the moment things are going with Worcestershire. Not quite going as the home. He runs. Good work by. Can they be doing anything different, your boys?
You just need one to go to hand here. Obviously, the limitation of 5 in the circle during this phase of the innings, you're relatively limited by what your options are anyway. Feels like they're trying to put the hammer down a little bit now. Bottled.
Past the outside edge and through to the keeper. There's only one of us with a clipboard in front of them here. Are you not a clipboard coach? You're not making notes all the time? Well, in the 14th over, player X made a fumble in the deep and needs to do better over 19.
I don't write that type of stuff down, Dave. I am a notebook man. It's more to do with the stuff I expect to see. It's never about mistakes, or it's never about individual error. More to do with the stuff that I'm going after personally, or we're going after collectively.
This has eased into the offside, and a single taken.
And as much as it's always easy to be critical, I also quite like to find people doing things well, and really find support in that space as well, and support the fact that they've done something that you're really supportive of. You want to see people do this, and then they do it, and then you can say to them, yeah, actually that's a really good example of it, and I'd like to try and go down that path wherever I can.
So how and when is this 50 overs analysed? Surely you've not got time in the interval because you've got a bit of food and then you've got to prepare the batting. The end of the day, players will be fatigued, players will be looking for rest, players will be looking to travel, and maybe at the end of the day they just want to get out and say hello to their family and their friends and whatever. And that's absolutely 2 days off and you've got another game. So how can this 50 overs and when be analysed?
Kevin Shine's in charge of sort of critiquing the bowling work and does all the little bits and bobs around that, plans for the next game, reviews of the previous game. We'll manage all the multiple bits around the bowling group and does a fantastic job of that. And myself and Ant Boter will look at the batting, and we'll work out where we're at and what we think we need to be better at, and what we're doing well as well. Like I just said, what do we really like at the minute, and then all three of us, all the wider staff, and I include the captain in that a little bit. We do the bigger piece around the group, and we're looking at how we are as a group, and if we've seen, like I say, how are we being with each other, and then we take that forward from there.
Sam's bowls, nice drive again into the offside. And there are moments, as we say, the game's thick and fast, but there are moments you will have had your warm up well before the start at Derby on Sunday, and then you'll have a huddle and there'll be messages. Or a time to get a message across, key points, salient points by yourself and by the skipper, presumably at times like that. The away matches as well, those matches that you'll have overnight accommodation. I guess there's a chance. You'll go and have a practice the day before, and
of course.
You can lead into that game and reflect on the others. It's through to the keeper. So in that sense, is this a good schedule for you? 2 games at Welbeck, get those out of the way, and we can put those in a box. 4 away matches that we can go on the road and then put those in a box, and then finish at the business end of the competition at Trent Bridge.
I suppose I try and take each game at a time, but I suppose you're right if you start to look at them in the little chunks, if you like, 2 at a time, 2 here. 2 longer trips, Wales, Southampton, and then 2 back at Trent Bridge. One thing I do like to try and do on the morning of the games is give some other people responsibility for talking. Lyndon did a great job this morning. He spoke about a few things that were really relevant, that we learned about the other day when we played here. And I thought he came across really well, which is testament to the man he's become within this group.
Pockington to bowl the 30th over of the innings. Libby works this away on the leg side. I know you're big enough and daft enough to say I've got to go, Dave, whenever you want, but you
I will, Dave. Don't worry.
You've not been bound and gagged and sat here next to me. I know you have got lots of other responsibilities. I also know this is probably a better view than it is.
It is, right. I quite enjoyed it down here.
Yeah, the wind's died a little bit actually, and the weather is improving all the time as Pockington bowls clipped on the leg side, and again just out of reach of the not skipper Hamid by Kashif Ali.
There's been a few of them, haven't there?
Yeah, so just not so much riding his luck, but he has just managed to drop the ball into spaces where Notts haven't had fielders, and when he's taken the aerial route, it's landed well away from everybody else. Kashif Ali is certainly the one that Notts want at the moment, but you'd imagine there'll be a little bit of Ethan Brooks and Matthew Waite to just come out there and give it a bit of long handle. Don't know too much about Henry Cullen, the young keeper. This is work down the leg side, fielded, and there's no run. Jack Haynes again, always in the right place at the right time. Pockington bowls. Libby turns it on the leg side. He had to wait 4 or 5 overs for his first wicket the other day, and then got, like London Buses, got 2 in quick succession and then another one to follow. And from the far end and bowls into his 5th over, none for 25, now 26. I guess your spin options were greatly reduced when the likes of Calvin Harrison, Liam Patterson-White, Farhan Ahmed and Freddie McCann were all called up to go elsewhere. I think Ben Slater would have been the only one whose eyes would have lit up at that. And
I'll let you have that chat with him.
I did at Trent Bridge last week actually. 169 for 3. I think he had one bowl with the Kookaburra board, and an extraordinary number of occasional bowlers bowling in that competition. I think we saw 3 wicket keepers bowl in those 4 Kookaburra matches, didn't we? Johnny Bairstow, Ishan Kishan, and Ben Brown. I think Ben Brown got it to go as much as any spinner I've seen with the Kookaburra ball. But a horrible watch. Horrible watch, the Kookaburra ball. And I hope you've got enough influence, Paul, to make sure it never happens again, as Sam's bowls outside the off stump and goes through to the keeper.
I wish I did, Dave.
Yeah.
I can't promise anything, unfortunately.
But you must be asked to give feedback, surely.
Yeah, we do, and that goes through Mick primarily, and as director of cricket, and through the upper echelons of the club, whether that's heard or whether it's how well it's received or not, I suppose.
What about the match referee on an actual day or an actual match? Does the comments not feature on that about any sort of experiment? Fielded by Brett Hutton. He made the stop and then had to do a bit of a tumble turn and get up and chase after it. Kept them to 2. Can you not put your feelings to the match referee? And
You can, but understandably, I think they probably will collectively more so. That in game they tend to try and stick to what the stuff they're expected to mark and the stuff they're expected to view. I think the wider game's got a responsibility to get their point across. And what I do know is whether or not the ECB decide to listen to that, we'll have to wait and see.
It's dropped on the leg side, and Hamid does the fielding. I'd like to know who this fella is, the ECB, as well. Actually, I could.
What would you like to do to him, Dave?
I could have a lengthy conversation over a couple of pints and
Right.
just sort out the game in one evening. I think.
Right. Okay. Where would you start? You can't giggle. You've got to answer your question now.
With my clipboard. We'd have the county championship sorted out. This was chipped again, uppishly, and falls short of Brett Hutton. With this competition, for a start, I'd like to know when and where the draw actually takes place, because it seems to be a thing of great mystery. Nobody seems to know. And why? What group you're going to be in, and
Right.
And why? I mean, there was a stage, and it was quite a nice feature of the One Day Cup final, wasn't it? They used to on television have the draw out of the pots in the previous year's One Day Cup final. So next year the two groups will be West Bromwich Albion will play Wycombe Wanderers, or whoever it may be. Next ball chipped over Sams. Can't go on getting away with this, can they?
I hope not. I might have to change my seat, Dave, in a minute. See if that does anything. Because since we got here, we haven't taken a wicket.
No, that's fair enough. But yeah, we never know when the draw's going to be.
No, that's fair. No, that is fair. It just tends to turn up in the fixtures, and that's it.
Yeah. We never know when the fixtures are coming out, so that's somewhere else. Football. Last day of the football season, the new fixtures will be out at 10 a.m. on Wednesday the 18th of June or wherever, and you know where you are. I like to know where I am.
Yeah, fair enough. Yep. So that's two things on your clipboard.
No, there's plenty more. They're just minor things. This is through to Tom Moore's. We know the bigger issues. The bigger issues of the county championship. Just marginalised to the end of the seasons.
Yep.
Or the ends of the season. Not through the summer months. Players taken away, etc. We have an odd number of teams in the first division. We're asked to play with two different balls. We don't play the weaker sides twice. We don't play that side twice. We don't, etc., etc. That's not right, is it?
Well, the one thing that probably gets my goat above anything is the ability to have symmetry. Is the symmetry of the fixtures. The other stuff is the landscape now. That's the world we live in. But we can still create symmetry.
Pockington bowls and hit past him again. It just brushed his fingers. Hit very, very hard down the ground. Hamid running into the distance. The ball's into the advertising boards. Let's hope Pockers is okay. Just got him on the fingernail there. It's about 3 or 4 almost caught in bowls today.
Yeah, the ball's kept dropping in those little areas, doesn't it? Either side of fielders, and a couple of half chances, one decent chance. It's just not quite gone to hand for us.
I'm going to ask you about your understanding or meaning of the word symmetry in a moment. Just see this ball turned on the leg side. Do you mean everybody playing everybody twice, or do you mean how can we only play Surrey once and it's the penultimate round of the season?
And that's the type of stuff I'm talking about, really. Like I'm never quite sure how we end up with the team that we play once, as an example.
We played Durham twice in the first 6 matches or whatever it was.
Exactly.
Pockington bowls again, cut by Kashif Ali out onto the offside. He'll move to, well, he's going to get 2 here, so he'll come to 78. That throw comes in from Sammy King, and it did a bit of a Barnes-Wallace. Sometimes the umpires don't like that, it bouncing twice, but I think that's fair enough, because that's a long old boundary, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. So to me, I'd like to see us in the county championship play, however you create the divisions you create, you've got to play everybody twice.
Yeah. So in our chat with Mr. ECB, we're in agreement over that.
Yep.
1 ball.
Yep.
Duke's ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Easy there, isn't it?
Yeah, keep going. I don't think I can do the next bit for you, though.
Well, no, say what day the fixtures are coming
Yeah,
in. Say
like
what
that.
day the draw of the
Yeah, we can do
the
that.
Metro Bank.
There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to do that.
Putting the world to rights here. He's got his sunglasses on. He has. I think this is the first over his ball with his sunglasses on, isn't it?
I think so. Looking for a change of something, I think.
Yeah. 2 runs. The 100 isn't going to go away.
No, it's not. No.
It's, we'll all have our views. I think it's akin to young boys running away to join the circus, young cricketers wanting to go off and play in the 100. It's not what they advertise it to be, the best against the best, etc. As this is chopped by Libby down towards us, and we'll run away for 4 with Brett Hutton in hot pursuit, and producer Kirsty is going to do the fielding here for this one, and that's Jake Libby's 50. Very well battered indeed. Brett Hutton, just take them with you, Brett. Helps himself to the last of the jelly babies, which is absolutely fine, as producer Kirsty did the fielding there. Brett Hutton popped in to say hello. He likes a jelly baby. And Jake Libby getting his 50. Where were we? Heaven knows where we were.
You were talking about
yeah, so it's not what they said it would be, is it? It's not best versus best. And how many times do you want to watch? I don't know. This is through to the keeper. Tamal Mills bowling to Chris Jordan, and Chris Jordan bowling to Sunil Narayan, and Sunil Narayan bowling to Tamal Mills. It's the same players playing in the same franchise competitions for different teams just all around the world, and I don't know how you can get an affinity with any of these sides when your players will come and go and what have you. And I know Trent Bridge will try and build an affinity with the Trent Rockets, the brand and the colours and what have you, but when you have different players, and the players you might cheer in 2023 might be playing for somebody different in 2024 or whatever, I just don't get it that it's being played at the expense of such a fabulous competition as the county championship.
No, but unfortunately the world we live in, it wasn't sustainable to carry on without the money that has come in from the 100. A lot of the counties would have gone to the wall, and people don't want that. People didn't want that. People were adamant they must protect their 18 counties, and we weren't going to protect the 18 counties by continuing to play.
Another nice shot away over extra cover and away by Kashif Ali for 4, and he's into the 80s, onto 83. Talking to Paul Franks, the Notts head coach for this competition, and Worcestershire rattling along here, folks. 181 for 3 in the 33rd.
I don't think we were going to continue to sustain the game.
But like any business, shouldn't people cut their cloth accordingly? You say that they can't afford to do this, that, or the other. Are they giving people too big and too fancy contracts? Why can't they?
I don't know about that. I think that people started to see their worth in the greater market, and we had a challenge to meet. You either cut your cloth accordingly, or you meet the challenge of what's in front of you. And they were adamant they wanted a separate franchise competition.
Sam's bowls another one hit out towards extra cover, and again it's going to run away for 4. 185 for 3. Daniel Sam's getting a little bit of tap in this particular over. Notts will need to plug that gap, I think, away to our left. Kashif Ali on to 87. His pace is in. He's beautifully Paul in truth. Like I say, it was 6 from 22. He's had a little fiddle at that one, and Sams and Moores combined a little unlucky.
It's about 5 plays and misses in the last 3 overs from this end.
Everybody has a different opinion. That's the thing. That's why me and Mr. ECB need to sit down and chat, because Steve Ewan says it's simple. Why don't they just split the 18 teams into 3 groups of 6, and then you can play 10 matches home and away? That's your view, Steve, and that's your opinion, and that's you're obviously entitled to it. It's just keeping low on Tom Moore's, and rattles into his shins, and they will go through for a bye.
That's one of the great things about the game. Everybody who watches it and supports it's got an opinion.
And I guess this is why all these meetings are going on and on and on and on, because every county has a different agenda, and you sort of understand that if a county's, or a large part of a county's income comes from Friday night blast matches, they're going to want to keep and cherish Friday night blast matches. You understand that. And
you go to other counties. Well, for instance, we travel to Taunton every year, and we go for a county championship match. That place is full.
Yeah,
they say, you got 2,500 people watching days of championship cricket. That doesn't happen everywhere. So we look at it objectively, and you start to think about what ultimately is where is the money going to come from to sustain where the game's going. And I think that's probably where the ECB got to. Like I say, they decided they wanted an extra franchise competition. Private investments now obviously come in. What that's going to look like moving forward, I think there's still a lot to be decided there, and there'll be, like you say, lots of meetings going on and lots to be agreed amongst very wealthy businessmen, and that takes time as well. So it's going to be an interesting period over the next sort of 12 to 24 months as that starts to settle down across the game.
Pace back on from the far end. James Hayes back into the attack, replacing Pockington. His first ball is pulled away on the leg side by Kashifali, who's on to 88. 188 for 3. We're in the 34th over, so about 2/3 of the way through this innings. You'd say Worcestershire on course for 300 comfortably from here. A couple of wickets changes everything very quickly, very dramatically, of course, as we saw the other day. But they've got the foundations for a score in and around the 300 mark. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think if this was our batting group, you'd be thinking exactly that. It feels like those little bits and bobs that we needed to go our way, those little chips into the gaps, those couple of half chances, caught and bowled, the chance to the deep when Kashifali was probably on 30 odd, have started to hurt us a little bit, and that means this partnership's growing its legs.
Hayes bowls. Jake Libby doesn't time this one. Steve Ewan came back. Just reflecting on my comment to him, saying the 3 groups of 6, etc., etc. He said, and then you can have the top of the groups, etc., all playing off, just to give you more games at the end of the season. Michael Blatherwick, Franks is right. Money drives it. It's got a place. Just a shame the summer is so short that it impacts on the proper cricket. Outlaw Chris says, what a brilliant conversation this is between you and the General, Dave. Really enjoying it. Thank you, Outlaw Chris. Jake Libby hits the ball down the ground, and has that gone all the way to the deep mid-wicket? Certainly gone for 4 at least. Yes, it is. 1 bounce, 4. Seen as, I guess, almost an archetypal county championship opener, Jake Libby, when he first came into the side, and he played a little bit of blast cricket, didn't he, right towards the latter stages of his time at Trent Bridge. But
he played well at times as well, didn't he? He played really well, and we were impressed by the progress he was making, particularly in his white ball cricket.
James Hayes in, and Libby drives into the offside, and there's a no run. Have you been made aware of a former Nottinghamshire player who's returned to the Test arena today?
Brendan.
Zimbabwe, 125 all out. Brendan Taylor top scored with 44. He opened the batting, and
good on him.
Was he 7th out? No. Oh, he's 5th out for 44, but not a lot else. New Zealand very strong indeed. 5 wickets for Matt Henry, who's a great player. 4 for Zach Folkes. The ball on its way is driven into the offside. With a couple of runs. You've played a bit of cricket in Zimbabwe in your time, haven't you?
I have, yeah. I had a season out there, 2010, 2011. Really enjoyed it. Met some great people. On the subject of Brendan, he's had a difficult few years. and there's probably been a lot he's had to deal with. That's a lot of it's been documented, but I'm delighted to see him come back. Like, he's a fantastic guy. Was a great player for us over the years. We won some trophies while he was around, and very popular amongst his peers. I wish him all the best.
Him and Fletcher together.
Yes. It
will be a challenge for any head coach. Kashif Ali is 88 not out. He's still not quite going at a run of ball, but I don't think anybody in Worcestershire blue and black are worried about that. 88 from 95 with 8 fours. Jake Libby 56 from 59. So he's got slightly the better strike rate, bizarrely. It doesn't appear that, does it? Just watching and chatting as Ali drives another one. Beautiful shot down the ground to our left, and they'll get a couple of runs. Good throw in.
Jack Haynes down there, good work.
190. Thank you for coming.
No problem, mate, anytime.
I don't want to really impinge on your time any longer. I'm sure you've got work to do. I'm sure you want to get a message or two, a word or two out there. You leave it all to Haas?
I do, actually. I like to give the players room to play, actually. I like the captain to take, unless he asks for something, in which case that's a different conversation to be had, but I like to give him as much space as possible. He's got some excellent lieutenants out there in Tom and Lyndon and Jack Haynes, and he's got his people to lean on. Dan Sams, crikey, the last thing he needs is
Brett as well. He often goes to Brett for a chat. Yeah.
And you don't need blokes off the field loading a load of stuff into your head as well. That's not what, certainly not what I think it's about. So yeah, I'll try and give Haas as much responsibility as I can, because that's the best way for him to develop his skills as leader.
And is there a group chat in the interval?
There might be, if the captain feels he wants one. Yeah. Again, I won't force it upon him. Yeah. If he wants to talk about the batting and he can gather the group together and he can facilitate that, I'm happy for him to do so.
Another decent-looking shot here by Libby. Gets
a
single.
Dave, it's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks ever so much.
No problem, mate. We'll catch up again soon.
Well, yeah, I hope it goes really well on your travels. 4 away matches. Derby, Kibworth, which is a new one. Cardiff and Southampton, and then back at Trent Bridge with Gloucestershire, which is the past players' day as well, I understand. Yep. So there'll be an opportunity to catch up with lots and lots of former Trent Bridge favourites that day, and then Surrey to finish. So,
brilliant. Looking forward to it.
Really. This one's chipped towards us, to the left, to the right of us, to the left of Brett Hutton, and it's gone for 6, and that's going to take Worcestershire up to 200. He's right, since he sat down next to me, Notts haven't picked up a single wicket, so let's see if we can break the break the sequence. Thanks, Paul. Thanks ever so much. Wish you well for the rest of the competition. We'll catch up before too long, and wish Paul and the troops well as he leaves us, making sure he doesn't go under the ladder. Ball has been retrieved by Brett Hutton from behind us. It's 203 for 3. Sincere thanks to Paul Franks for popping by our bijou marquee to spend the last however long, 45 minutes or so, as this is pushed into the offside. An hour he's been here as Lyndon James does the fielding. So Cash Ali is on 97 in a terrific knot. Worcestershire supporters so proud of him, and very much wishing him all the well here. Can he get over the line? Daniel Sams to Ali, drives this one down to long off, and there's just a single. Well, between them, my bag of jelly babies, other sweets are available. What have we got? We've got 3 left. That's a combination, I think, of Brett Hutton and Paul Franks. But small price to pay. 204 for 3. And we've had 35 overs. It's going to be James Hayes. the far end. Bowls now. Cash Ali pushes it back to Hayes, who's starting his 7th over. 2 for 39 his figures. And Lyndon James, the best economy rate today of the Notts bowlers. 5 overs, none for 13. Rob Lord 4 overs for 29. Give me the rest in a moment because Hayes coming in. Cash Ali on 98. This is down the leg side and he's took this out to deep mid wicket and he's got a chance to come back for 2 here and does. And the Worcestershire players outside their dressing room let out the biggest cheer heard of the day to congratulate their teammate on his 2nd list A100. Really fabulous knock from Kashif Ali. Very popular member. That's fabulous innings from Kashif Ali. Good number of Worcestershire supporters have made the journey as well, and they will cherish being here to see that. He's got his 100 from 102 balls, 8 fours and 1 6. And James Hayes bowls a leg side wide and they pinch a single as well. So we saw a 3-figure score here the other day, hit by Tom Moores. Now Kashif Ali joins him. Next ball's hit by Libby to mid on, and there's no run. I beg your pardon, there's 1 run. Hayes bowls again. This next one's eased into the offside and single taken by Lyndon James. Notts with a victory in this season's competition. Beat Essex here on Tuesday. Worcestershire starting their campaign today. 2 groups of 9. You play the other 8 teams once. 4 at home, 4 away. Libby helps this to leg, and it'll go away for 4 more for Jake Libby. The winners of the group go straight through to a home semi-final. Second in the group get a home eliminator or quarter-final, if you like, against the team that finishes 3rd in the other group, and so on. Libby on to 62. Still raining down at Neath between Glamorgan and Derbyshire. It's Hayes bowls to Libby. Seems like things have been ramped up a gear or 2 by Worcestershire. Desperate to make the most of the foundations they've been given here by this splendid partnership. So a century for Kashif Ali. Jake Libby on 63. 215 for 3. After 36. Should comfortably reach 300. Message from Richard Stevenson, who must have been drinking, because he says very much enjoyed the earlier chat with producer Kirsty. Thank you, Richard. We'll pass that on to producer Kirsty. Thought we got another message coming in rather loud. It was from my mobile phone provider. Lovely blow, clean strike by Jake Libby for 6 here. The start of this new over from Sams, and Libby into the 70s. Things brightening up over Welbeck here. Got blue skies. Just starting to penetrate the cloud cover. And James is warming up, whether he's got the nod from the skipper or he's trying to give him a hint. 221 for 3. Libby on to 69. Daniel Sams today has he's not had a deal of luck. Whenever the ball's been hit in the air off his bowling, it's just eluded a fielder, one side or the other. At the start of this over, he's hit away for a big 6 by Jake Libby. Isaac Mohammed was caught behind down the leg side from the bowling of James Hayes for 8. That was 11 for 1 in the second. Brett D'Oliveira caught and bowled James Hayes for 22. That's 40 for 2 after 8. And Rob Jones, LBW to Breton for 7, 44 for 3 in the 9th. Sams bowls Libby once more, puts bat to ball through extra cover. Jack Haynes way to our left, 2 more, and Libby into the 70s. Did mention at the drinks break at 1 o'clock, but that's only halfway through their overs, or just before 1 o'clock. Still got 14 overs to go. Another single nudged behind square. So still no play Glamorgan and Derbyshire. Essex 227 for 6 now down at the Utility Bowl. Robin Das made 50, Tom Wesley made 61. Charlie Allison's 57 not out. And Simon Fernandez 17 not out. Like the cut of his jib the other day. Looked a very fine player, the Essex keeper batter. At Arundel, Kent to 109 for 4 after 20 against Sussex. That can't be right. Must have played more than that. This one is caught by Tom Moores. Good catch by Moores. And Cash Ali goes. Moved down the leg side and tickled it through. Tom Moores, good diving catch. And Notts have the breakthrough. So it's Daniel Sams with the wicket. Kashi Fally will get a great ovation. Been a terrific innings for his side. Notts certainly needed that breakthrough. 224 for 4. Kashi Fally made 101. New man is Ethan Brooks. Ideal position to send him out to bat. Can certainly score his runs quickly, can play some big shots. Very much a 6-hitter, genuine all-rounder these days. Really taken his game up a notch or two over the last couple of seasons. Started at Warwickshire with his brother Henry, of course. Henry down at Middlesex these days. Ethan, former MCC young cricketer, used to play and in fact used to share digs with Kyle van Vollenhoven, our T20 Blast summariser. Ethan's taken guard, and it'll be Daniel Sams to bowl to him, who's across his crease and runs the first ball down to third man for a single. So didn't take Ethan Brooks long to get up and running. Kashi Fally then out for 101, made from 104 balls, 8 fours and a 6. Was at the crease for almost exactly 2 hours. Just getting Ethan Brooks back checked by Russell Warren. Just making sure it goes through the gauge, and clearly did. Breeze has picked up. Might just be a factor that the clouds moving away and we're getting a bit of blue sky as well, but the breeze quite strong at the moment as Libby turns this on the leg side. Slater doing the fielding. Jake Libby will move on to 73. And Worcestershire 226 for 4. Here on Trent Bridge Live, match 2 or round 2 for Notts in this competition, having beaten Essex. Worcestershire getting their campaign underway, and they have 13 overs left in their innings. Never scored 300 in a one-day match against Notts. Certainly will have an opportunity here, you'd imagine, during the next 13 overs. First of which will be bowled by Lyndon James, who's returning to the fold. 5 overs, none for 13. Bowled all his overs from our end of the ground on Tuesday. This is his second spell, all from the far end today. First ball dragged down by Libby, and there's no run. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Just trying to read the screen, the sun glaring on it. Quite a few people just always an LBW shout. Lyndon James into the pads of Libby, nipped back quite a long way, and they're going to come back for 2, presumably 2 leg byes, or maybe not. No, umpire Pratt not signalling, so a couple more to the Rapids captain Jake Libby. It goes to 75. Typical Jake Libby innings, this, if there is such a thing. He's put away the bad balls, he's rotated the strike, he's allowed Kashif Ali to dominate the strike. This one's just sat up nicely for Daniel Sams there, and an exclamation of frustration from the Australian, because they went on the shot, really. They went straight away for a signal, and had Sam's been able to gather it cleanly, surely he'd have had a shy at the stumps. No guarantee he would have hit. He'd have been sideways on, but would have had a really good chance at trying to embarrass Ethan Brooks early in his innings. There's James in. Brooks can't get this one away. Notts fight back with the ball like they did against Essex and make life a little easier for themselves the second part of the day. Right now it certainly seems as if they're going to be chasing 300 or thereabouts. 229 for 4. Lyndon James bowls, and he's got his man. Brooks nicks it. Good stuff this from Lyndon James today. Very much enjoyed his bowling spell, and when he comes back for a second burst, he gets Ethan Brooks caught behind for 1, and that feels like really important wicket for Notts, getting the dangerous Brooks before he can find his stride. It's 229 for 5. Jake Libby still there on 76, but Notts getting a couple of wickets in quick succession there. New man is Henry Cullen. Worcestershire's very talented young keeper batter. 22 years of age. Has played List A cricket before, but not since 2022. Featured in 4 matches then. As a very young man, but he's got the opportunity here in this competition. Like James Hayes of Notts, can't be superstitious. Happy to wear number 13. Another right-hander. Still Matthew Waite to come for Worcestershire. See what Cullen can do. He's away. First ball on the front foot, literally. He used himself out of his crease to punch this out to the deep point boundary, fielded by Ben Slater, and Cullen will keep strike. Wicket taking over for Lyndon James comes to an end, and the Rapids are 230 for 5 on or after 38 overs, so 12 to go. Rob Lord appears as if he's going to come back. He bowled 4 overs, none for 29. So the bowling figures: Brett Hutton 9 overs, 1 for 40. James Hayes 7 overs, 2 for 50. Lyndon James now 6 overs, 1 for 17. Pockington, the spinner, 6 overs, none for 41. And Daniel Sams 6 overs, 1 for. Says he trying to see the screen. I think it's 48. It might be 40. It's 48. 230 for 5. Just got a little glary in our marquee pitch side. Cullen doubles his tally from 1 to 2. Brings Jake Libby back onto strike. Now Libby on 76. Does he try and increase his strike rate? Does he try and up the tempo? Or is he looking for the big shots from the other end with Cullen there now? Still Matthew Waite to come. Rob Lord to bowl to Libby, and he's chipped this one up in the air, and again it's just out of reach of Hamid. He has been within a whisker of about 5 catches today, Hamid. Very, very fortunate there for Libby. Nearly presented an opportunity to Hamid. Close-ish at mid-wicket. He's well inside the 30-yard discs. Still walking in with the bowler. It was chipped just out of reach of him. Next ball's cut into the offside, and there'll be a chance of another couple of runs here to Jake Libby. Shares his birthday, I seem to remember, with Alex Hales, 3rd of January, if memory serves. .233 for 5, Worcestershire. Rob Lord's next delivery is turned by Libby, away for a comfortable 2, out to Ben Slater. Slater fielding the shadow of the pavilion, way to our right, beneath the big clock there, which tells us it's 5 to 2. Lord's shirt and trousers billowing as he comes into bowl. This is hit by Libby down the ground and out of the reach of Jack Haynes. He was leading the chasing posse. Brett Hutton was there as well, but there's just down a slight bank here at this end, slight slope, and once the ball was played so straight, it was always just going to have enough on it to reach the boards before the 2 fielders. And Libby on to 84. apart from chipping one or two close to fielders, he's played a chanceless knock here. Lord bowls. This is hit straight to Hamid, so there won't be a run there. So the end of the over, 239 on the board, 9 from that over. And we've got 11 to go. I presume Matthew Waite would come in next. Fateh Singh, Adam Finch and Khurram Shahzad complete the Worcestershire batting lineup. Worcestershire's first visit to this part of the world, 14th different county including Notts to play here, as Cullen eases this out as far as Slater. They should be able to get 2, and Will, good bit of fielding from Ben Slater, but so far away, he was never likely to be able to cut off that second. We calculated the other day that Middlesex, Durham, Gloucestershire and Kent, I think it is, the 4 sides that haven't played here at Welbeck since Notts began using this outground in 2015. Cullen runs this to backward point. There's Daniel Sams this time doing the fielding. 241 for 5. Kashif Ali making 101. Brett D'Oliveira 22. Was really motoring at the time, D'Oliveira. Isaac Mohammed made 8, couple of boundaries in the first over. Rob Jones 7 and Ethan Brooks out for just a single. And James bowls again, pulled away in the air and way out of my vision again, and that's gone for 6. That was nicely played by Cullen. And then James just dragging one down slightly, a little bit leg-sidey, and that was hit down breeze for 6. 247 for 5. Worcestershire only need 1 or 2 substantial overs in the last 10 here to really give Notts some problems. Take that score up to and beyond 300. Lyndon James in again. Cullen pushes it past the bowler, down the ground. He'll get 2 more here. Good running. 249 for 5. Ed's got a theory on social media at Brace Cricket. There's the 250th run. Ed says, afternoon Dave, my baseless theory is that James Hayes wears 13 because Jack Haynes has 30. Their names are the most likely to be confused for each other, so James has presumably chosen the number most likely to be misheard as Jack's. That must be a commentator's nightmare. Thank you, Ed, for that. Don't know about a commentator's nightmare. I know earlier on in the season, pushed into the offside. It would be last season when Jack Haynes first played for Notts. I know 1 or 2 cricketing sites that had it down as Jay Hayes, and I saw the PCA even congratulated James Hayes on his first class debut last season, and of course it was Jack Haynes playing for Notts. But that was just a case of somebody seeing Jay Haynes written down and misinterpreted as Jay Hayes. 2 o'clock. Notts have got half an hour here to get 10 overs in. Otherwise they'll incur a penalty of sorts. Won't be able to have as many fielders outside the ring towards the back end in the overs that they don't bowl. 10 overs to go. 13 to Cullen. Brought up in pretty quick time, and he's going to get another one here. Dropping this on the leg side. Rob Lord continues to bowl. Kicked away there at the crease. I think he kicked the stumps. Just replaced the bails before the umpire saw him. Libby back on strike. Jake Libby, 84 against his former county. Does have a first class 100 against Notts since moving to New Road. Can he twin that? Can he double that up with a one-day 100? 16 away. Rob Lord to bowl to him. He's hit this one in the air, and that's going to go, I think, for 6. It is indeed. Over deep mid-wicket. And that moves him on to 90. No messing about at this phase of the innings for Jake Libby. It's his second 6. $257 for 5. Lyndon James and Seba Mead just trying to work out a bit of a plan. Brett Hutton was at long on. He's gone over and inside the ring at mid-off. Jack Haynes has been switched, so he's now at wideish long on, almost deep mid-wicket. Rob Lord into Libby on 90, and he's pulled this shortish ball down to long leg. He'll come back for 2. Hayes doing the fielding. $259 for 5. From just questioning whether Worcestershire were going to get 300, I think question probably now for Notts is, can they keep them below 320? As Lord is in, and there's a precious dot ball. As far as Notts are concerned, they can't get enough of those. They'll be on 92. Not's able to ramp up the pressure on him in the 90s. Unlikely, I would imagine. He's such a vastly experienced player. Jake Libby. He's not exactly entering new territory here. Shouldn't have any qualms about getting through the 90s without any difficulty. Drops this on the leg side. There's no run. They're done for the day at Neath. Glamorgan, Derbyshire. Match abandoned without a ball bowled. So both sides pick up their first points. I think it's 4 for a win and 2 for a abandoned game in this competition. Both lost on Tuesday. Match abandoned. Libby hits this one up into the air, won't reach. Hayes down at long leg, cries a catch, but it didn't carry to him. Another single. At Southampton, they're coming towards the back end of the Essex innings. 273 for 7 with 3 overs left. And just looking at who's in, Charlie Ellison is 80 not out. Fernandez, the wicket-keeper, has just gone for 41. 273 for 7. Charlie Ellison, 80 not out. His brother Ben plays for Worcestershire and his 12th man here today. So we're through 41 overs, 260 for 5. Ten from that last over. Libby has 93 and he's on strike. With Lyndon James to bowl. This is cut to backward point to Daniel Sams. Mentioned earlier the last time these sides met at New Road in 2019. Lyndon James made his List A debut. picked up the last wicket to fall, that of Ethan Brooks. And caught behind for one. There's James. Bowls again, and I think that's into the pads of Libby. Just a single taken. It's a leg bite. Won't matter too much to the Worcestershire skipper how the runs come from here on in. Great ovation from the Worcestershire balcony. All the players sat outside there when Kashif Ali reached his 100. They'll be hoping they can do the same again for their skipper, who's on 93, but he's at the non-striker's end. It'll be Henry Cullen. Again, a bit of a delay here as the not skipper and his bowler again just have a chat about the field placings. Lyndon James bowls, falls over as he does so. Does a bit of a Mark Wood. Cullen can't get it away. Can't really see any way that Notts are going to get their overs bowled by the requisite time of 2:30. So a little bit sloppy in that regard. James past umpire Pratt, bowls on the pads of Henry Cullen. Works this one. And onto the leg side. There'll be a couple of runs. I'm sure you can hear on the effects microphone the wind has again picked up and blowing our temporary home from side to side here. For 5. Libby being made to wait for his century. He can't get on strike at the moment. It's a good delivery from Lyndon James. And it nips back, goes between bat and pad and through into the gloves of Tom Moores. Drags this one down onto the leg side. Four runs from the last over, 264 for 5, still 8 overs to go. Worcestershire with 5 wickets in hand here. Good score on the board already. They've got Cullen on strike and manages just to get a scratchy edge on this and take the single. Libby was already in the starting blocks. He gets down there to the other end quite quickly. Lord in again, and this is hit towards us for 4 runs, and it clatters into the advertising board just in front of us. Made producer Kirsty jump out of her skin. Hit very, very firmly down the ground by Libby, who goes to 97 against his former county. This has been a super knock from Jake Libby. Got 2 List A hundreds. He'll be eager to get over the line here and then set about seeing how many he can get. This is bad news in a sense for Jake Libby, because he's having to change his bat. Never nice for a top order batter when they break one of their favourite bats, but when you're on 97 as well. Bring me my century scoring bat. It's got a new one, new piece of willow, which I'm sure will be almost absolutely as near identical as the last one, and he's on 97. Can Rob Lord deny him? This one is played onto the leg side. The field was set deep so they can come back for 2, which they comfortably do. And now a question for Asiba Mead: does he leave the field set deep? With Libby on 99, does he bring them in and try and save the single? Not appearing to do so at the moment. Libby's on 99. Well, it's almost as if not so happy for him to have a single. There's nobody saving one on the leg side. This is just going to be dropped there for a comfortable single by Jake Libby, and there it is. Knew he was going to do that. And again, the Worcestershire players all stand and applaud Libby. 3rd in List A cricket. Absolute gem of a knock, and he's led his side to a pretty dominant position here at 272 for 5. Well battered, Jake Libby. One of cricket's good guys. I'll watch Rob Lord bowl first. That's just a little too short. 104 balls with 8 fours and 1 6. .272 for 5. Lord bowls paddled away again by Henry Cullen. Down to long leg for another single. 273 for 5. Seven overs remain. Worcestershire seemingly well set to go past their highest one-day score against Notts. 286 for 3 in that match at Trent Bridge in 2009. Alex Hales made 150 for Notts. Just his second or third game in the first team. Steve Davis scored 109 as Worcestershire chased that down. Notts' highest score against Worcestershire made at Trent Bridge in 1992, 307 for 7. Daniel Sams has changed ends, and first ball past Cullen's bat and through to the keeper, into the gloves of Tom Moores, who's 148 the other day, was Nottinghamshire's 8th highest List A score. Just the 5th 100 to be scored by a Notts batter here at Welbeck. Hales and Vessels and Slater and Amead the others. Pulled by Cullen out to deep mid-wicket for a single. been too many away hundreds scored on this ground over the years. Certainly not 2 in an innings as we've had here. Cash Ali and Jake Libby. Another single to the Worcestershire skipper. Weather was starting to look a little more inviting 20 minutes or so ago, but just lost a little bit of the brightness. The sunshine's hidden away again. A bit of blue sky we could see has all but disappeared, and the clouds again blowing strongly over the ground. 275 for 5. Sam's bowls, Cullen eager just to drop and run. Done that very well in this innings throughout Worcestershire. Rotated the strike. It's only brief periods where they've been bogged down for any length of time. One match in the other group today down at Arundel. Kent final over a 278 for 9 against Sussex. Another single here. Essex now 283 for 9 with an over to go against Hampshire. In all likelihood this will be the largest List A score of the day. 277 for 5. Daniel Sams bowls lifted up and over and away for 4 by Cullen. He's been very bright, very positive. In fact, it's gone all the way for 6. The crowd just helping the umpire out there. It carried on the breeze. In fact, it's only just now fully confirmed by Russell Warren. It was almost like a weightlifter, the old snatch and jerk or whatever it is. It sort of lifted the arms up sort of waist height and then shoulder height, and wasn't going to go fully committed right high above his head until he just got a little bit of confirmation from spectators, fielders and fellow umpire. But it was a 6, and Cullen continuing on his merry way. He's on 27, and that does match Worcestershire's highest ever one-day score against Notts. And remember, this is the 68th time the two sides have met in one-day cricket, so just seeing something a little bit different here from Worcestershire in terms of record breaking. Can also say it's the first time they've met at Welbeck, which is a ground where the runs have been delivered over the 10 years that Notts have been playing here. Here's James Hayes back into the attack, and for the first time he's bowling from this end. And when I say first time, he didn't bowl a single ball from this end on Tuesday, and now into his 8th over. Previous 7 from the far end. That single takes Worcestershire then to their best ever against Notts, 284 for 5. Best part of 6 overs left. 20 past 2 already, so Notts are going to get into a bit of trouble. This one's lifted up in the air, catching opportunity, and it's held by Jack Haynes. Good catch. And there is the end of Henry Cullen. A wicket for James Hayes, his 3rd of the day. Good catch from Haynes. So temporary break on the scoring with that wicket. 284 for 6. Cullen out for 27. Caught at deep mid-wicket, low down by Jack Haynes, coming in, judging the dive nicely from the bowling of James Hayes, who's got a 3 for. Matthew Waite, former Yorkshire player, coming to the middle. Not a dangerous hitter, big hitter. Ideal for this stage of the innings. If you want to send somebody out to bat with 5.5 overs to go, Matthew Waite would be right up at the top of your list. tell you what, he's only got to chip the ball in this direction and it's going to sail over our marquee, because it is a raging breeze, wind, gale, call it whatever you like, blowing straight into our faces at this end. So if he chips it up into the air, it's going to sail many a mile. There's Hayes looking for 4 now. Starts with one that's on the pads and turned out to Slater at deep square leg for a single. 285 for 6. Libby's got 103. This game will be all about making sure there's very few dots. If he gets the opportunity to find the ropes himself, he will. If he can push and run hard, he will. But if not, he'll make sure he gets Matthew Waite on the strike at every opportunity. Hayes bowls. Libby hits it back over the bowler's head and straight down, just to our left for 4. Lovely clean strike from the Plymouth-born batter, Jake Libby. This is going to be a very big score indeed, you fancy. Notts need to go bang bang desperately quickly. Well, they could be chasing 340 here. Hayes bowls it back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. I was going to say past the bowler, it was, and it hit the stumps on the full, and they take 2. All the fielders having to put in extra little bit of work here. They're out in the deep, 5 of them, and the players in those deep positions being the most used at the moment. They're having to put in a lot of yards, and again here it's dropped to mid-wicket. In again comes Haynes, he gets there, but they'll only get 1. That's good work from Jack Haynes, one of Notts' better fielders clearly. And it's the end of the over. 292 for 6. Still 5 overs to go. And Notts have got 5 minutes to get those 5 overs in. So they are going to incur a penalty, that's for sure, in terms of only having 4 fielders outside the ring. Probably the last 3 overs. James Hayes is now 8 overs, 3 for 59. Here comes Sams. Libby whips him away. It's 1 more to the total. Notts out cricket today, has to be said, not quite been at its sharpest. A number of occasions they've been a little unlucky, a little unfortunate. There's been 1 or 2 hit in the air that have just been out of reach or just brushed a fingertip. There's another one hit in the air, and that's away over the leg side, and we'll go for 4, 1 bounce. So Matthew Waite not taking long, having arrived in the middle before pulling his first boundary. Worcestershire now within 3 of 300. We might have to push producer Alan out into the fresh air in a moment just to see if it's raining. Fancy there might be a few spots of rain in the air. Notts might not mind that actually. They lost the first 3 overs of this Worcestershire innings. It's at the moment going round the park a little bit. Another single taken. The breeze is so strong that it's either bringing rain towards us or taking it away from us. I'm not entirely sure which, but some dark clouds around. 298 for 6. Jake Libby's on Nelson. Sams bowls to him, and very quickly he's off Nelson, again turning it out onto the leg side, out to Pockington. Single taken. 299 for 6. Saw a number of supporters coming through the gates, parking in the field behind our commentary position this morning, coming in through the gates with their Worcestershire replica tops on and jackets. We've got the brollies, the picnic hampers, ready for a good day here. They've enjoyed what they've seen so far. Strong looking Worcestershire side, reached 300 as Matthew Waite, it's his second boundary down the ground, and we're only in the 46th over here. Said a moment or two ago, I think Notts will be fortunate now not to be chasing 340, and that's very much on the cards here. 303 for 6. So we come towards the end of the 46th over. So 4 good overs for Worcestershire. Could do an awful lot of damage. Another single here. It's hit to a Mead, just hangs on to it, and that is the end of the over. 304 for 6 after 46. There's 1 or 2 brollies going up, it has to be said. This might be kindest in the long run for Notts if they can get off. Worcestershire also, of course, the other flip side of that is might get a generous helping hand from Duckworth Lewis. It's ended up a 46 over a side match the other day against Essex, but we're going to start the 47th. 304 for 6. This one's chipped over the bowler. How many times have Worcestershire done that today, whether it's been a deliberate ploy or an act of the cricketing gods? There's been so many chipped just over the bowler or just out of reach of the bowler. We're actually reining in on our commentary position here. Wind driving straight towards us and bringing the rain with us, and it's also bringing the ball as it's hit out onto the leg side. Very high, very high. Hayes under it. Gets another one. And again, it's a combination of Court Hames, Bold Hayes, and it's Matthew Waite who falls. And at 306 for 7, Matthew Waite has to go. Only made 13. Fourth wicket for Hayes. Gone for more than 60 runs, but doing a good job here. More and more brollies going up as Fatih Singh makes his way out to the middle at number 9, wearing the black shoes. That rain actually appears to be quite heavy. If you're able to pick it up on your pictures on the live stream, I'm looking at the black sight screen at the far end, and it's very, very evident indeed that it's raining heavily. Just looking at Notts, still got full fielders inside the ring. That's wide of the off stump from Hayes and gets away with it. So they've not been penalised as yet. Still got 5 out in the deep. Hayes rushing back to his mark. I think we're beyond that stage. James has been going for 3.5 hours. Umpire's letting play go on to saturated Welbeck, and another play and a miss here from Fatih Singh, former teammate of course of James Hayes.
Yeah.
306 for 7.
You want to know me?
The drizzle is sweeping across the ground here. Hayes bowling, Fatty Singh, and another play and a miss, and it's bobbled and beaten Tom Moores, and we'll go down to the far end for byes, and 4 of them. Oh my word. I think there's a phrase, it never rains but it pours. Well, Notts thought they'd got away with a dot there, and it just bobbled away from Tom Moores, took a sharp deviation once it pitched and left the keeper for dead and went away for 4 byes. So Worcestershire benefiting by 4 more, and I have to say, folks, I can't understand how they're still playing. The umpires surely have got to step in here. It's certainly this end of the ground, driving with rain into our commentary marquee. Hayes bowls, and the 4th time of asking, Fatty Singh gets bat on ball, and we'll get a couple of runs. So the throw comes in from deep and narrowly misses the stumps, and might be the end of the over. It is 312 for 7. Fatty Singh off the mark. 8 runs from that over in all, including the 4 byes. And we've got 3 overs left. Just wonder if it might just have eased up a fraction. Certainly felt round about ball 4 of that over that we'd probably seen the end of the Worcestershire innings, but I might get it all in now. Lyndon James is being recalled. 8 overs, 1 for 31 for him. Daniel Sams has been expensive. 8 overs, 1 for 70 for the Australian international. Nobody bowled out yet for Notts. Hutton 9, Hayes 9, James 8, Lord 7, Pockington 6, Sams 8. Number of overs. Probably still up, and yeah, it is still drizzling. This one's through to the keeper. Jake Libby still there, of course, on 112. It's one thing we've known about Libby right across his career. They can't stay on any longer, surely, as the rain gets heavier, and now they are going off. We've had 1 ball of the 48th over. 1 ball of the 48th over, and at 312 for 7, off they go with Jake Libby on 112 not out, and Fatty Singh on 2 not out. From 2 former Notts players at the crease together, but that, I would imagine, will be the interval. It's raining quite heavily here at Welbeck, and that, I would imagine, will be the end of the innings. They'll sort something out with regards to Duckworth Lewis, but 312 for 7, think it's going to be the end of the innings. Jacob Libby 112 not out. Kashif Ali made 101. They were the principal scorers. Henry Cullen 27. Henry Cullen, I beg your pardon, 27. Brett D'Oliveira 22. For Notts, pick of the bowlers in terms of wickets, James Hayes 9 overs, 4 for 63. I think that will probably be the end of the Worcestershire innings, and if so, there'll be the interval between the 2 teams now. We'll sort everything out with regards to a Nottinghamshire tally and a total if Duckworth Lewis Stern have a bit of an adjustment to make, and when the players return, so will the commentary.
Worcestershire Rapids, led by their captain, Libby. Notts Outlaws have been set a revised target of 327 runs to win. And opening the batting for the Outlaws, number 26, Ben Slater, and number 99, Hasib Hamid.
Too much to be fair, we can't have had it. I actually felt really guilty eating it halfway through. Hey John, how are you?
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Welbeck, where thankfully the rain has eased and we are going to get a resumption of this game. It is the end, and we have had the end of the Worcestershire innings as we suspected. But Duckworth, Lewis and Stern have done some tinkering whilst you've been gone. Worcestershire finished on 312 for 7 after 47.1, but Notts, in what is now a 47 over a side game, need 3-2-7 to win. So Notts have got Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid out there. Both had centuries on this ground. It's going to be Karam Shahzad to get us underway, the Pakistan test bowler. And first ball past Hamid and through into the keeper's gloves. So 312 for 7 Worcestershire made from 47.1 overs. Jake Libby was 112 not out. Fatih Singh 2 not out. Kashif Ali also registering a century. He made 101. There was 180 put on for that fourth wicket between Libby and Kashif Ali. So a tall order for Notts. They'll need a good start. They'll certainly need a better start than they had on Tuesday as Karam Shahzad bowls and this is pushed into the offside. So we had plenty of quite heavy rain for the first 5 or 10 minutes of the luncheon break, and then the confirmation came that the Worcestershire innings had closed. Then the breeze took away the rain-leaden clouds, and thankfully some drier stuff has followed, and we're okay, we're underway. The highlight of the interval was the fabulous pizza. Good delivery here through to the keeper, so we've been looked after there. And the second highlight of the pizza was producer Kirsty telling me of the day when producer Aaron won a turkey in a Christmas raffle, which kept us chuckling in our bijou marquee for a while. It did sound like the meat draw was underway here at Welbeck as the tannoy announcer, and the winner of the pork chops, pink ticket number 473. Anyway, here's Karam Shahzad past the umpire, and we're away for Nottinghamshire, with Hasib Hamid running it down to Fatih Singh in front of our commentary tent for a single. Here is producer Aaron.
Good afternoon, Dave. How are we?
Very well.
What do you think we've got in store then this afternoon?
I don't know, but the joys of imagining you and Kirsty with a turkey on Christmas Eve.
It was a big turkey as well, Dave. I'm not going to lie. There wasn't much room in the freezer.
They get it in the oven. That's what they're for. Slater on strike. 2 slips. Karam Shahzad bowls. Oh, that's wide. Umpire, that's wide. Stretch those arms. It doesn't. It was like a little stretch from... sorry, it's Neil Pratt at the far end, isn't it?
It is.
Was going to stretch his arms, but didn't. So we're in the first over, with Notts having been set a really challenging score here. There's no doubt about that. They'll need a couple of players to go big. This is deflected down by Ben Slater, just to the left of our Bijou commentary marquee, and it's gone away for 4 runs. And I think Ben Slater got it. He has indeed. Yeah, can't quite see out of our tent. The curtains aren't yet open after the interval. 5 without loss at the end of the first over. You had a scurry on, didn't you, with the rain coming? Look after those precious cameras out there.
I know. I looked this morning and the forecast didn't say any rain, so we didn't protect the cameras at either end, the wicket cameras. So when that rain came in, and as you were saying on commentary, the umpires weren't quick to get off, were they? So we had to run very quickly when the players left the field.
It's going to be Matthew Waite. Didn't hang around too long with the bat today. What can he do with the ball? Right on medium pace, and first one is deposited away through extra cover for 4 runs. Now, I don't have much faith in the meteorological system myself, certainly not the weather forecasters and what have you, and you have a look and it's all a load of nonsense and all the rest of it. But if you're of a mind to need to know what's going to happen, I would go and have a word with scorer Roger Marshall, because I got out of the car this morning, as mentioned earlier, pulled up next to Roger. We arrived at the same time and had a natter. There's Matthew Waite in and bowls, and he lets it go through to the keeper, and he said to me there'll be rain today between 2 and 3, Dave. So there you are.
There you go.
He's the man. I don't know, I can't imagine that Roger is keen on his apps, but he may be, but
is there anything the Duke can't do?
Well, he knew he was spot on. We did have rain between 2 and 3. He knew.
Did you ask him whether the Outlaws are going to get all these runs or not?
Well, I've not seen him since then.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Tough challenge. Matthew Waite comes in again to bowl to Amin again. He's driven it through the offside for I think for 4 more. Can't quite see. The ball's over the ropes. Need to do something about this. We either need to move the table a little further forward, or we need to tie back the curtains.
Well, this is your office, Dave, so you tell us what you require, and I'll get my assistants on it.
Well, if you just stand up and tell me when it's gone for 4, that would be...
I can do that for you.
That would mean I haven't got to move at all. That would...
No comment, Dave.
That would be super. Waite bowls, Mead pushes it out onto the offside. Now, we do need to do something, because I can't even see the scoreboard. I don't know what the score is, so we'll...
13 for no wicket at the moment, Dave.
This should all have happened, but I was too busy hearing stories about your meat raffle victory. There we are. Can see now 13 without loss. That's the second over. We're here at Welbeck, if you're just joining us. A field in the middle of North Nottinghamshire. That's the best way to describe it. And that's what we have done for the last 10 years. This is run to backward point, no run. So is a turkey the biggest thing you've ever won on a raffle?
Size-wise, definitely, yeah. I think it was about a 3.5 kg turkey, if my memory serves me correctly.
What was it, a meat draw?
No, it was just an end-of-season football do, and there was just a raffle, and there was a range of different prices.
Do you have your end-of-season football dues at Christmas? Is that because your season has already ended by then? This is turned away by a Mead down the leg side.
My seasons barely get started, Dave, nowadays, to be honest. It must have been a Christmas party then.
Okay, yeah.
No, there was a range of prizes, meals at such and such, bottles of wine, different things, and then a 3.5 kg turkey.
So Notts with 15 on the board. Of course, Dot with Lewis is something that I was going to say we need to keep an eye on, but I don't really think there's anything that we can keep an eye on that would tell us, because might be an An interruption a little later on as Shazad starts his second over, the third of the innings, and it goes through to Cullen. Couple of slips there. Ethan Brooks at first slip, Rob Jones at second for Worcestershire.
We're ahead of the rate so far, Dave, I can tell you that.
We are 7.5 and it's 6.93.
You were on Tuesday keeping an eye on the probability, whichever particular app that is. Played down in the ground by Slater and it bouncing around in the crease. Just had to be careful and watchful that it didn't trickle back onto the stumps, but it didn't. 15 without loss. Do we know the probability of Notts getting over the line on that
The Wasp.
win predictor?
We do at the moment, but it's probably not a figure I want to read out right now.
Yeah, go for it.
1%.
1%.
Wow.
The win predictor has given Notts 1%. I would say that's
I think that's very harsh.
that's a little mean, isn't it? They need the foundations to be laid, and Slater slams this one away behind square, but Waite is forget the bit about Waite is out there, because he's gone down in instalments and dived over the top of the ball, and it's gone under him for 4.
How many times have we seen that over these 2 games here at Welbeck, Dave? And to be fair, you know, Paul Franks, when he joined you earlier, spoke about it's quite bobbly out there, isn't it? And as a fielder, you have to keep your eye on it, but yeah, I wonder how many people are counting those runs.
Shazad, who's played 6 test matches for Pakistan. It's no club bowler, this fellow, and Slater will run it down to Waite to make sure he gets behind it this time. Just had a little cheeky wave from Fatty Singh, who's just in front of us to our right.
I'm not sure about those black.
No, pumps.
I think I said
Pumps.
that to him when they played us down at Trent Bridge in the T20.
Yeah,
I think I said.
Yeah, they're what you. Well, he knew what we were talking about. Pointing to his
Must
shoes.
have heard us.
Yeah, pointing to his shoes. They're like the pumps that you wear as a 6-year-old. Good delivery here by Shazad past Asib Hamid and through to the keeper. No, it's not a good look, is it? The black cricket shoe.
No, I think you've got to stick to white. But no, it's always nice to see Mr. Singh. A very nice lad.
We've had both Ricky Vessels and Peter Trigo in their time with Notts have some green and gold cricket shoes with Outlaws on them. Terrific. As this goes through to the keeper. In fact, the recent county championship game at Taunton, Trigo one day came in them. Still proudly sporting his Notts footwear. Peter Trigo, who of course made his Notts T20 debut in the Blast final in 2020. We're through 3 overs, 20 without loss. Notts.
Stylish man, Mr. Tree.
Very much so, very much so. Same stage, the pairs were 13 for 1. Be Matthew Waite to continue. Mead has 11. Slater's on strike now on 9. This one just played to point. So we nicely fed and watered. Do you go down the pizza route as well?
I did go down the pizza route, yes, Dave. It was very nice today. I just went for a standard pepperoni today.
Right.
I had meat feast on Tuesday. Did you have the same?
Balanced. I had exactly the same as I had yesterday, last week, last month, last year, last decade, last century.
That's your pizza order,
That's
is it?
my pizza. Ham,
Okay.
mushroom and red onion. Next ball. Driven beautifully by Slater. There was a fingernail on it by Kashif in the covers, but the fingernail and the ball have now crossed the boundary rope. Away to our right for 4. Nice shot from Ben Slater, the list A Lara.
Oh, I wondered how long it'll be before that hashtag came out.
8 one-day hundreds he's got. Still averages over 50 in this competition. He's been leading run scorer or thereabouts over the last 3 or 4 years in this competition, churning out the runs. Waite bowls to him and he'll give him another chase on the offside, but Kashif Ali just manages to dive and prevent everybody going for the run, and Brett D'Oliveira fires in the return. 24 without loss.
I haven't really spoken to Ben much these last 2 days while we've been at Welbeck, but I had a quick hello this morning, but I'm sure he'll be looking to score some runs today. He has enjoyed Welbeck over the last few years, hasn't he?
I think he just enjoys batting. 3:30 local time as punches this one to Kashif Ali as well. You'll be there at the end of the day buying him a drink, won't you, going round him? Well batted, Ben. 24 without loss.
No, not after you keep stitching me up on the radio. Maybe that's why he hasn't spoken to me over these past couple of days much.
I don't think I've stitched you up at all. Perhaps just passed on a message that you asked me to pass on. Can't remember. Oh yes, it was about being bold, not playing a shot, wasn't it? Next ball on its way now, and this time he has got it through the offside with force and precision. Lovely placing. Nice shot from Slater. Another boundary, 28 without loss. Yeah, Ben Slater was bold not playing a shot in the recent county championship game. Came on commentary. Very kind of him to do so. Aaron says, can you ask him why he takes a bat out to the middle if he's not going to use it? Or words to that effect.
I spoke to him at the end of that day actually, and
apologised.
Well, I won't repeat part of the conversation.
It's ball on its way, and this time it's chipped over the leg side for 4. I tell you what, he's looking in. Oh, well, let's touch wood when we say it. But he's looking in fine fettle at the start of this run chase. Back-to-back boundaries there, 3 in that over, and knots a 32 without loss after 4 overs here on the live stream from Welbeck, Trent Bridge Live, the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. Notts and Worcestershire, old friends, first met in List A cricket back in 1966 and been slugging it out ever since. They've not played for the last 6 years, just been quite simply drawn into different groups. There's Karam Shazad, bowls now to the Notts skipper Hamid and pushes it to backward point. Decent stop from D'Oliveira.
I think, like you mentioned a couple of overs ago, Dave, I think from a Notts point of view we'd be looking to build a foundation here with these two, won't we? Get Notts off to a good start, look to build from there.
Top 5 were blown away on Tuesday. Hamid, Slater, Haynes, Sam Seacherin and Lyndon James all out with only 74 on the board, but then Moores and Sams with a big partnership. Mead with a little push and run up to mid-on, shy at the stumps. I think the Notts skipper would have been home. May or may not be Matt Waite. It's not Matthew Waite. Sort out who it is for you in the fullness of time. And they get another single. 33 without loss. Got most bases covered with their bowling options. Worcestershire, Shazad and Waite have started. Adam Finch and Ethan Brooks, as Slater helps this down to Fatty Singh, who'll be in action, I'm sure, with his slow left armers, and also Brett D'Oliveira with his leg spin. I think we'll see all 6 of those involved. That's on to 34. Victory target is 326 in 47 overs after the rain lopped off the last 17 balls of the Worcestershire innings. Another single for Hamid. Fancy Worcestershire would have got 340. Guessing 326 in 47. It just seems easier than 340 and 50. I mean, it's only marginal. I mean,
yeah.
as you've said with your percentage, 1% chance Notts are given at the moment on the WinViz predictor.
It's gone to 14 now.
Producer Kirsty has just plugged it in, right? She's just given it a refresh because it's now saying 14% chance for knots, but that still does make Worcestershire heavy favourites. Here comes Shazad from the next field. Bowls and Slater pushes it back to him. We've not had the sun glinting off the windscreens at the far end thus far today. Not had too much sun to shout about.
It's gone a little bit brighter though, hasn't it, now after that rain shower, like you say. I think that's cleared the clouds, and fingers crossed we get no more breaks in play and we get these 47 overs.
We sort of could see and knew it was coming. You could feel it in the air. You know, the breeze was picking up. Shazad bowls whipped away. Nice shot by Slater, and he's going to get 4 more. Fatty Singh has galloped around there, but I'm afraid it's only to receive the ball from one of the spectators and throw it back. And Slater is onto his shirt number. He's up to 26. Hamid has 13, lots of 39 without loss after 5 overs.
Nice shot from Ben that onto the leg side.
Whipped it away wristily. Same stage, Worcestershire had 16 on the board, so this goes to show there's always more than one way of going about things. It was a patient build-up into their innings, then really well-timed acceleration. Weight bowls to Hamid, chops it to backward point and no run, but I guess chasing over 300 knots couldn't really afford to have a pedestrian initial power play here and just have 30 or 40 on the board in the first 10 overs. They really need certainly the top 3 to fire, like Essex did the other day. Ideally 100 for 1 after 15 were Essex. Still didn't get home from there, did they?
No, they didn't.
Waite bowls, and the dot skipper is bowled. He's lost his middle stump, looked to be playing aggressively, looked to be trying to drive in the V, and has played round it and lost his middle stump. And Asib Hamid has been bowled in the 6th over by Matthew Waite for 13, and Notts a 39 for 1.
Well, you just mentioned there, Dave, didn't you, that Notts had got off to an aggressive start, and it looked like Asib Hamid there was looking to play positively through the offside, and like you described, middle stump straight out the ground. Only 2 stumps left in, so Notts lose their first wicket, but that does bring Jack Haynes out into the middle to join Ben Slater.
Another one who missed out the other day, but generally having a fine season. 4 centuries in first-class cricket. Couple of very impressive knocks in the blast, including a career best 89 not out to get them home in that memorable run chase against the Bears.
Facing his former side once again as well. I saw him this morning having some nice jokes with some of his former teammates. It's always nice when you play your former side, I think.
Yes, he's the only one involved today, isn't he? Because of course there's no Joe Clark, no Dylan Pennington, no Josh Tong. That would certainly give a different feel to this Notts side, wouldn't it, if those 3 were available?
I was going to say, you've mentioned some players there, haven't you, really? I won't ask you where they've gone, Dave. We won't go down that route again.
I wasn't sure that Josh Tong had gone to the same place, but Paul Franks confirmed it this morning.
Yeah, he's with the originals.
39 for 1, and this one strikes. Haynes presumably pad first. They're bringing out a loud appeal. Nothing doing. It would have been a massive oversight for somebody not to pick Josh Tong if he was available, I think, in the circus.
Very much. Obviously done very well with England in the recent Test match series. $39 for 1. There's Waite
bowling, cut to backward point, no run. Let's see, the TV providers for the Ashes have been announced. And of course, it's the one satellite company that I don't have as standard. So,
will you be making that purchase?
Again, it's the old thing, isn't it? Do I sort of put my life on hold for 2 or 3 months and stay awake during the night and sleep during the day, or next ball gets a run for Haynes down to third man? Or do I just say, well, I haven't got that, so I can't watch it?
It's a tough one, isn't it, Dave? Because like you said, late nights, early mornings. I remember watching the last Ashes series in Australia, that first ball from Mitchell Starc to Rory Burns, wicket first ball. I think it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, I think. Yeah, it's very different, isn't it, when it's in Australia? Like you say, you have to put your life on hold, but I'm gonna have a little guess. You're gonna make a purchase, and you'll be up at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning.
There's Waite bowling, and this is pushed by Slater into the covers, and there's no run.
How do you feel about the Ashes coming up? How do you think England are placed?
Well, anything could happen, couldn't it? Literally anything could happen. They could lose each match by 300 runs, or win each match by 300 runs. You don't really know. Sometimes with crash bang wallop cricket it comes off, and sometimes it spectacularly fails. But it will get huge coverage. It will be hugely popular in Australia. There'll be full houses there. There'll be lots of people that do stay up all night and watch it and listen to it. And for those involved, it's an experience of a lifetime. 40 on the board after 6 overs. Shazad bowls again to Haynes. That's a fine stroke. Jack Haynes gets his first boundary, going through the covers.
Again, very positive there from Jack Haynes.
It's only 1 from that last over, so that's a timely boundary. 1 and the wicket for Waite. Welbeck looking almost picturesque right now, with a little bit of blue sky overhead. I'm sure you can hear the wind, which is pretty much a given here. Next one's eased into the offside. So that every year, every game, it's always very windy and blustery, isn't it? So the outfield parched most of the time. Doesn't take long for the bit of drizzle we've had to be quickly dried, and the outfield again, the lightning fast. There's Shazad bowling to Jack Haynes down the leg side, goes through to Cullen, but it is a leg side wide. Producer Kirsty would have liked to have called that one down the leg side. What's this fascination she's got with the leg side?
I've got no idea, Dave, to be honest. It's just something for the last couple of seasons, and obviously both myself and Kirsty have joined you a couple of times over the last season or so on commentary, just for a little stint, and I think she...
just occasionally. They don't build your part up. I think once or twice when I've been desperate, you've been roped in. Next ball is edged. A little before more. Down here. Oh, crikey. Very nearly came into our bijou marquee and made producer Kirsty jump again.
She just whispered to me, what did that hit? What did that hit? Don't worry, it was just the metal post of the marquee.
4 runs. And Notts are up to... is that 49? It is. 49 for 1.
Just on that, Dave, don't worry, I won't be joining you for commentary very regularly. I just thought I'd help you off with the start of this run chase.
That's good.
I don't want you to feel lonely.
No, appreciate it. Next ball on its way. It was appropriate because I've been hearing all about your turkey.
But I felt like I had to come in and maybe explain what that was all about, to be honest.
Producer Aaron with us, who occasionally Brings you a replay or two on the live stream.
Only when I want to, Dave.
We know. Who's out on cameras today? A refresher.
Got Jono, Lewis and Lee with us today.
And a couple of, in fact, 3 static cameras. As this one just pops on Haynes from just short of a length. But a good pace she's had here. Good little battle between these two. How much would a static camera cost?
Talking at least 5 figures, Dave.
Crikey. £123.45.
Think your day rate and then times it by 2.
It's played up to mid-on and again a sharply scampered single. Takes knots up to 50. That's the end of the 7th over. Same stage. Worcestershire only had 26 on the board, so Notts have got out the traps fairly quickly. But they can only afford so many mistakes here. If you're going to chase down 327, you really can't afford any elementary errors. You can't afford too many cheap wickets given away.
Just on that, just looking at the DLS sort of past scores, just how much wickets changes it. Par 54 at the moment, so slightly under.
Notts just behind. Here's Matthew Waite, tall man, Yorkshireman. Just eased into the offside, no run. There's part of me that wants to say he's from Halifax. As producer Aaron would confirm, that's without any notes in front of me at all. He might not be from Halifax, he might never have been to Halifax, but
somebody once told me, as long as you say it with conviction.
Yeah. I think he's from Halifax. Is that convincing enough? Good cricketer, I know that. Matthew Waite, tall man, comes in. Not the longest of runs, which I like. Generates a lot of energy, a lot of power from the shoulder. Jack Haynes plays it down into the slip cordon. Could well be a nice evening here now, 3:45, and we've got the best conditions of the day. Same group as Notts and Worcestershire. Glamorgan and Derbyshire were rained off today without a ball bowled. At Southampton, Essex 285, which very decent tally indeed. Next ball's defended. 80 for Charlie Allison, brother of Ben, of course, who's 12th man for Worcestershire today. Hampshire in reply, a 69 for 1. They've lost the wicket of Ali Orr, but Nick Gubbins is on 33 not out, and Tilak Varma is new at the crease. And at Arundel, Kent made 287 for 9. They're playing against Sussex down there. Top score there was Joey Everson's 52. This one's up to 8, down to long leg for a single.
Have you ever been to Arundel?
I've been to Arundel and seen cricket at Arundel, but I've not commentated at Arundel.
Okay.
Lovely setting, like outgrounds. I would imagine doing a commentary from a tent would be a challenge, but one that I would A, look forward to in a sense, but B, it would be a bit of a sickener because I like Hove so much. We don't play Sussex away much at all, Notts, and haven't done in the recent past, as this is guided down to 3rd for a single. So to see them either playing in Sussex in the Championship or in this competition, and then find it's at Arundel, like I say, it would be a little bit of a mixed blessing. It would be one to tick off, but I do like Hove. Have you been to Hove?
I haven't been to Hove, to be honest.
Get yourself to Hove.
I'll do my very best.
Just about my favourite away trip, I think. This ball is worked by Haynes behind square on the leg side. Lovely people everywhere we go, around all the counties. Have to say that in the interests of fairness and balance, and particularly New Road. But yeah, always
Especially when your mic's turned on.
Well,
Dave.
yeah, but always enjoy it down at Hove, but beside the seaside, and a lot of lovely people down there. Nice place to watch your cricket. 54 for 1 after 8 overs is the not score, just looking 40 on the board. 40 for 2 when Worcestershire were batting. Just lost Brett D'Oliveira for 22 at that stage. It's going to be Karam Shazad to bowl. Whipped away by Slater.
We spoke about the bobbles on the outground. And Fateh Singh there.
Did he miss it? I took my eyes off it because I was just getting a message through that I needed to attend to.
He went to go and pick it up, but again, like I said, as we've seen throughout the day, a little bobble just put him off and it goes for 4 runs.
Slater mistimes one and throws his head back to look up to the sky as if to say, I missed out there.
You see that more and more now, don't you? Some of the lads from across all of the clubs just give the old bat a bit of a punch at the back of the bat after missing out on an opportunity. Yep. But 58 on the board.
Confident looking start this from Slater. The guides this to point. Certainly got out of the blocks quickly. He's on 31. And he's mistimed one. It's just wrestling with some demons at the moment, Ben Slater, I would imagine. But then having, like you, knowing Ben Slater, probably aren't too many demons there at all. He just shrugs it off and will face the next ball. But he has reacted a couple of times in this over at not being able to get the ball away cleanly.
You're a popular man, Dave. In demand.
People always chasing me, that's another way of putting it. Next ball on its way, and again he can't time it.
No, that's a few times he's been looking to score through the offside. And just as you say, Dave, not quite timing it.
Seba Mead out for 13, faced 17 balls at 2 fours. Slater's already at 7 fours in his 31. So not having to do too much running at the moment, Ben Slater. But his quest for another boundary in this over thus far unfulfilled, and he cuts this to backward point. So Shazam will take that. It's a very good over by the Worcestershire quick bowler. Who I must confess didn't know an awful lot about until doing a bit of prep ahead of the Blast game only 3-4 weeks ago, if that. Probably 3 weeks ago. Played there against Notts, Worcestershire defeating Notts in the penultimate round of matches that Thursday night at New Road. The night after the night following that, Notts beat Lancashire in the last group match, with Farhan Ahmed getting his hat-trick. Notts finishing in 6th spot in the group. This is chopped out into the offside. No runs, 7 wins, 7 losses.
3 weeks ago though, Dave. It goes quick, doesn't it? I feel like the cricket seasons get quicker and quicker the more we do.
Well, it must be. It's not so had 2 championship matches since then, so it might even be 4 weeks. I don't know.
Yeah,
But,
could be, I suppose.
Yeah. It'll be one of the moments of the season for Han Ahmed getting his hat trick. I know it was the last 3 wickets, but nice little moment. Wait to Haynes, drills it back to the bowler.
Yeah, got a 5 for that evening as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
From the Wizard.
Wait is another of these bowlers that you say his name, Wait, and people are wondering why you're waiting. It's like when you're playing against Durham and Ben Rain's going. He's Rain. People start looking to the skies and fearing that we might not get a full game in. Still very breezy out there. Look how his shirt is bristling. Haynes turns this to Fatty Singh. On the leg side, single taken.
I think that's going to be important as well, isn't it, Dave? That when there's singles there to be taken, put the fielders under pressure. We saw that from a Worcestershire point of view. Put pressure on the fielders, especially with this outfield. Potentially, that could be worth 10, 15 runs at the end of the day.
Worcestershire were very good at that, weren't they? They maximised all the singles. We're going to have change of attack here in that Matthew Waite's going to go round the wicket to Ben Slater. Got 1 slip. 4 inside the ring on the offside. Ethan Brooks fairly close in at short extra. It's definitely a catching position. 3 others in there as well. Bowls now, and Slater will punch it to point to D'Oliveira, and there's no run. Fielders out are at long leg, and third man is
yes.
One down right at the far end. So both behind the wicket. Slater looking to punch the ball. Now we're going to get a change. So a long leg coming up inside the ring, and mid-wicket dropping out. So this will be just in case Waite drops it a fraction short and Slater whips it away on the leg side. Nearly 4 o'clock. Waite bowls and past the outside edge, through into the gloves of Cullen. Welbeck's been a splendid host once again. Really, only 2019 when we came here that conditions really spoilt that week. The first class match here against Hampshire, didn't get much cricket in at all, rained for most of it. Soggy, wet, damp mess. Waite bowls. Slater works this out towards the leg side, and he played it with soft enough hands that he can come back for a couple. Isaac Mohammed out there on that boundary edge. Sure, he's got 1 or 2 friends out there giving him a word of advice. In fact, he's now being brought up inside the circle. Well, it's the end of the over, that's why he's coming up. 61, that's the end of the power play. 61 overs, 61 runs from the first. Where Worcestershire were. Adam Finch into the attack.
I think I'll do one more over with you, Dave, and then I'll let you speak to the listeners on
my own.
Well, I suppose the viewers.
Is that what you're going to say? The viewers?
The viewers.
Well, you might as well do this over. It's Adam Finch bowling.
Tall bowler.
Leg side, offside.
Thank you.
Tall bowler.
Tall bowler.
Right arm.
Right arm.
Medium fast.
Medium fast. Jack Haynes on strike. Into the leg side. And there's 1 run.
He's coming down breeze, isn't he, as well? The wind's very strong once again, blowing towards us. So we just That Finch's back as he runs in. That's, we always talk about bowlers running uphill into the wind, but it can be just equally off-putting as well when you've got it behind you and you're trying to run in with your normal rhythm, and if there's a strong breeze at your back, you can sometimes lose your stride.
Ben Slater on strike now as Adam Finch makes his way past the umpire into the offside, and there's one run once more. I was going to say that actually because we talked about, I think it was at the point where Rob Lord overstepped, and we mentioned that he was running into the wind. I think Paul Franks was on commentary with you and said that maybe he's just trying that little bit extra. But also, as you just mentioned there, with the wind behind you, it could also potentially cause you problems. So, with your bowling experience, Dave, which end would you rather bowl from?
Both 22 yards. That's what I always used to say.
Oh, you see, you're so simple in your theory, Dave. Jack Haynes, soft hands once again, picked up by Brett D'Oliveira in the offside for one run.
You know me, Salavi, I don't like to make a decision. It's just whatever you want. Which end do you want, Dave? Both 22, whichever you want, Skip. It's the way, isn't it?
You see, that's why you're such a professional, because you wouldn't cause your captain any issue, would you? You're not a prima donna. You don't have a rider. All you ask for is sweets to be provided.
I don't even ask for that. It's very, very rare that I'll have one. It's only because
pizza when it's available.
I'll have a pizza. I don't mind a pizza.
Fourth ball of the over. And Ben Slater knocks it back to Finch, and there's no run.
Umpire losing his cap at the far end, or his hat. They're nice, they're stylish, they're very elegant.
I was just going to say that, Dave. Umpire's attire has changed quite a lot over the years, hasn't it?
But they're not really functional when the breeze is as strong as this.
Finch coming in, Ben Slater on strike, and Ben Slater onto the leg side into Fateh Singh. He was airborne for a while, but I don't think Slater was in any danger there. Another run to the total, 65 on the board now for the loss of that one wicket. Slater on 35, Jack Haynes on 16.
It's a fortnight off, is it, after this one?
Sadly not, Dave, no, sadly not. Other work priorities take over. And then obviously Trent Bridge Live will be back for the last two games in this Metro Bank group stage competition, where hopefully Notts will be in a positive situation. Quite a wide ball there, I would say, from Finch into the offside from Jack Haynes, who runs through, and I think it was Brett D'Oliveira with the throw to the stumps, and it hit Jack Haynes either on the bat or the leg. But the total is now 66, Route 66. Jack Haynes on 17, Ben Slater on 35.
I like what you did there. That was deliberate, wasn't it? A Route 66.
I throw it in every now and again. 66 for one, not all.
I'll let you go and relieve Jono on the camera and go and do half an hour out in the fresh air then, eh?
No, I don't do that, Dave. No. I don't know how many replays have been actioned, but I'm sure I'll try and do a replay every now and again.
Thank you so much, producer Aaron, getting us through the first half an hour, 40 minutes of this Nottinghamshire run chase. Matthew Waite bowling accurately here, nagging line outside the off stump, bowls to Jack Haynes, and he will heave the ball through the offside again. Former Worcestershire man out to Isaac Mohammed, the 17-year-old. Gathering and gaining experience every match he plays for Worcestershire. Great age to be playing first team cricket. Doubt he's been to Welbeck before, but one way or another he'll enjoy his day, enjoy his experience. Only made 8 runs, but very much like to be part of a winning Worcestershire side, and they're on top at the moment as another drop on the leg side. Fateh Singh throws down to the far end, and they get a single with Slater comfortably home. Weather continues to improve. We can see, just looking around, we can see some vapour trails. Aeroplanes high in the sky. Wait. Bowls, and Ben Slater almost tempted just to have a little fiddle at that one outside the off stump. Threw the bat inside the line. Earlier today, Worcestershire put into bat. They made 312 for 7. We had, towards the back end of the innings, a little bit of light drizzle, and we couldn't get all the 50 overs in after 47.1 overs. Just got too heavy. The umpires took them off. 312 for 7. So it's become a 47 over a side game. As Waite bowls and Slater defends. But Duckworth Lewis have assessed that the target should be, says he, trying to remember, is it 3-2-6 to win for Notts in 47 overs. Lost Seabermead, their captain, for 13 when the score was 39. And this pair have added 30 since. Waite again bowls, and Slater once more. Nice crack off the back, off the bat, out into the deep, and again a slight misfield, but they didn't come back for 2. Notts up to 70. Waite to Haynes. Libby doing the fielding. Notts on to 71 after 12. Sam Seacher enlisted to come in at 4. And Lyndon James, provided Notts stick to the same order as they had on Tuesday. Lyndon James will be at 5, Tom Moore's at 6. They were the other way round on the card on Tuesday, but Lyndon came in at 5, Tom Moore's at 6, Daniel Sams at 7. There's Finch, bowls just short of a length, quickly into a position to pull is Jack Haynes, getting it out to deep mid-wicket. Couple more. Haynes on to 23, and Ben Slater has 36. Cut out to Cashy Valley on the point boundary by Haynes, just a single. Nice bit of fielding by Cashy Valley. Conditions much more pleasant for watching cricket now. The spectators had to endure a 20-minute or so spell with the brollies up towards the back end of the Worcestershire innings before they were taken off for rain. Now Slater will pull this onto the leg side. We're going to get another single. Very pleasant now. Hopefully the ice cream van will be doing a roaring trade, and the queues at the bar. Pizzas and burgers going well. Typical outground fare. Been hugely welcomed by the Welbeck Club. Band of volunteers, a lot of the club's players and the staff and the supporters of the Welbeck Club here have given of their time and helped organise things. A lot of little incidentals need doing in the lead up to the matches. All the deck chairs put out. Well, they're not deck chairs, but the folding chairs put out all around the ground. All takes up time. A lot of people got involved. The drive into the offside by Haynes. There's a magnificent array of cakes in the cake tent that have been baked by the members and their families and friends, brought along just to raise funds for the local club. Always a very popular stop-off point on your walk round the ground in the morning. Pitched up by Finch. Slater plays this again out onto the offside to Isaac Mohammed. And that's the end of another over. .13 now gone, 77 for one. That's 20 runs ahead of where Worcestershire were. There's some Ethan Brooks coming on to bowl. There was some decent overs for Worcestershire further on down the line, but at this stage of the contest, not in certainly in a very respectable position. If they're to chase down 3-2-6, it's a big score though. So Ethan Brooks, another right-arm medium fast bowler. Round the wicket, Slater helps it into the covers and there's no run. Target 3-2-7. Just getting confirmation of... I'm just checking for confirmation of myself. 3-2-7 in 47. 3-2-6 would be the tie, obviously. That would be quite dramatic. Another single for Slater to 39. Brooks with 77. Oh, this has drifted down the leg side and tickled away by Haynes. I don't think he's got much on it actually. It's not gone all the way for 4. In fact, it's off the pad, so a couple of leg buys to Nottinghamshire. Jack Haynes won't get those. But Notts advanced to 80. Brooks again to Haynes, and once more a resounding clip off the bat helps it out into the deep to Mohammed. Will there be a hero for the batting side, or will Worcestershire keep them at bay? This is cut to backward point, good stop by D'Oliveira. And there's no run. Applause from Captain Jake Libby at mid-off. Every run precious. Ethan Brooks to Ben Slater, and he just waited a little bit, Slater, and punched this just to the left this time of D'Oliveira, but out into the deepest Kashif Ali, and another single. Worcestershire getting through their overs a lot quicker than Nottinghamshire did. 5 from that one. 82 for 1 Notts. New gloves brought out for Ben Slater. This innings started round about an hour ago, 3:15. Here comes Finch. Starting him over to Slater. Gets this Down to a wide-ish third man, and Matthew Waite does the fielding. Slater into the 40s. Ground looking in immaculate condition, it really is. As, Jack Haynes takes on an attempted big shot on the leg side but misses it. Goes through to Henry Cullen. Played very nicely for his 27 earlier. Keeper with white keeping gauntlets on. Used to call them gauntlets, didn't we? 83 for 1, Nottinghamshire. As Haynes punches to mid-off and there's no run. Makes a decent contact on this one, but again it's straight to Matthew Waite. This phase of the innings not able to pick up many boundaries. Worcestershire keeping it nice and tight with Brooks from this end, Finch from the other. 4 bowlers used. Waite and Shazad started things off. No wickets today for Joe Pockington, the Nottinghamshire spinner. Yet to see pace off from Worcestershire with either Fatty Singh or Brett D'Oliveira turning their arm over. Finch bowls a bouncer. This one's hit up into the air, and this should be the end of Ben Slater, and it is. And Finch gets a wicket. Ben Slater unable to keep the pull down, and he's picked out Ethan Brooks on the leg side, and Worcestershire get their second wicket, and it's Ben Slater out for 41, and it's 84 for 2 in the 15th over.
Ben Slater out for 41 caught by Ethan Brooks off the bowling of Adam Finch.
Real shame there for Slater. Such a good one-day player. 7 fours in his 41. Both openers are back now, and here comes Sammy Seacheran. 20 years of age, just his second match, made his debut on Tuesday, and he got a single. Just touching gloves with Jack Haynes and tapping into a little bit of information. Played some masterful innings in second 11 cricket for Notts this year. Fully deserving of his opportunity. He's got almost all the time in the world that he could possibly wish for here. No need to try and absolutely rattle along, just playing it as it comes. Worcestershire have popped a leg slip in straight away. Now somebody or something, or a gut feel, has made Jake Libby pop Ethan Brooks in at leg slip. First ball Nudged into the covers and there's no run. Libby doing the fielding. That is the end of the over. 84 for 2 now, Notts, in the 15th over. They're still 16 runs ahead of where Worcestershire were at the same stage. Wind picking up again. Brooks carry on bowling to Haynes, plays this to mid-on and there's no run. Need to get the binoculars and have a look at the scoreboard. Away to our left, yes, there is a Duckworth Lewis on there. It's currently 109. I wondered what the 109 was. Next one's played into the offside by Haynes for a single. So I don't think there's any rain imminent when I say this, but were they to go off now, then Worcestershire would be winners by 24 or so. But like I say, conditions set fair at the moment, and Sam Cetron's away with 2 down to third man, so his highest score for Nottinghamshire. Made his first team debut in the last Blast match, the last of the 14 group games against Lancashire, and got 1. And then on Tuesday he got 1. Well, off the mark here. Second ball with a 2. He's Ethan Brooks in to bowl to him, and he pushes into the offside and there's no run. Paul Frank saying a little earlier when he joined us on commentary, the Notts acting head coach for this competition, that that won't bother him at all. A couple of low scores won't bother Sam at all. Level-headed young man, highly talented, will make his mark in this competition, there's no doubt about that, whether it's today or not. And he's lifted this one over extra cover and away for 4. Well, that's a very fine shot indeed. His first boundary in senior cricket for Notts. Certainly need somebody else to come to the party today. Tom Moores and Daniel Sams, a partnership of 137 on Tuesday, but the top 5 were all blown away cheaply. 91 on the board after 16 overs. That's 2 wickets down. Lyndon James listed on the card at 5, and Tom Moores, Daniel Sams making up the top 7. Joe Pockington, Rob Lord, Brett Hutton and James Hayes. Here comes Finch, who dismissed Ben Slater in his last over. Bowls now, and Haynes turns this square of the wicket out to Isaac Mohammed, and again there was purposeful running for the first one, and then I looked up as I did, and Mohammed got on the ball, and they said no, and then he slightly fumbled it, and by then they'd aborted the idea of coming back for 2. So Cetron back on strike. Back in comes Rob Jones into the slip cordon beside Henry Cullen. Slightly crouched stance Cetron, and he's tracked this on the leg side. By no means the crispest of shots, but a run nonetheless. Need at some point certainly a substantial partnership, Notts, if they're to challenge a victory target of 327 in 47. Not the sort of score you chase down every day. Next one's cut out into the deep, and there's a single. Rod George says, can you give the cameraman an alcoholic drink to stop him shaking, Dave? I suspect, Rod, it might be one of the fixed cameras on top of the sight screen. I don't think we've got any cameramen on top of the sight screen. Presume it's one of those. Although all of our camera operators around the ground, I think Rod would like an alcoholic drink if you're offering, if you've got a tab here. This ball's cut away to backward point, and they'll come back for 2. Tony T says DLS seems a little high. Robin says compare and contrast this calculation with the one against Essex. And Outlaw Chris says DLS should just do one. The Blighter says was really not having that wasp calculation, Brace. Tough chase for knots for sure, but with not sitting at 2% while rattling along at 8 and over. If the designer of this tosh would like to contact me and offer me the 50-1 odds his calculation suggests, I'll snap his hand off. Yes, indeed. I thought when it was 1% it was a little bit ridiculous, but you never know with cricket, you never know. Where are we now? 97 for 2 after 16, or still in the 16th. Good looking shot out on the leg side, but straight to Isaac Mohammed on the bounce. One more to Jack Haynes. It was up to 31, and that is the end of the over. 98 for 2. Same stage, Worcestershire had 77 on the board. Certainly giving themselves a chance, Notts, with this many runs by this stage, but still 327 looks a lot. Brooks in again, balls to Haynes, and he's hit a big one, and when Kashifali, who's on the boundary, turns and starts running back towards the crowd, you know that's going to clear clear him, clear the ropes, clear the crowd out towards the pavilion side. And Jack Haynes has hit a huge 6 away there, takes Notts to 3 figures, to 104 for 2. It's the first 6 of the innings. Here's Brooks in again to Haynes, drills this to mid off to Libby, and there's no run. Singh doing the fielding there at mid-wicket. Not yet seen the former Nottsman have a bowl. He was left undefeated on 2 not out at the end of the Worcestershire innings. There when the rains came. It's Brooks. Balls again, and nice bit of work by the wicket-keeper Cullen there. Playing and missing Haynes. Cullen standing up to Ethan Brooks, whipped off a bail. But Haynes clearly had his foot grounded. $104 for 2. A little bit of litter and what have you blowing across the ground. A few polythene bags and tissues every now and again. A couple of runs added to the total. $106 for 2. Here comes Ethan Brooks. Another push and run from Haynes, and they'll get 2 more, this time on the leg side. 108 for 2. Good purposeful running. And between them, Haynes and Cetron added 10 in that over. 108 for 2. Jack Haynes up to 41. Will he be the Notts hero of the day against his former side? Finch to continue, bowling to Cetron. This is effortlessly put away over the leg side. Chipped it over Rob Jones, who was mid-wicket inside the ring. Once he chipped it over him, there was no protection out there. And Sam Cetron with a boundary. Start of the over. Finch, by way of a response, bowls, and Cetron went hard at that. Oh, Fatty Singh had to be very careful there. The ball zigged and zagged this way and that, and Fatty Singh dropped to the ground. Was nearly done by the spin off the ball. And they get a single. Not keeping the board turning, but they've got to do that for a long time. This game isn't going to be won at least for another 2 hours, you'd imagine, by Notts if they were to get there. Another one played away to leg with an instant call of 2 from Haynes. He'll move to 43. Of course, Worcestershire might have it sewn up well before then, but if Notts are going to get another 217, 18, 19, something of that order, it's going to take 2 hours. To Haynes' cry of no. Frustrated cry of no as it's worked to mid-on. And there's no run. Rained quite heavily during the interval. But thankfully, things have dried up, cleared up. It's looking. Another good over for Notts with 11 runs coming from it. the games going on. Hampshire won 53 for 2. Essex scored 285 in the 27th over there of that run chase. And in the other group at Arundel, Kent 287 for 9, Sussex 119 for 4 after 23. So a couple of good run chasers there underway. Same here. Brooks bowls pulled in the air by Sammy Citron out to deep mid wicket for a couple out to Kashi Valley. Citron on to 17. Retains the strike. Brooks bowled him. Citron going for a big hit, and he's played all round it and been bowled, and Notts lose their 3rd wicket with 121 on the board, and that's a real shame. Sam Citron just starting to flow, and he's played all round one from Ethan Brooks. 20th over. Not still with more than 200 required, 206 more to win. Find themselves 3 down. It's a real shame that. I was very much looking forward to seeing Sam bat for length of time. There's Tom Moores getting a generous round of applause, as you'd expect after his performance the other day. Just use the word expectation here. You see somebody get 148 on Tuesday, and I guess the expectation is go out there the next time on Thursday and well, what could be different? You just pick up where you left off and crash the ball for 4s and 6s everywhere. Cricket's not like that. Life isn't like that. Starts again on naught. In a professional career of getting on towards 10 years, 9 years or so for Tom Moores. That was his highest score in senior professional cricket, so it'd be ridiculous to think it could be repeated within 48 hours. Or could it? That's what makes us watch. Left-hander certainly played well the other day. Brooks round the wicket and got him first ball. The ball just clipping bail, the off bail, and there we are. That is sport, that is life. Real shame for Tom Moores and for Notts. Just nicked off the off bail. So Ethan Brooks finds himself on a hat-trick, and in the space of those 2 deliveries, Notts have gone from 121 for 2 to 121 for 4. And gonna have to look a little further down the card for today's hero. Will it be Lyndon James? Will it be Daniel Sams? It's going to be Lyndon James off those 2 to get first dibs at it, coming in at 6. Only a couple of weeks since 3 weeks maybe, since he registered a double 100 in the county championship down at Southampton. Won't need that many today, but can he give Jack Haynes a little bit of support, with Notts requiring 200. First of all, he's going to be facing a hat-trick ball from Ethan Brooks. Citron clean bowled, Tom Moores clean bowled. Now Ethan Brooks. Ball in hand, just waiting for Lyndon James. He's taken guard, he's had a little look around, been for a walk, and now he's ready. Ethan Brooks into Lyndon James on a hat-trick. It's a low full toss. Oh, and not only that, wow, it's 4 runs. Matt Waite bent down as if it was me with backache, and he couldn't reach the ball, and it's gone underneath him and down the ground for 4. Well, a fluctuation of a couple of deliveries there. Gets Tom Moores with a jaffer that clipped off the off bail, and then the next one, low full toss. He's apologising to everybody, Matthew Waite. Just one of those things, I guess. 125 for 4. Lots of 35 ahead in terms of runs, but those 2 wickets in that last over, hugely damaging. Going to have a bowling change here, and we're going to get a bit of Brett D'Oliveira and his leg spin. Just reinforcing the leg side. From the Notts angle, remember that Jack Haynes is still there. He's on 47. Lyndon James getting off the mark with a rather fortuitous boundary. There's D'Oliveira bowls, and Haynes will chop this out onto the offside for a couple to move to 49. I think that's Finch out there with a good arm. 127 for 4. Certainly those 2 wickets. DLS has jumped up to 171. Haynes on 49, goes to 50 with another drive into the offside for another couple, and well battered Jack Haynes. And I think the sad truth for Notts is might have to turn his 50 into maybe 150. 129 for 4. So Notts take the amount of runs required to just under 200. Jack Haynes to 50 from, is it 3 4s and a 6, and he's got there from 49 balls, so an even paced half century. And then he's punched it straight into the hands of Rob Jones in the covers, and has gone. Haynes out for 51. D'Oliveira striking in his first over, just short of a length. Jack Haynes, as he had done for the previous couple of balls, backed away to punch it through the offside, only this time didn't quite keep it down, and a good low catch from Rob Jones. It almost decapitated Jones. It was straight at him, low down, but well held, and Notts now in all sorts of trouble at 129 for 5, with Haynes on his way back. And again, Notts find themselves 5 down, as they did at 74 for 5 on Tuesday. This time they'd flipped the order round, with Moores coming ahead of Lyndon James, but the top 5 have gone. Hamid Slater, Haynes, Citron and Moores with work to do, and Willoughby James and Daniel Sams with the rebuilding job. That's 3 wickets that have gone down in very quick succession to take Notts from 121 for 2 to 129 for 5. Rob Jones had took the catch, just getting a little bit of treatment on his hand. I think that was shelled at him. In fact, I think the physios advised him to go off and get a bit more treatment. So whether it's had to split the webbing or something, can be very, very painful. But crucially, he hung on. Was powered at him by Jack Haynes. Rob Jones just popping off just to get a little bit of treatment. Wicket for D'Oliveira in his first over. And Daniel Sams, who hit a punchy 45 on Tuesday, has now got to mastermind. Well, he's hit his first ball for 4, straight back over the bowler's head, but he's got to mastermind a recovery that begins with that 4. Takes Notts to 133 for 5. Hamid 13, Slater 41, Haynes 51, Citron 17 and Moores 0. In scorecard order, didn't fall in that order. D'Oliveira again, and Daniel Sams Pushes it into the offside and there's no run. Not sure how much he's seen of Brett D'Oliveira, Daniel Sams, but he played that first ball as if it was me bowling at him. Next one is defended by the big tall Australian, and it's the end of a successful over, 133 for 5. And we've had 21 overs. Not so still more than 30 runs better off than where Worcestershire were at the same stage, but of course Worcestershire were just a couple down, or 3 wickets down, and that big partnership between Libby and Kashi Valley, which in all probability will be the match defining one, unless James and Sams have something to do with it. Not still well ahead, as I say, by more than 30 runs, so this could be one from here, but it's going to take some doing. Single for Lyndon James. It is going to need somewhere on the line, or down the line, at least a century partnership, just to give them a little bit of a sniff for the lower order to combine and get the rest. Daniel Sams has taken guard at his first ball for 4 from D'Oliveira, and it's his first ball from Ethan Brooks away behind square on the offside, and we'll get a couple. There's Brooks. Bowls nicely played by Sams, just dabbing it down towards third. Should be 2 more, and there is. Might get producer Aaron to look on his win predictor thing and see where Not's chances lie at the moment. Well, I don't think it can be working, because again he's come back with the answer is 1%. Sure it's not as low as that from here. They're 30 runs better off than where Worcestershire were. There's Ethan Brooks into Daniel Sams, and a play and a miss outside the off stump. I don't know if there's a serious answer forthcoming. If it is still saying 1%, I should switch it off and reboot it. 138 for 5. This one into the pads of the Australian. Nothing doing. Two wickets for Brooks, 1 for Waite, 1 for Finch, and the last one was Brett D'Oliveira. Brooks bowls turned down to long leg, probably just a single on this occasion for Daniel Sams. It's the end of another over, 139 for 5 knots. And that's after 22. Remember, this is a 47 over match now, and the target is 327. So 188 more in 25 overs. 188 in 25 overs. May well have had bales changed at the far end. A member of the ground staff just come on. Either a broken bale has been replaced, or we've maybe got some heavier bales. Just do keep blowing off. D'Oliveira, great start to his bowling spell in the last over. He's in again, and Sams hits this into the offside, through the legs of the fielder out there, and they'll get a single. D'Oliveira starting his second over, a wicket and 8 runs from his first. Brings Lyndon James back onto strike. Not seen too much of it of late. That's another single. In fact, he'd only faced 2 balls. He was on 5, Lyndon James, and now he's on 6 from 3. Remember, he faced the hat-trick ball, which was a low full toss, and hit it straight to Matthew Wade, and inexplicably it went under him and away for 4. This is chopped to backward point to Fatty Singh, who's yet to turn his arm over. I wouldn't have thought it'd be too long before Jake Libby turns to him. This delivery's hit up and over by Daniel Sams, and that's a really good catch out there in the deep, and things going from bad to worse for Notts. Terrific catch right over at the far end of the ground. Really good bit of fielding. Trying to identify who it was out there in the far distance. Excellent catch. So D'Oliveira with the wicket, 141 for 6. Sam's out for 10. It's a sub-fielder taking the catch, so not sure who it is on. I wonder if it's, I don't know if it's Ben Allison. I think it is. I think it's Ben Allison out there in the deep with the dismissal of Daniel Sams. So D'Oliveira's not yet finished his second over, and he's got 2 wickets. And Notts in a whole heap of trouble here. New man is Joe Pocklington. Made 7 on debut the other day, ended up being run out, slipped over. Was laid there in a crumpled heap on the ground as the ball came in from afar. Was trying to get Tom Moores back on a strike, but slipped over, and it was an embarrassingly short stay out there in the middle for him. They were pretty much his words. He was embarrassed by the manner of his dismissal, he said afterwards. No reason to be. He was playing the interests of the team. Didn't get a wicket today with his slow left arm. Has got a chance to show what he can do with the bat in at 8, with 180 or so required to get Notts over the line. First ball is defended. If Notts' chances of winning were rated at 1% before that Sam's wicket, I tried to ask what they are now as D'Oliveira around the wicket. That's short, that should be turned away for at least 1 run by Pocklington. I think that's the end of the over. It is indeed. So 142 for 6 Notts. That's at the end of the 23rd over. Still well ahead of where Worcestershire were, but it's no longer relevant because of the number of wickets that have gone down. Notts are way, way, way behind in this contest. Lyndon James and Joe Pocklington out there. And Brett Hutton, Rob Lord and James Hayes to come. Fanciful maybe to think that 5 collectively could get Notts anywhere near, but you never know. Cricket's a funny old game, as they used to say. What's next in action on Sunday, of course, away at Derby. Play Leicestershire at Kibworth. Cardiff hosts the Glamorgan Notts game, and then at the Utility Bowl Southampton. And then after those 4 away trips, Notts at the end of the month finish their group stage matches with Trent Bridge fixtures against Gloucestershire and against Surrey. Brooks bowls, turned to leg by Pockington. Cries of yes, yes, yes as they come back for 2. Just gone a little gloomier. One thing that does do is make the scoreboard far more visible. When the sun's shining on it, the numbers very difficult to pick out away to our left. Pockington blocks this next one. Looks to be a good game taking place down at the Utility Bowl. Both Hampshire and Essex lost. I beg your pardon, Hampshire defeated Glamorgan on Tuesday. They're hosting Essex today. Essex, of course, who lost here. Essex made 285, Hampshire 180 for 3 after 32, so they require 108 from 18. And at the crease at the moment for Hampshire, Weatherly and Prest, Gubbins and Tilak Varma have both been dismissed. There's another one caught behind here, Lyndon James. Ethan Brooks having a heck of a time with the ball. Lyndon James just nibbling at one outside the off stump and has nicked it through to Cullen. 145 for 7. So not to be for Lyndon James today. So we're not entirely sure it will be a hugely significant dividing factor, whether it's Rob Lord or Brett Hutton. It's Rob Lord coming in at 9. Down at Arundel, the only other match going on, Kent made 287, Sussex 148 for 5 after 28. Remember Glamorgan and Derbyshire today, match abandoned without a ball being bowled there. Wet conditions down in South Wales at Neath, where Notts played last year, of course. Sheffield Outlaws here. Sorry, Dave, ever since we've arrived, Notts have been losing wickets. Perhaps we should leave straight away. Steve Crawley, the god of cricket, the great leveller, strikes. Daft sport sometimes, but that's why they love it. Commenting on, I'm sure, Tom Moore's dismissal. Oliveira bowls to Pockington, drops this on the leg side. They take a single. Mark the Mod just I presume it's saying that whoever the tallest Worcestershire player was taking that last catch. Yeah, I think it was Ben Allison on as a sub-fielder. It's on for Rob Jones, who went off to repair a damaged finger. Feel like a lot of the jeopardy's gone out of the contest now, with Notts slipping from, where were they, 121 for 3 to 145 for 7. In fact, they were 121 for 2, weren't they? There's Fatty Singh yet to bowl, fires a throw at the far end, and there's nobody either at the stumps or backing up, so they get an overthrow. Notts in that period lost 5 wickets for 24. Oliveira bowls, cut away by Rob Lord. Nice shot from Rob Lord. Will it go all the way? Yes. The applause of the Notts fans will confirm that's the first boundary in a while for Rob Lord. Adam Finch down on the deck, sprawling. Trying to stop the ball hitting the rope, but it did. 150 up. 152 for 7. Next ball's turned to leg by Lord, and there'll be a couple of runs. Worcestershire did the double over Notts in the T20 Blast. Looks as if they're going to win this one. The next meeting between the two sides will be at New Road and beginning 9th of September in the County Championship, and that quite simply is a match that Notts really need to win. Second in the table, 9 points behind Surrey. Worcestershire bottom of the table. I guess from their perspective they really need to win it. Should be a cracker, really important week, that one. There were a huge number of Notts fans have been in touch with me or seen me, spoken to me over the last few weeks to say they'll be going to New Road, and going to New Road, Dave, see you there at New Road. Looking forward to that one. Not too far away, but quite a popular venue, provided it's not an early season game and New Road's been underwater like it was it beginning of last year. Here's Brooks, 3 wickets, bowling to Pockington. There's a little bit of hesitation there, and had the throw hit the stumps direct, then Rob Lord might have been in a bit of trouble, but it wasn't a direct hit. Brooks bowls, hits Lord on the pad, nothing doing. Another sign that cricket is a bonkers game. Notts are still 24 runs better off than where Worcestershire were at the same stage. Yes, they're going to lose, and lose substantially, but at this stage they're still well ahead. All they need is really somebody to chip in with a 170 run partnership, and Bob's your uncle. May not get the chance to go that far actually, because I think we might be in for a little bit more threatening weather. Looks really threatening, just coming over our right shoulder. It seems as if the weather's, well, the wind has turned round a little bit, and I think there's a bit of drizzle once again coming into our Bijou marquee. That was a little bit more than a bit of drizzle. It's coming in almost horizontal there into our tent. Call it a tent at this time of the day. 155 for 7. The Brollies are either up or on standby all around the ground, but the clouds are menacing up to our right. 156 for 7. This one is as good as done in terms of being a contest, you would imagine. Two youngsters, Rob Lord and Joe Pockington, might have other ideas. You'd like to think they're having a conversation in the middle there. Come on, we can be heroes here. This is our chance. We've always wanted this. Out here playing first team cricket for a county. Chance to pretty much bat for the next hour and a half if we want and be heroes. Let's see how they go. D'Oliveira bowls and Rob Lord pushes it back to him. Just imagine all you young cricketers being in this situation. Go out there and bat for your county for an hour. See what you can do. Keep them out, score a few runs, enjoy yourself. D'Oliveira bowls to Rob Lord. Drives this into the offside and would have got runs, but for a wonderful stop from Libby. More Brollies go up. The wind picks up. Lord will cut this one out into the deep. He'll get a single. One more to the total, and I don't know how much more cricket we're going to get in this little phase, because the rain's getting heavier and heavier. Just wait for the moment where umpire A looks at umpire B, or vice versa. I'll be very surprised. We are going to get another ball. D'Oliveira bowls and Pockington's hit it back to him, and I'd be surprised if we go on. Crikey me, I'm giving this every opportunity here. Maybe that they can see some blue sky or something behind, I'm not sure, but Pockington defends this from D'Oliveira, who's trying to rattle through the overs. We've sent producer Aaron outside just to confirm that it's raining. It is. This is turn to mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. 157 for 7 after 27. Rain continues to fall. There's some walkie-talkie chat between the umpires. There's a few people leaving as well. I think they've already assessed what the outcome of this is going to be, and don't find the prospect of sitting on a soggy wet bank in a field in North Nottinghamshire all that appetising anymore. This one's drifted down the leg side, fielded by Rob Lord. Beg your pardon, played by Rob Lord. Down to long leg, single taken. Centuries from Kashi Valley and Jake Libby. Done the job for Worcestershire, just put too many runs on the board. Always looked a stiff task. Hamid went for 13 in the 6th over. Ben Slater fell for 41. That was 84 for 2 in the 15th over. Sam Cetron for 17. Tom Moore's first ball, wouldn't you just know it? That's the vagaries of cricket, of sport, of life. Cock a hoop one day, down in the dumps the next. Jack Haynes, ball after reaching his 50, hit straight into the hands of Rob Jones in the covers, out for 51. Daniel Sams caught in the deep, really good catch. He fell for 10, and Lyndon James out for 6, caught behind. Almost in every sense. I wonder if we're just weathering the storm here as Lord pushes it into the offside. It's still raining here. It's still raining. Don't know what's necessarily to be gained unless they can just see behind us blue sky arriving imminently. Don't necessarily think it's playable. Nice looking shot there though by Rob Lord, and he'll get 2 more through the offside. And that's the end of the over. 161 for 7 knots. We've had 28 overs. Rain might just be easing a little bit. Certainly not ideal conditions. Pockington on 7, and he's paddled this round the corner. Good diving stop from Fatty Singh. Just get a single. Good work from the former Notts man. I presume he's got family here. Pockington on to 8, so he's gone past his score from Tuesday. Rob Lord on 13. Pushes D'Oliveira into the covers. A single to Rob Lord. That's just about halfway. They've got 163 on the board. They need 164 more. Oliveira to Pockington, tries a reverse. Slip was expecting it and got a hand on it. Oliveira floats this up. Cut to backward point by Rob Lord. Such a good cricketer, Brett Oliveira. He's served Worcestershire well. More than a decade now. Continues to do so. Bowling very accurately here with his leg breaks. So Rob Lord cuts this out into the offside. 165 for 7. It's good for the over 8 as well, absolutely rattling through them. Little surprised and indeed disappointed that Fatty Singh hasn't had a bowl yet. Sure he'll be eager to turn his arm over. Ethan Brooks done an excellent job though from this end. 3 wickets to Ethan. Starting his 9th over now with figures of 3 for 41. This pair have added 20. 4 overs so far for the 8th wicket. Several brollies still up all around the ground as Lord turns this onto the leg side. We'll get one more, moving his individual tally to 16. That's 166 for 7. And a miss from Joe Pockington. Again, good tidy glove work from Cullen. Clean take, crisp removal of the bail. But impressive behind the wicket for Worcestershire. Brooks bowls again. LBW shout here. Nothing doing. LBW appeal turned down and it's a leg bite. One more to the tally. Not's limping along at the moment. 167. We're through 30 overs, so 160 in 17 is all that Notts need. Got to be around about 9 and over, which for a long time now Notts have not been doing. But to maintain that sort of rate from here till the end, highly, highly improbable. Pockington though does his bit and pulls this one for 4. That will have felt good. It's a little too short from Brett D'Oliveira, and Pockington into a good position to pull it away through mid-wicket. 171 for 7. D'Oliveira in again. This time he's got hold of it and might even have hit one the distance. It's very, very close to the line. And the umpire signals 6. Umpire was in no doubt. So 10 from 2, the start of this over. And Joe Pockington is having a little bit of fun here. He's got on to 19 with those 2 blows. Still nobody at deep mid-wicket, and now he's paddled this round the corner. Fatty Singh should cut it off. They'll come back for 2. 7 knots need to keep going at 9 and over. Well, they've scored 12 from the first 3 balls in this one. 179 for 7. Pockington on 21, Rob Lord on 16. Brett D'Oliveira balls again, and once more a little paddle to Fatty Singh, and once more they'll come back for 2. And appreciative round of applause from the crowd. Not sure if that's for Joe Pockington or for the fact that they can now lower their brollies, but almost collectively at that same time the brollies went down. I don't think they've been put too far away, but doesn't appear to be drizzling at the moment. 183 for 7 knots. Pockington again will pull this onto the leg side, and again it's Fatty Singh out there. This time they only get a single. So really good over for Joe Pockington and Notts. 4-6, 2-2-1. And 1 ball left brings Rob Lord on to strike. 184 for 7. D'Oliveira bowls. Nice looking shot from Rob Lord. There'll be at least a couple here. In fact, it'll go for 4. So that's a terrific over, really, for the hosts. 18 from it. Can't be right. 19 from it. 184 for 7. Pockington on 26. Rob Lord on 16. Not sure that last 4's gone on, actually. Just check on that in a moment. Here's Ethan Brooks in. Pockington will whack this through mid-wicket for 4. Great effort from the fielder out there. Four more. Yeah, scoreboard's doing all sorts of to in and fro in. It's 190 for 7 now. 190. Brooks to Pockington. Left-hander, tall man, good technique. Can play his shots as we're seeing in this innings. He's got 28. Rob Lord's got 20. And they've added 45 so far for the 8th wicket. And pulled away, and that'll be 4 more to Joe Pockington. Takes the stand up to 49. Largest partnership of the innings. coming late in the day, or seemingly late in the day. We're only in the 32nd over. 47 over the side, so still plenty of time left. 15 overs after this one. Brooks bowls again, once more chopped into the offside by Pockington, and that's the 50 partnership. And I'd love to hear it announced. And there it is. 47 balls. Well done, both of you. 33 to Joe Pockington, 20 to Rob Lord. 195 for 7. Worcestershire on top. They've been carted about a little bit the last 2 or 3 overs, but it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. The end of the over, 195 for 7. There's, I should say, a very slender chance that they'd lose this from here on in. I'd like to break this partnership, and I'm pretty sure that they would believe sooner or later the stand will be broken. Karam Shahzad is coming back into the attack. So extra little bit of pace. Considerably more pace on the ball from the far end than we've had over the last few overs, with Brett D'Oliveira bowling, of course. But Shahzad, I'd imagine, the quickest of the Worcestershire attack. 195 for 7. Here comes Shahzad, going round the wicket to Joe Pockington. Good technique, leans forward and eases it into the offside. And there's no run. Rob Jones back on the field. Seems to have got his right hand heavily bandaged now. Could have been the real temptation, I guess, just to have kept him off the field. He has done some sort of damage, but quite a large bandage on that right hand. Next ball is defended by Pockington. Indeed, with Ben Allison on as a sub, he managed to take a catch while Jones was off the field. Don't think anything too much would have hurt had Rob Jones stayed off and just prevented that hand being knocked or damaged any further. This over will take considerably longer than any of D'Oliveira's. 3 dot balls. This is turn to leg. Seem as if it's going to be a win and a loss from the 2 Welbeck matches for Notts. .195. Target 3-2-7. Shahzad bowls, and again Pockington pushes into the offside, and again he can't get it away. 4 dots in a row in this Karam Shahzad comeback over. Just halted the momentum somewhat. The last over from that end went for 19. Pockington tucking into Brett D'Oliveira. Bouncer, and a little bit of bat on it, takes it over the keeper and away for 4. Nicely played in the end by Joe Pockington. Just got enough elevation on that to lift it over Henry Cullen and away for 4. Those heavy footsteps that you might just have picked up on the effects microphone. That of Fatty Singh, who just pops by He was here, he was there, he was everywhere. He's like the Scarlet Pimpernel. Fatty Singh just running through our Bijou marquee to fetch the ball back. Karam Shazad bowls, and Pocklington will get a single. So 5 from the over in the end, and that will take Notts up to 200. And the best thing you can say at the moment is they're still afloat. They need 127 more, and they've got 14 overs in which to do it. So round about, flirting still round about the 9 and over. It's going to be Fatty Singh to have a bowl. I'd have known that. I'd have tripped him up when he just ran into our tent a minute ago. No, good to see him back playing again for or here against Notts. It's good to see him playing. Slow left arm spinner, as we know. Got the black cricket shoes, cricket footwear on. Not a great fashion statement. He's going to be bowling to Joe Pocklington, so it's slow left arm spinner to slow left arm spinner. Great coup for Fatty Singh if he can get him out. Not good for Joe Pocklington if he can't, and Pocklington's pulled the first ball for 4, and it just bounces underneath from Isaac Mohammed and goes for 4, and it's not Fatty Singh's day, is it? First ball there, pulled away, should have been a comfortable single, and Pockers has got himself another boundary, and he's on to 42. And we have a look down the Nottinghamshire card. Jack Haynes 51, the top score. Well, he's hit this one again out towards Isaac Mohammed, but to his left, and he's got another boundary, and now on to 46. And suddenly you just wonder what the day is going to bring, and Joe Pocklington races to 46, not out. That's 208 for 7. Fatty Singh bowls. This is mine. Oh, it's over me. I can't catch that. Can't leap that high. That's a wonderful way to go to a splendid 50. And your second appearance for Nottinghamshire. Well battered, young man. That is a terrific innings. Really, really good knock. And he gets there with a huge, huge 6 down the ground. And Fatty Singh has gone 4-4-6 his first 3 balls. And now finds himself getting a listening to from his captain, Jake Libby, about what to do next. 214 for 7. Said Notts needed a hero when he came to the crease. My word. Massive hit. Left arm spinner taking down left arm spinner. Pocklington on to 52. Fatty Singh to bowl to him, and he's cut this to backward point. There'll be 2 there at least. They're running hard. That's going to be it. So he's the top scorer in the innings for Nottinghamshire. He's gone past Jack Haynes, who made 51. On to 54. This over 4-4-6-2. 216 for 7. Fatty Singh bowls. He's hit this one up in the air, and this is going to be the end, I fancy. And he's caught in the deep by Kashif Ali. And Fatty Singh gets a wicket, and Joe Pocklington goes. Splendid 54. It was a terrific innings. Sooner or later, inevitable that Worcestershire would break this stand, and it's Fatty Singh getting the wicket of Pocklington, caught in the deep at long on by Kashif Ali. Bowled Fatty Singh for 54, and Notts are 216 for 8. They still require 111 to win. I've enjoyed that. That's a show of strength from Joe Pocklington. 3 wickets on Tuesday. Really good 10-over spell with the ball. Today didn't pick up a wicket, but has now shown what he can do with the bat. Notts need 111. They've got 2 wickets left, and Brett Hutton comes out to join Rob Lord. One ball left in this Fatty Singh over. $111 in 13 and 1 ball required for Notts. So Brett Hutton's taken guard. 1 ball left in the over. This Fatty Singh into bowl to Brett Hutton. Plays this to mid-off, and there's no run. Tom Hinley's on as a sub-fielder for the pairs. So what an eventful over that was. Ultimately it ends with Notts 216 for 8. James Hayes is the only Notts batter that we've not seen in the middle. Rob Lord and Brett Hutton have had a chat. Wonder if they really believe they can get another 111 in 13 overs. Karam Shahzad trying to knock over his first wicket of the day from the far end. Rob Lord will cut this past Olivier and down to Kashi Valley to third for a single. Notts won by 51 on Tuesday on Duckworth Lewis. Going to be a Duckworth Lewis result today one way or another, but Notts well behind the 8 ball here, still need more than 100. With Karam Shahzad bowling to Brett Hutton. He'll get off the mark with a single into the offside. $218 for 8. We certainly lost a few spectators when the rain was falling. If you didn't bring your brolly, it would have been a wet and soggy bouncer. Rob Lord almost turned his back on that one, letting it go through to the keeper. If you weren't with us earlier in the day, Notts winning the toss. Worcestershire invited to bat first. They were 44 for 3 with Isaac Mohammed, Brett D'Oliveira, Rob Jones back in the hutch, and then a partnership of 180 between this is pulled by Lord, and a nasty bounce takes it over Isaac Mohammed, who's having a horrible time on that leg side fence. They've gone to the left of him, they've gone to the right of him, they've gone underneath him, and that one bounced over the top of him. And Rob Lord gets a boundary. 180 put on between Libby and Kashi Valley. Kashi Valley out to Daniel Sams for 101, caught behind by Tom Moores. Jacob Libby was unbeaten on 112. Brooks for 1, Cullen 27, Waite 13, the others to be dismissed. And Libby and Fatty Singh, who was on 2, were at the crease when the innings was ended after 47.1 overs. Fast ball from Shahzad. That one forces Rob Lord to just sway out of the line of it. So 312 for 7 when the rains came. Duckworth Lewis assessed that The Notts target should be 327 in 47. And they've seldom really looked like mounting a serious challenge. Up to 222. Another short ball pulled away towards, I'm going to say towards Mohammed. It's fielded on this occasion. And a single. 223 for 8. He's had all sorts of trials and tribulations out there, just behind square on the leg side. 12 overs remain. Notts need 104. Seems to be a lot of nothing going on at the moment. I think Fatty Singh's waiting to bowl. There's a little bit of chat. Rob Jones chatting to the umpire. We're ready. Rob Lord gets a single to move to 27. Seen Joe Pockington get his first Notts half century, and I'm sure he'd like to deliver one as well. Brett Hutton on strike, clubbed 71 down at Southampton in the recent first class game down there. Fatty Singh bowls to Brett, helps it out as far as Rob Jones. This one strikes Hutton's pad. There'll be a leg bite. .225 for 8. Notts need 102. Not many of his 8 quickly. Rob Lord slams this into the offside. Well fielded by Rob Jones. Really good work by Rob Jones. His right hand is clearly troubling him. Huge bandage on around the wrist, almost up the arm. And there's a reverse sweep from Rob Lord, and that's stopped at backward point, and there's no run. Lord now gets the single. End of another over, the 36th, and Notts a 226 for 8. So they need 100 to tie in 11 overs. That would be pretty astonishing from here on in. From 80 or 90 yards away, Rob Lord certainly gives the air of somebody who's fairly confident that he's going to be able to do this. He's facing Karam Shahzad, and then, his fall buys. Rob Lord went right across his stumps, getting in a position to try and scoop it. Missed it by a country mile, and whether Cullen couldn't see it or what, I'm not entirely sure, but it's 4 buys. Extraordinary cricket. And 4 more to the total, and Notts need less than 100. They need 96 to tie. What about that? Remarkable first delivery. Rob Lord made it very, very difficult for Henry Cullen to see there, and the result was 4 to Notts. Here's Shahzad in again. Bowles pitches it up. Rob Lord punches it away through the offside for 4 more. That might just be the best shot he's played, and there's certainly been a few of them. Lovely shot from Rob Lord. 32. Brett Hutton telling him to keep going. Knots need 92 to tie. I keep saying it like that. Doesn't sound as many as 93. Bouncer and Rob Lord was through on the pull. That might just have been a slower delivery, slightly slower delivery. 234 for 8 knots. Guess every run might help me just a little bit with the old net run rate. Might come down to that in terms of qualification towards the back end of the group. I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's one or two sides that have a win-loss ratio of 6-2 in the group. Oh, and he's got hold of this one, and he's pulled that on the full for 6. Rob Lord. So that's 14 from this over so far. And I would imagine that third place qualification will probably go to a side that wins 5 and loses 3. So it might come down to net run rate. There might be a couple of sides there. Of course, there's been a game called off today. Glamorgan and Derbyshire. This is into the bank, and years ago we used to have this when Alex Hales and Ricky Vessels opened the batting here for Notts, and there were any number of balls that were lost in that hedge and in the next door field. Great shot from Rob Lord for 6, taking him to 38. Damage done in this over for Notts. Get one and get down the other end. Maybe. 240 for 8. Russell Warren has been off the field and fetched a spare ball. Search party still going on away to our left. See if they can find it. The hedge is thick and bushy over there. But one or two youngsters, there's not that many youngsters actually over that side of the ground, I'm going to say. Get one or two youngsters, chuck them in the edge bottom, go and find it, son. There's Shazad. In bowls and off an outside edge, comes down here to Matthew Waite. Good diving stop by the former Yorkshire player, and a single to Rob Lord takes him to 39, 241 for 8. A little bit of late afternoon fun here for those that have stuck around. First 50 for Nottinghamshire for Joe Pockington. 39 not out for Rob Lord. Brett Hutton's on strike on 1. Pushes this nicely into the offside for a single. Shy at the stumps from Cash Alley, but safely home. 16 from that over. That helps the job a little bit. 242 for 8 knots. $85 to win. 10 overs left. So Fatty Singh out of the attack, and back comes Adam Finch. His first spell was from the top end, the Spion Cop end or Bowling Green end. He's now switched to our end of the ground, the Charlie French end. Finch to bowl to Brett Hutton. Drives majestically. Decent stop from Kashi Falik. Single taken though by Brett Hutton. It's Rob Lord back onto strike. Notts need 84 from 59. Adam Finch to Rob Lord, and he'll pull that one away for 4 runs. And Rob Lord goes on to 43. There'll be people watching that clearly favouring Worcestershire and perhaps starting to twitch a little bit. Don't worry, don't worry. Count on one hand, I guess, the number of times in a year that the last pair will, or last couple of wickets will put 80 on in 10 overs. This one's gone through to Henry Cullen. It's usually one top order bat or a middle order all rounder going along like a train when those rare occurrences do happen. There'll be a nick to the keeper or one that goes straight up in the air at some point, you'd imagine. Finch to bowl to Rob Lord on 43. And he's heaved this one towards us. Just missed our marquee again, and Rob Lord goes to 49. That's a terrific blow to take Notts to 253. Nearly wiped out producer Aaron in the process, which we'd have all had a good chuckle about. Great shot from Rob Lord. So already a 4 and a 6 in this over from the bat of Lord after Brett Hutton got a single. 253 for 8. Matthew Waits been on ball retrieving duty. And 49 to Rob Lord. Half century for Pockington. Can Rob Lord get a single or more? Plays it to mid-on where Waite comes rushing in. Temptation there, I guess, once he'd gone bat on ball on 49 for Nottinghamshire. May have been, run. I know I would have been, but no, wait. It just shows the frame of mind he's in. It's looked very cool since arriving in the middle. Let Pockington make hay. It's Finch to bowl to him, and he's hit this one over Finch towards us again. Same spot. 4 runs, though, just bounced inside the rope, and that's a lovely innings. Very, very lovely innings from Rob Lord for Nottinghamshire. 6 4s, 2 6s, we heard. We'll get confirmation of how many deliveries in a moment, but he's got there from 44 balls. Well battered, Rob Lord. Another really good over for Notts as well. By the by, 15 runs coming from it. 257 for 8 from 38. So Notts require 70 from 9 overs. Fatty Singh switching ends. 70 from 54. This pair have already put 41 on for the 9th wicket. Fatty Singh then. Bowl to Hutton. Plays this on the onside, and the bowler able to prevent a single. Worcestershire might just be starting to think a little more seriously about keeping Rob Lord away from the strike, but they can't do much about this as Brett Hutton paddles it away. In fact, Brett Hutton's going to come back for 2 here, so he's more than happy to take whatever's there and stay on strike. .327 in 47 overs, remember, is the target. Fatty Singh bowling to Brett Hutton. Pushes this into the offside, no run. It's floated up there, and again he can't time it. Jack Haynes made 51. Joe Pocklington 54, and now Rob Lord getting his first 50 in Nottinghamshire colours as Houghton helps this out into the leg side to Isaac Mohammed. Single to Houghton. That's 3 from this over so far. How deep can Notts take it and still have a slim chance? Aaron's win predictor says Notts are still only 1% likely to win this. There's 3 from that. Over from Fats. 260 for 8. 67 now required from 8 overs. $260 for 8. 53 to Rob Lord. 6 to Brett Houghton. Not yet been an edge of the seater, but this pair can get another 25 or 30 in the next 3.5 overs. One or two just starting to wonder if they might be seeing something special. There's Adam Finch to bowl to Brett Houghton, and a one-handed swish completely misses the ball, and it goes through to Henry Cullen. Looks very much as if Hampshire are nearly over the line. They just need 7 from 4 overs to defeat Essex. Next one's pulled out to leg. Oh, and another bounce of the ball over the fielder. Ground is rock hard, and Houghton pulled it out to deep square there, and the bounce just took off and high over the fielder. So in this group, looks very much as if Hampshire with an unbeaten century. He's 110 not out from Joe Weatherly. They now need 6 to beat Essex, who are going to start 0-2. Hampshire are going to start 2-0. Finch in to Houghton, runs it into the offside. The other game in the group, of course, was called off earlier. Glamorgan and Derbyshire, match abandoned without a ball bowled. And down at Arundel, Kent 287 for 9. Sussex are 219 for 7. They need 69 from 9 overs. And yeah, they've not really got anybody established. Just couple of new arrivals at the crease, so that looks a stiff challenge for Sussex. Houghton unable to time this one. Finch in again to Brett Houghton, pushes it past the diving bowler, gets a single. So that's 5 from this over. Would be one of the more remarkable things you would see if Notts were to get from 145 for 7 anywhere near 327 to win. Still quite a way to go, but they're still afloat. Rob Lord has certainly earned their respect in this innings. Pocklington getting a half-century as well. Finch bowls and Rob Lord will launch this. 1 bounce for 4. Again, in the direction of what is known as Cow Corner, but that was anything but agricultural. Very, very nicely timed, and that's the 50 partnership from 37 balls. So 9 from that over. That's Very much up with the rate to 69. .58 are now required from 7 overs. .58 from 7. Fatty Singh to continue. Bowling to Brett Hutton. Cuts this to backward point. No run. Tries of get it to Kashif Ali. He did get it. Fatty Singh in again to Brett, and he's played all around that one. Thought for all the world he was about to be bowled, but it just went through to Henry Gullett. Singh tosses it up there, hit into the offside for a single by Hutton. Gets Rob Lord back on strike. Lord on 57. And he's given that a little bit of treatment. Out onto the offside, they'll come back for 2. Fatty Singh once more tosses it up there, and again he's hit it nice and crisply down the ground. So that's 4 from this over. There is going to come a point, I think we've already reached the point where Notts had absolutely no chance to, they couldn't, could they, to hang on a minute, are we seeing something special here? There's going to come a point where people are going to start having real expectations that they are going to get very, very close. Indeed, the last 30 or so, oh, this is going to be a doozy, but it's going to get harder and harder, you fancy. That is the end of the over. 4 from that over, and at this stage that's okay. They are going along very nicely indeed. One big over at some point in the next 6, and they are slap bang in it. 273 means they require 54 from 6 overs. I think that was 9 and over when I was at school. That was a long time ago. Got to the point where Finch and Waite and Captain Libby are having a lengthy discussion here about how to go forward for Worcestershire. Notts require 9 and over. Rob Lord is on strike. And it's going to be Adam Finch to bowl to him down the leg side. So that's one of the 9 gifted by Worcestershire. Leg side wide will have to be re-bowled. .53 required. Finch to Lord. He's cut that out. Oh, he's bobbled again away from Isaac Mohammed. He's got enough composure there just to find. And Rob Jones has run out to him, and the umpire's asking for the Worcestershire physio to come on and treat him. He's had some horrible balls to contend with out there, Isaac Mohammed, and I don't blame him at all. If he's a skip, I don't want to field anymore. The physio's coming on just to attend to him, and I think he's got one on the either on the nose or on the lip or somewhere, and I hope he's okay, because you don't want to see anybody come out of the game through injury. But sub-fielder on, and Isaac Mohammed's going to go and get a little bit of treatment. And Worcestershire picking up some war wounds here. It's cut in the lip, which is a horrible thing. We've all had it. We've all had it. But it's not nice. But he's had some really difficult balls to contend with out there that have flown this way and that. Producer Kirsty's had a look at a close-up of the injury on the screen, on the monitor, and cut lip, or there or thereabouts. Finch in again to Rob Lord, and he's drilled this back into the knee of the bowler, who seems to be okay, but it's just getting a little scrappy, a little frenetic, a little frantic, a little exciting. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Thanks very much to our fabulous camera crew, Lee and Lewis and Jono and Barney and Spence and Wilson. And Ella out there somewhere. Finch bowls. Rob Lord has launched this into the middle of next week. He has pulled this over the leg side for the biggest hit of the day and away for 6. He should get 8 if he can hit a cricket ball that far. It's a mighty blow from Rob Lord. And not still have hope. Rob Lord is playing the innings, not necessarily of his life, but certainly for the Nottinghamshire first team that we've not seen before. And he's on strike again and punches this to Jones at extra cover, and there's no run. It's a no ball. No ball. Oh my word. So that's we're just waiting for the scorers. Scorers! Scorers! Tell him, Cash. Tell him, Cash. Tell him. No ball. Scorer! They know now. Next ball is Rob Lord swinging himself off his feet. Cash Ali feeling just in front of me there. A big laugh and turned and signalled to the scorers who just hadn't seen the umpire, signalling a no ball. Got Cash on the back of his shirt, which everybody knows him by, obviously. Tremendous knock from him earlier in the day. I'd be very, very pleased with that, but might take a little bit of the gloss off if somehow Worcestershire were to lose this. Again, pulled away for 4, and this time it's Brett Hutton. And there's a cheer of huge proportions from Brett Hutton. This has been another big over for the home side, and like I said at the start of it, suddenly get a feeling that 110 or whatever it was, the last 2 wickets, 110, no chance. Lost tally myself. 289 for 8. 38 more needed. Hutton on strike. Finch bowls. Brett Hutton into the offside. Should be out to Isaac Mohammed, but of course he's not there anymore. Gone off to get a bit of treatment, and Ben Allison does the fielding, and that's the end of the over. And Notts have 290 up. They're 290 for 8 after 42. This, remember, 47 overs. Do the math again, David. 37 required from 5. 36 for the tie. How about that? We needn't have bothered if it finishes in a tie. Could have been rained off like the game at Neath today. But those expectations will be growing now. Brett Hutton and Rob Lord have had a chat, and it won't be, well, do your best and let's see how close we can get. This will be now Fatty Singh to bowl. Let's see what we can get in this over. 1 for Hutton to start with. And what about James Hayes? Do you win it 11? Must be a horrible situation for a number 11, not just today, but in general in cricket. So many times they're not required to bat until they're sent out, usually in an emergency. The last man, can you? This is chopped away for 4 by Lord. A shot of, well, a really high-class cricketer at the peak of his powers, and he's on to 72. And the other thing, if Notts can get there, Rob Lord would be very, very close to 3 figures. 72 not out. That's 5 from this over already. They needed 7 at the start of the over. 7 and over from here on in. Next one down the leg side, whipped away. There'll be a single, so that's 6 from this over already. Dramatic fare at Welbeck. Hope you're enjoying the Nottinghamshire run chase. They, in truth, have been second best today. Kashif Ali and Jake Libby with centuries. Really substantial score on the board from Worcestershire. Had we gone the full 50 overs, almost certainly they'd have put 340 on the board. Instead, 312 for 7 after 47.1 overs when the rains came. Duckworth Lewis said Notts need 327. Another fine shot through the offside, and 4 more. Well, Notts have 300 up. Hampshire have defeated Essex as expected. Sussex are now 249 for 7. They require 39 from 5 overs to beat Kent. So a couple of really good run chasers underway. One of which is here at Welbeck. Fatty Singh bowls drilled by Lord back to the bowler. Brett Hutton diving to make his ground. End of the over. Can't see the scoreboard at all. The sun's glinting off it. 301 for 8 from 43 as we get the binoculars. So 11 from that over. 26 required from 4 overs. 26 from 24 balls. Like I said, the weight of expectation grows with every passing delivery, and the pressure on James Hayes should be about Lord and Hutton, shouldn't it? They're out there in the middle, but they're looking after things. They're doing their best, and they're actively involved, and the old ticker's going. But for James Hayes, does he watch? Does he get advice? Does he sit on his own? Is he deep in thought? Is he lost miles away, thinking about something else? I wouldn't have thought so right now. I'll be focusing on this bowling change, which has brought Matthew Waite back on for the pairs. In now, low full toss, drilled into the offside by Hutton, and there's no run. And it's 26 from 23. Guess it's maybe just the fact. I mean, Brett Hutton, of course, has played in front of huge crowds for the last 15 years or so. Waiting again, and bowls wide of the off stump, cut away by Hutton. Fielder out there in the deep, and a fumble, but they don't come back for 2. But for Rob Lord, I guess it's a case perhaps of, well, there's a few more here than for a second 11 game, but I'm in, I'm set. It is no mindset. It is just a second 11. If he can get that out of his thoughts, that it really is important to his county, and there's more people here that this would mean an awful lot to. If you just think that if it's a club game or a second 11 game, he'd probably get Notts home from here 9 times out of 10. If he's got that coursing through his veins, he may do this. Wait to bowl, and that's 6 runs. Well, He doesn't look too worried. I don't know what is coursing through his veins, but it's not anxiety at facing Matt Waite, because he's hitting for 6, straight as you like, down the ground. And you don't put fielders there. 308. Notts have already got the required amount of runs in this over. Producer Kirsty started notching like a prisoner in a cell. She started notching on the wall of the tent. How many runs, how many balls, Kirst?
19 off 21.
19 off 21. 19 off 21. She got that the right way round. Next ball is... he's got him! And Waite bowls Rob Lord. And with 19 now required off 20, James Hayes coming to the crease. And that is the end of a magnificent knock from Rob Lord. But he's gone for 83. He's been bowled by Waite, just chopped it on his stumps, giving himself a little bit of room. And Rob Lord has given us a grandstand finish here, but not quite taken Notts over the line. And there is still a little bit of jeopardy left. Late in the day at Welbeck, 308 for 9 when he goes. But that's a gem of a knock from Rob Lord. Well batted, young man. Here comes James Hayes bouncing out of the pavilion. And then a stop to... hey, that's got to be a little bit of superstitious. Just stops and bends down and touches his toes. Brett Hutton's there to greet him and have a word. So, man who earlier this season was asked to go on loan to Sussex, had a late night drive all the way down to the south coast, made his debut, and in his very first innings for Sussex at number 11 was part of a county record 10th wicket partnership. Can't remember who it was who he stuck around with. Might have been Finn Hudson-Prentice, might not have been, but stuck around forever. Over 100 for the last wicket for Sussex, so he was a Sussex record breaker on his first class debut. What he'd give for a little stand here with Brett Hutton that gets Notts over the line. Wait to conclude this over. Ball or two left. Bowls to James Hayes, who's turned this on the leg side. And they've got one. Where are we, producer Kirsty?
18 off 19.
18 off 19. I mean, all it takes 18 off 19 is Brett Hutton to hit 3 sixes, isn't it? That's quite simply all Notts have to do to win. But of course he's on strike now, and this will be the last ball of the over. Maybe get a single and hit 3 sixes. 18 off 19. Who'd have thought Notts would have got this close? Wait to try and win it. He's hit this down the ground. He'll get a single. It was well short of Adam Finch. So a wicket for Waite. And they've had to wait for a wicket, but they get one in that over. 92 put on for the 9th wicket. Dramatic fare at Welbeck. They've got 3 overs left, with Notts on 310 for 9. Cruel thing about that over is that Notts got the 9 from it, but certainly no criticism thrown in the direction of Rob Lord. What an innings, and same for Joe Pockington. Who's going to bowl? Is it going to be Shazad? This is why you fly in the overseas players, why you bring in the test players for the big bucks. Try and get your side over the line. Brett Hutton's got to be careful here. Don't try and hit those 3 sixes that I was just imploring him to do. Just use these 18 balls. Is it 18 off 18, producer Kirst?
17 off 18.
17 off 18. Don't try and whack 3 out of... Well, if you can whack 3 out of the ground, great, but just be a little wise. Try not to make a mistake. to mid-off, and there's no run. Low full toss, I think, from Karam Shazad to begin with. 310 for 9 on Trent Bridge Live. A run chase that has exceeded all expectations, really, from where Notts were. Certainly at 129 for 5, 141 for 6, and then 145 for 7. You wouldn't have give tuppence for the chances. The win predictor had been 1%, it went to 0%. Sutton gets this on the leg side, and there's no run. But then that tremendous partnership of 71 between Lord and Pockington got Notts going in the right direction. 216 for 8 when Pockington was out for 54, and then an even better stand, or a larger stand, for the 9th wicket of 92 between Brett Hutton, who's still there, and Rob Lord. Threatened to give us the grandstand finish. That might not happen now, with Notts still requiring 17. Shazad bowls to Hutton, keeps this out, and they'll take the single here. Little push and run into the offside, straight to Rob Jones, and Notts requires 16. They've got 2 overs after this one. And James Hayes, the last man, is on strike. Was a sharply galloped single, that, between the two of them. Brett Hutton's come down just to have a word with his young protege. He's telling him what to expect from Karam Shazad. Notts need 16, Notts need 15 to tie. Must have been about 11:30 this morning I was talking about the tie, if you remember. Here's Shazad into James Hayes, dug it out, but plays it straight to Fatty Singh at mid-wicket. He's going quickly towards the former Notts man, but down with the long barrier. 311 for 9. Worcestershire made 312, remember, so Notts are only 1 run behind. Can we have a little re-look at the DLS calculations? Somewhat ironic, wouldn't it, if Notts score more than Worcestershire today, but that's cricket. That's the regulations. And this is missed by the keeper. Will it come down and over the ropes? Oh, it's just been dragged back, but they're going to get the opportunity to run another one. And I think they've run 3 byes, but who knows? Who knows? Was there some bat involved? Must have been from James Hayes, but they've run 3. So whatever happens today, Notts are going to score more runs than Worcestershire. So probably get home tonight and be asked to explain that if Notts lose. Well, how'd they lose? How did they lose? Worcester's got 312, Notts have scored 314 and lost. Even producer Kirsty's scratching her head at that one. Useful runs though, 3 from that last ball. This one's hit by Hutton down the ground for a single, so they got 5 from that over. Is there a ball left? No, that's the end of the over. 12 from 2? 12 from 12. Now you can hit 2 sixes, Brett, if you want. 315. Going to be Matthew Waite to try and be Jake Libby's hero. Investing everything in him here, asking him to bowl the penultimate over, with Notts requiring 12. He's played some stoic knocks over the years, Brett Hutton. I struggle off the top of my head to think of any match-winning knots, but that's perhaps been a little harsh on him. There's been perhaps 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 that have slipped from the memory banks. He's hit this one crisply enough to extra cover, and they'll only get a single theatrical roll by the bandaged Jones. 11 from 11. Pleased that Brett Hutton backed James Hayes there and didn't just say no. No. Stay there. No, he took the single. Notts could do it with 12 singles from 12. They've got 1 from 1. Need another 11. Or 10 to tie. Wait. Comes in. Bowls. And James Hayes into the offside. And they'll run the first one quickly. Oh, they'll settle for 1. Notts require 10. Can do it in 2 blows. Worcestershire can do it in 1 ball. And Brett Hutton is having a touch of the Jake Libby's here. You might remember on 97 earlier in the day, Jake Libby broke his bat and had to get a replacement to reach his century. And now Brett Hutton broken his bat, or he's sending for his match-winning bat. Brett Hutton. This is his 10 to win bat. Very keen goal for Brett. Wonder if this is his drive it 95 yards down the fairway bat. Notts need 10 from 10. Matthew Waite needs 1 wicket. Great finish to the day at Welbeck. There's Waite. Slightly zigzaggy start to his approach. Hutton's got hold of this, and again they're going to get a single. It'll be 9 from 9. 8 for the tie. Where's your money, folks? Every bit of logic, every bit of common sense tells you that Worcestershire are going to win this. Worcestershire have been the side driving this game since early this morning. Will it be snatched away from them? Is that down the leg side? It is! And a cheer. Don't necessarily like crowds cheering wides, but it just shows they're still awake and they're still engaged in this and they're still involved in this and they're very much invested in it. 8 now from 9. Is that right? Doesn't seem right. Doesn't sound right. 8 from 9. Matt Waite got the radar wrong on that one. Can he get it right here? To bowl to James Hayes, who swings for all his worth and gets a single on the leg side, just dragging it out towards the square leg umpire. 7 from 8. 7 from 8. Brett Hutton's back on strike. Don't have finishes like this with Nottinghamshire. They generally win by a country mile or lose by a country mile. Can they get it into the last over at least? 7 from 8. Matthew Waite in to Brett Hutton. He's asked him to run 2 here. He's played it onto the leg side. And no, there won't be 2 there. There won't be 2 there. 6 from 7. Brett Hutton just dropped it on the leg side. The field was set deep, but the bowler Waite got there quickly and prevented that second run. Just for a moment I thought they were going to go, but common sense prevailed. 6 from 7, I think. Yeah. James Hayes to win the match with a huge 6. Notts have taken it to within 7 balls of the end, and we still don't know the outcome. And Jake Libby is metaphorically scratching his head here to come up with an answer. Matt Waite's got 1 over left. You'd imagine Karam Shazad will bowl the final over. Assuming I'm pretty sure he's still within his allocation. 1 or 2 slow hand claps, which we don't necessarily need. Just let the tension build. Let the tension build. Yeah, Karam Shazad's had 9 overs, none for 60. So he's got an over left. He'll bowl the last one, you can guarantee that. This ball is the worry ball. Matthew Waite to James Hayes. Can Waite win it here and now for the pairs? Still Jake Libby and his side not happy with the field. Except on the leg side, they're pushing them out. Can James Hayes just get bat on ball on the leg side and get a single? Never mind that he'll be on strike for the last over. Notts need these runs from somewhere. Oh, that would have been wide, surely. It's chopped away to backward point. They've run the first one quickly. They turn and hair back. In comes the throw into the keeper. Oh, he's in. Had to run for his life there, Hayes. Like the hare getting away from the greyhounds. He did it and got home. And Notts need 4 in the last over. And it's incredible stuff at Welbeck. Absolutely incredible. Lovely shot from James Hayes. He'll be at the non-striker's end. He's on 8. Brett Hutton's on 26. 3:23 for 8. If you've been with me for much of the time since Nottinghamshire have been engaged in their run chase, you may remember 2 hours ago, 4:30. 4:30. I said this will take Notts another 2 hours if they're to get out of this mess and get over the line. We're approaching 6:30 and Notts need 4. They need 3 to tie, 4 to win. They've got 6 balls. Pick your battle, Brett. Just wait for the one that you can put away. Take the single if it's there. Karam Shazad looking for his first wicket at Welbeck. Comes in and bowls to the Notts man, who drives into the offside. The field set deep. They'll get a single. The throw comes in. That's risky. That could have clipped the stumps and deflected away for overthrows, but it didn't. And they've got to run. And it's 1 of the 4 that Notts need. 2 to tie, 3 to win, 5 balls left. It's why we love cricket. It's why hundreds of thousands watch the Test match on Monday. Tense finish. Gets everybody involved, gets every button around like a helicopter behind the stumps. He'll have to be aware that there might be the chance of a scampered bye to him. So here's Shazad. Nice and full, and Hayes gets bat on ball and sends Hutton back. He's played it straight to mid-on, and there's no run. And I don't know where we are. Is it 2 to tie and 3 to win? And what have we got? 4 balls left. James Hayes, to be Nottinghamshire's hero, got 3 wickets earlier in the day. It's going to be one side desperately disappointed in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Shazad bowls and he's got this away now then. Down to long leg. They've run the first one and James Hayes wanted to come back, but Brett said no, and probably wise because Adam Finch heaved it in. And I don't know where we are now. Is it 1 to tie and 2 to win off 3? You remember what I was saying about expectation? We're at that point. We've long since been at that point. Crowd silent. You'd like to think that there's going to be an eruption of noise at some point. Shazad comes in, bowls and Hutton hits it, and there's no run. It's straight to mid-on, and now it's 1 to tie, 2 to win, 2 balls left. No ball would help not significantly from here. A wicket right now for Karam Shazad, and he'll be engulfed by his teammates. Who would have thought we'd get down to the last 2 balls of the match? We might even get down to the last ball. Hutton and James Hayes having a chat. Are they just wondering and talking about a bye to the keeper? Henry Cullen, you're in this game. You are bang in this game here. Not taking his glove off like the Indian wicket-keeper at the Oval on Monday. Mohammad Siraj was furious when they ran a by to the keeper. No injured Chris Wokes out there, but we've got Hutton and Hayes trying to get Notts over the line. Penultimate ball of the match. 1 to tie, 2 to win. Shazad bowls dug out and chipped into the offside, and they don't get a run, they don't get anything. Now they've got to go. This next ball, they've got to go. Hutton chipping it into the offside. James Hayes had come off the way down and had to go back. Can Brett Hutton get bat on ball? What is the thought process here? If you're Brett Hutton, what would you do? There's that little person on one shoulder saying just get bat on ball and run, and then there's the other one saying, well, it's Brett Hutton, he can give it a wallop, he can get it out there beyond the inner ring and they can run too. 1 to tie, 2 to win. Worcestershire going to win this by 1 run. Is it going to be a tie, or Notts are going to win this by 1 wicket? We may be a minute or 2 away from finding out yet, because Jake Libby understandably is taking a time out here, if there was such a thing in cricket. Having a chat with Karam Shazad. Brett Hutton has the game very much in his grasp because he's on strike. There's not a lot that James Hayes can do apart from make his ground when he's asked to run. Hutton on 27. Hayes has 9. That's not going to change. Will it be 9 not out? What can Brett do? 325 for 9. Slow and wide, says producer Aaron. Yorker might do it for Shazad. Give it a wallop, Brett. 325 for 9. Last ball of the match at Welbeck. Notts need 1 to tie. It's gone through to the keeper. Shy of the stumps, he's missed. And now down to the far end. And it's going to be a tie as Notts run a by. And there we are. Notts get to 326 for 9. Nobody seems to know on the field what's happened. The target was 327 and they've ended up 326 for 9 in the most dramatic game of cricket you could ever wish to see. They tied way back in 1983 when Peter Moores was at the end there running for all his might for Worcestershire. Today it's Hayes and Hutton who've got Notts to the 2-point tie. After wonderful knocks, 83 from Rob Lord and 54 from Joe Pocklington, got Notts back from a position where the game was all but dead. 145 for 7 when they came together. Who on earth would have expected that? And I just hope these two heroes get a great ovation when they make it back to the pavilion. What a terrific game of cricket. Lovely to see them making their way off. Let's just hope for the reaction from the crowd that they deserve. Dramatic game of cricket here as it ends in a tie. Welbeck's first tie. Worcestershire will wonder how this one has partially slipped from their grasp. Notts will be pinching themselves. How on earth did we do this? But Pocklington and Lord in particular turn this round for Nottinghamshire, and then Hutton and Hayes can hold their head up high. It's a tie at Welbeck.